Welcome to Tyla Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyla's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyla Walker audiobook from TylaWalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 1. Chloe. I'll always tell my clients to breathe in confidence and exhale doubt, but right now my own lungs feel constricted, like I'm the one who needs reassurance. I lean forward in my tufted velvet chair, knees almost brushing the glass coffee table between me and my client, a rising pop star named Sienna, who's clutching her phone as if it's a lifeline. Her eyes glisten with tears she refuses to let fall. I can see her chest rising and falling in quick, shallow bursts. Sienna, I say softly, inhaling through my nose and exhaling through pursed lips, hoping she'll mimic my steady rhythm. Tell me what you're feeling right now. Not what your manager thinks you should feel, or what the tabloids say, just you. She sniffles. I feel like I'm always disappointing everyone. I nod, guiding her with my gaze. Are you disappointing them? Or are they setting impossible standards? Her breath hitches, tears trembling on her lower lashes. Both, maybe? My manager wants me to look like a Barbie doll. My label wants me to sound like the next big diva. My fans want me to be perfect all the time. Her voice shakes as she glances at the wall of windows behind me, a sweeping view of the city skyline beyond my office. But I'm just me. I keep my posture open, shoulders relaxed. And that's exactly who you're allowed to be. She sets her phone down and rubs her palms against the smooth leather of the couch cushion. This is our 5th session together, and each time she's walked in with a new swirl of anxieties, usually stoked by the ruthless entertainment industry. But now she's lingering on something deeper. The terror of not being good enough. I gesture toward a small bowl of worry stones on the side table. Each stone has an affirming word etched in gold script. Worthy, brave, loved. Pick one, I suggest. She eyes the stones, eventually selecting the one that reads worthy. She holds it tight, closes her eyes. I am worthy, she whispers. You are, I confirm. Deep breath now. Inhale for 4, hold for 2, exhale for 4. Ready? She copies my slow, measured breath. Her shoulders drop fractionally. After a few moments of silent breathing, she opens her eyes. I didn't think a phrase as simple as, I am worthy, could hit me so hard. Words are powerful, I say, letting my lips curve into the comforting smile I've perfected. My mother would call it my soothing the world face, especially when you believe them. Her phone buzzes again, the screen lighting up with a text. She glances at it, worry creeping back in. I reach out, gently pushing the phone face down. It won't solve itself this second, I remind her. Your next single? Your manager's demands? The press? It's a whirlwind, but in here, you can let all that go. She nods, tears finally slipping free. I press a box of tissues toward her. She dabs her eyes. Thanks, Chloe. Anytime, I tell her. You have my number if things get overwhelming. Until then, practice that mantra. I want you to whisper it every time self-doubt creeps in. Okay? She looks at me as though I've handed her a life jacket while she's adrift at sea. Yes. I promise. Good, I say with a gentle nod. You're not alone. And you definitely aren't disappointing anyone when you choose to put yourself first. Another tear escapes, but this time her lips tremble into a small, hopeful smile. Thank you, Chloe. I stand, pressing my hands to my pencil skirt to smooth out any wrinkles. You're welcome. Should we pick a date for our next session? Sienna gathers her purse. Yes, absolutely. She reaches for her phone again, flicking to her calendar app. How about next Thursday at 3? Works for me. I glance at my digital planner on the tablet next to me and confirm with a tap. Done. She gives me a brief hug on her way out, and I watch her reflection in the mirrored elevator doors before they slide shut, whisking her away. Only after the doors close do I let my shoulders slump slightly. I place both hands on my hips and expel a breath that's been locked in my chest for far too long. The overhead lights catch on the acrylic desk nameplate perched on my table. Chloe Weston, relationship coach, in gold letters. Sleek, sophisticated, no sign of the cracks beneath. I walk to the floor-to-ceiling window that overlooks downtown. The mid-morning sun sparkles across steel and glass buildings, an architectural array that used to fill me with an electric sense of possibility. Now sometimes it just feels like glare. I catch my reflection, brown eyes that people often call warm, high cheekbones, in the faint circle of a rose tattoo behind my right ear, hidden mostly by the tumble of my curls. When I was a teenager, I used to think that tiny rose made me a rebel. Now it's a whisper from a past self who believed anything was possible. I smooth the stray curl back, noticing the tension in my jaw. Let it go. I murmur, the same phrase I give to clients. My reflection looks unconvinced. My phone dings. An email from my assistant, Layla. She's reminding me of a midday media interview I agreed to do. Another chance to reestablish my brand, she'd said, especially after the very public meltdown with my former client-turned-boyfriend. Ex-boyfriend. I close my eyes for half a second, shaking off the memory of him. The paparazzi photos. The scathing gossip columns. The accusations that I leveraged my professional relationship to seduce a powerful celebrity. No matter that he was the one who chased me, or that it was consensual. Public perception stung like a nest of hornets. My carefully curated reputation, fragile as spun glass, took a beating I'm still recovering from. No dating. I told myself that 2 months ago, after the fiasco ended. No more relationships with clients. No more relationships at all. Period. Never again do I mix business and pleasure, or even strictly pleasure. My heart, battered and bruised, needs a hiatus. I gather my thoughts and stride to my desk to wrap up a bit of paperwork from Sienna's session. Before I settle into the ergonomic chair, I notice a small frame photograph beside my laptop. It's me, a year ago, standing with that ex. He's beaming, I'm teary-eyed, and we look dizzy in love. Or at least I do. My stomach twists at the sight. The photo doesn't belong on my desk. Heck, I don't even know why I haven't thrown it away. Maybe it's a reminder of a lesson learned. With a sigh, I open the drawer and place the frame face down inside. Goodbye, old mistakes, I mutter. Focus forward. I'm about to draft an email to Layla confirming the interview details when there's a light rap on the door. Chloe? It's Layla herself, poking her head in. She's in her 20s, her bright purple hair framing her face in an artful bob, her eyes sparkling with relentless optimism. She's wearing one of her signature graphic tees that reads, "Coffee is my soulmate." Come in, I say, forcing a relaxed smile as I shut my laptop. Everything okay? She steps inside, balancing a mug of matcha latte, the color swirling with a perfect foam swirl. Brought you your favorite. Thank you. Gratefully, I accept the mug, inhaling the sweet, grassy scent. Layla's pretty much the only one who knows how to make my drink exactly right. 2 scoops of matcha, a hint of vanilla, oat milk frothed until it's velvety. She sets down a stack of folders on the corner of my desk. So, about that interview in 2 hours with Modern Coaching Insights, they emailed me a heads up that it'll be on camera. Just a short video snippet for their website, plus a written piece. I know you're not thrilled about that angle after everything. Her eyes flick to the closed drawer where my ex's photo now hides. But I do think it's a good idea to show people you're still the Chloe they remember from before. I sip the latte, letting the warmth spread through me. Yeah, I know. My publicist recommended a handful of these small-time media spots to rebuild trust with potential clients. I'll do it. Layla lifts the top folder and hands it to me. Some bullet points on possible questions. They might ask about your approach to coaching, your personal beliefs, maybe some fun facts. She tries to sound casual, but I can tell she's worried they'll bring up the scandal. Everyone always does. Eventually. I swallow another sip of matcha. I can handle it. Thanks for always looking out for me, Layla. She offers a bright grin. That's why you pay me the big bucks. Her joke is light, but I know she values working here almost as much as I value her help. She gestures to the hallway. I'll be at my desk if you need me. Good luck. Once she leaves, the office is silent again, apart from the faint hum of air conditioning. I flip through the folder of notes. The first few lines look straightforward. How did you get started in relationship coaching? Why do you believe in love so strongly? The usual questions. My gaze snags on the next line. How do you handle personal heartbreak while still coaching others about romance? My fingers tense around the paper. A bitter laugh escapes my throat. How do I handle it? By building a fortress around my heart. That's how. By reading daily affirmations to keep me from falling into cynicism. By ignoring that small voice that says, maybe it's you who's broken. I set the folder aside. Another wave of exhaustion seeps in, more psychological than physical. This used to energize me, guiding people toward better, healthier relationships, analyzing the subtle intricacies of human connection. But today, each session, each interview, each conversation about love feels like hauling a weight up a steep hill. My phone pings again, and this time it's an Instagram DM from a prospective client, some wealthy fashion influencer who wants me to revamp her brand by staging a love life that looks authentic. I rub my nose, contemplating how often my career edges into territory that's more image-focused than heartfelt. This is the world we live in, curated social media illusions passing for romance. My mind flickers back to Sienna's session. She's the reason I keep going. There are still genuine souls out there, scared, scarred, or simply lost, who really do want meaningful connection. I want to help them. I need to believe that's still possible. Steeling myself, I walk to the mirrored side table, where a small arrangement of pale pink roses sits, sent by a grateful client last week. The petals are starting to droop. Carefully, I pluck off a wilted leaf and toss it in the wastebasket. Kinda like me, I think wryly. Gotta prune the dead parts to keep growing. My mother used to say that about relationships, about habits, about negative thoughts. Clip them away before they strangle what's healthy. Mom, I find myself wishing she were here to give me one of her wise pep talks, but she has a life in our hometown and doesn't want to stay indefinitely with me. She was never a big fan of me crossing boundaries with that celebrity client, but she supported me when everything came crashing down. You're still you, Chloe, even when someone doesn't appreciate your heart. Words I desperately needed to hear. I brush off the melancholy and gather my materials for the interview. I tuck a notebook into my leather tote, along with a curated list of success stories, clients who triumphed in love and relationships with my guidance. I remind myself it's true. I'm good at this. Even if my personal romantic life is a disaster, my methods are sound. Maybe I'm just the classic case of physician Heal thyself. Before I can head out, I hear faint footsteps in the hallway. A voice calls out, "Miss Weston?" I'm from Modern Coaching Insights. The voice is masculine, with a crisp, professional tone. I'm a few minutes early. I plaster on my public smile and step into the hallway. That's perfectly fine. I'm Chloe. Welcome. The interviewer, a slender man with stylish glasses and a tidy haircut, extends his hand. Jared Smith. Thank you for taking the time. Of course, I say, guiding him into my office. He's carrying a small camera bag, which he places near the coffee table, probably planning a quick video segment. My stomach twists, but I keep my posture relaxed. Where would you like to set up? He scans the space. This sofa is great. Nice natural light. I settle onto the couch, crossing my legs in what I hope is a confident, open posture. He arranges his camera on a tripod, testing angles, while I take another calming sip of matcha. Jared fiddles with the focus, then nods. Perfect. We can jump right in if you're ready. I'm ready. I lie smoothly, hearing my pulse pound in my ears. He taps a red button on the camera. We're here with Chloe Weston, renowned relationship coach, to discuss her unique approach to guiding clients through life's romantic twists. Chloe, thanks again for having me. I keep my voice measured, bright. I'm delighted to share what I do. He grins, his professional veneer shining through. Let's start with the obvious. How did you get started in relationship coaching? I lean forward slightly, resting my elbows on my knees. I was raised by a single mother who worked as a therapist. Growing up, I watched her help people navigate their emotions and conflicts. I realized that when it comes to romantic relationships, people often need an objective voice, someone who can hold space, offer tools, and empower them to find solutions. So, I studied psychology in college, then got certified in coaching, and from there, I built my boutique consultancy. His eyebrows lift, clearly approving. And you've worked with some high-profile clients, right? I sense the question's unspoken meaning. High-profile is a polite nod to the scandal that happened. Steeling myself, I nod. Yes, I have. I believe love challenges everyone equally, famous or not. We all have insecurities, blind spots, and patterns we can learn to break. Jared scribbles in a notepad. What would you say is your core philosophy? I pause for a breath, the muscle memory of my polished answers taking over. Communication and empathy. No matter how grand or modest a person's lifestyle, the key to a healthy relationship is honest communication and the willingness to see your partner's perspective. Also, self-awareness is huge. You can't forge genuine connections if you don't understand yourself. He smiles. That's powerful. Now, many coaches focus on technique, like how to flirt or impress. You focus more on emotional underpinnings? That's right, I confirm. I believe if we're only changing surface behavior, it won't last. Real transformation happens when we heal the root issues: self-doubt, fear of abandonment, fear of vulnerability. Jared nods and glances at his notes. Here it comes. The personal question. I can see it in his eyes. You've built quite a reputation, Chloe, but the media has also picked up on your own personal life. Some say your last very public breakup might have impacted your viewpoint on romance. How do you balance your own heartbreak with coaching others? I taste bitterness on my tongue, but I keep my face serene. Heartbreak is something we all go through. I'm no exception. But it's also a chance to learn. My experience reminded me that love isn't about perfection. It's about growth. My personal setback has only deepened my empathy for clients who feel lost or betrayed. I know the pain is real, but I also know it's possible to rebuild. He nods, seemingly satisfied with that gentle deflection. He asks a few more questions, typical inquiries about the structure of my sessions, what a new client can expect, my thoughts on modern dating apps. I answer them smoothly, sprinkling in success stories that highlight my approach. Finally, he switches off the camera. Thank you, Chloe, that was great. I appreciate your candor. I release a slow breath I didn't realize I was holding. Thank you as well. Tell me if you need any follow-up. Will do, he says, packing his gear. We'll post the interview snippet next week. I'll send you the link. He gives me a polite goodbye and steps into the hall. I hear Layla greeting him, offering him water, escorting him out. The studio light sense of performance lingers, even though the cameras are off. I slump back against the cushions, draining the last of my lukewarm matcha. My pulse is still rattled, but the interview is done, and I think I survived without any major landmines. That's a victory, right? Layla reappears a minute later, a questioning look in her eyes. All good? Yeah, I say, wiping my palms on my skirt. He went gentle on me. She brightens. Awesome. I'll keep an eye out for the final edit. Then she glances at her phone. Hey, you have a break until your 3 o'clock. Want to grab lunch? My stomach rumbles at the idea of actual food. I'd love that. We leave the office suite and ride the elevator down 12 floors to the lobby, greeted by the swirling foot traffic of professionals heading to lunch. The elevator dings open and we step out. Modern chandeliers dangle from the high ceiling and natural light filters through massive glass doors. I sense a wave of relief to be out of the sterile environment of interviews and in the bustling, relatively anonymous crowd. Outside, the sunshine warms my skin. Cars zip by, horns honk, and the constant hum of city life surrounds us. Layla and I weave through throngs of people in business attire to a small cafe across the street. The aroma of grilled paninis and fresh coffee wafts out, making my mouth water. We slip into the line. Layla studies the chalkboard menu overhead. I'm craving the turkey pesto sandwich, extra pickles always. She grimaces. But that means I'm definitely bringing gum back to the office. I smirk. I'll just stay an extra foot away during our next conversation. She elbows me playfully. What about you? I scan the menu. Think I'll get a chicken Caesar wrap and maybe a green juice. My comfort zone. We order, find a small table by the window and settle in. The midday sun lights up the cafe, making the polished wood floors gleam. Layla rests her chin on her hand, regarding me with curiosity. So, you seemed a little tense today. Are you okay? I appreciate her concern, but I don't want to dive too deep into my own baggage. She's my assistant, not my therapist. Even so, she's become a friend in the months we've worked together. Just the usual, I say, drumming my fingers on the table. Interviews always remind me how the media can twist anything. She tilts her head, purple hair sliding across her cheek. People will see what they want to see, but you're doing your best. My best sometimes feels insufficient, I admit. Especially when I'm telling clients to open their hearts, and I've all but put mine in lockdown. It's ironic. Layla tucks her hair behind her ear. Is it though? You said yourself heartbreak is universal. That includes you. If anything, it makes you more relatable to your clients. I nod, considering her words. I guess. But right now, I'm just done with the idea of love for me. Too messy, too public. And if the media sees me on a date with anyone, it'll become an explosion of rumors. She brushes invisible crumbs from the table. Well, you deserve happiness, you know. When you're ready. I muster a small smile. Thanks. Our food arrives, and we shift the conversation to lighter topics. Layla's rescue cat that keeps knocking over her potted plants, a new app that might streamline scheduling, the next marketing push I'm planning. My shoulders gradually unknot, and I actually enjoy the taste of my wrap, crisp lettuce, grilled chicken, tangy dressing. After lunch, we head back to the office. The afternoon passes in a blur of paperwork, phone calls, and scheduling follow-ups with current clients. At some point, Layla intercepts me in the hallway to inform me that a certain Mr. Hastings, another high-end client, rescheduled for next week. Fine by me. I can use the time to catch up on the backlog of admin tasks. When the clock strikes 5, I stand and stretch, wincing as my lower back cracks. Okay, I think that's enough for one day. Layla peeks over her cubicle wall. You heading out? You deserve some downtime. I am. I grab my tote and slip into a light cardigan. Don't stay too late, okay? She laughs. I'll be right behind you, just finishing a spreadsheet. I wave goodbye, stepping out of the suite and into the elevator. The doors close, leaving me alone with my reflection in the polished interior. I stare at the faint circles under my eyes, the subtle tension lines around my mouth that I don't remember having a year ago. My style is on point, white blouse, pencil skirt, a statement necklace, but I see the vulnerability beneath. Stepping into the underground garage, I make my way to my car, a sleek sedan in a neutral gray. It's a practical choice. Once inside, I rest my forehead against the steering wheel for a moment, letting out a ragged sigh. You can do this, I whisper, as if summoning energy from the air itself. Today wasn't so bad. I start the engine and drive home through the glistening city streets, passing neon signs and bustling sidewalks. My apartment building stands on a quieter block, lined with old trees that rustle in the evening breeze. The security guard at the front desk gives me a nod and a friendly smile. Good evening, Ms. Weston. Hi, Carl. I wave, heading for the elevator. The ride up is silent, though my heart beats a little faster. Anticipation or exhaustion, I can't tell which. I enter my apartment and flick on the lights. The familiar scent of vanilla and amber drifts toward me from a candle I left burning in the morning. Normally, I wouldn't leave a candle lit, but these days I've been forgetful. I rush to snuff it out, hoping I won't burn the place down one day in a haze of busyness. My apartment is a reflection of who I want to be. Calm, stylish, open, cream-colored walls, plush rugs, a few statement pieces of modern art. It's tidy, but I can't ignore the stack of motivational books scattered on my coffee table or the half-unpacked box of personal items I brought from my old place months ago. The box is labeled Memories and Mistakes. I swallow. Haven't had the nerve to open it yet. Tossing my tote on the couch, I toe off my heels and wiggle my sore feet. I pull out my phone, check social media, see if there's any pressing matter. My feed is a mix of empowerment quotes, pictures of me at events, and the occasional behind-the-scenes coaching snippet. I notice a private message from Sienna with a heart emoji and a simple, "Thank you for earlier. Feeling better already." I smile, replying with a quick "Proud of you. Keep breathing." That small connection warms me from the inside. Then my gaze drifts to the unopened texts from a number I once saved under "Do Not Answer." My ex. He's tried to apologize a few times. I haven't mustered the will to read more than a couple lines. I click away, not wanting to revisit that emotional carnage. Stifling a yawn, I pad into my bedroom. The mirrored closet doors reflect my silhouette. In the reflection, I see the rose tattoo behind my right ear. My hair is pinned up in a loose bun, revealing the ink. I used to love that tattoo. Now it feels like a small hint of how easily I can give pieces of myself away in the name of love. With a shake of my head, I change into a comfortable pair of leggings and an oversized t-shirt. I turn on my bedside lamp, settling against a mound of pillows. My phone is still in my hand, though I'm done scrolling. The city lights dance outside my window. It's not too late to have hope, I think. Recalling the day's sessions and interviews. Maybe I can still believe in love, just not for me. Not right now. My mother's voice echoes in my mind. Sometimes we teach best what we need to learn most, honey. I let the thought sink in, resonating somewhere deep in my chest. She's right, of course. She usually is. But tonight, I'm too weary to pick at that truth any further. I set an alarm for an early yoga session, an effort to recenter. Then I close my eyes, letting the gentle hum of the air conditioner lull me. My last coherent thought is a whispered prayer that tomorrow I'll feel a little stronger, a little more whole. Because if I'm going to keep guiding others toward love, I have to find some way to rekindle it within myself first. For now, though, I let the darkness of sleep claim me, my vow of no dating a silent promise hovering in the air. I choose to believe the promise will help me heal, not fence me in. And maybe someday, I'll open that box of memories and mistakes and let them go for good.
Chapter 2. Julian. I never realize how tired I am of this game until someone forces me to play it at 7 in the morning. Mr. Royce, the board meeting starts in 5. My executive assistant, Megan, stands in my office doorway, posture impeccable, as though she's balancing a hardcover on her head. Her crisp blazer doesn't show a single wrinkle, and her face reveals exactly 0 emotion. I sometimes envy her talent for composure. I glance up from the project briefing on my laptop, exhaling. Thanks. I'll be right there. My tone is clipped, and I can sense the tension in my own voice. I hate that, but I hate these constant PR skirmishes more. Megan leaves, and I push back from my massive glass desk, rolling my shoulders. When I catch a glimpse of myself in the window's reflection, the sight is simultaneously familiar and jarring. Tall, lean muscle under a tailored suit that cost more than my first car. Tousled dark hair that I pretend is carefully styled, even though I just rake a hand through it. Stormy gray-blue eyes that seem as unyielding as the skyline behind me. I notice the faint scar on my chin, a reminder of a childhood bike crash. I was 10, pedaling furiously around the estate's driveway, pretending to be anything but the neglected rich kid. The scar's mostly hidden by the short stubble I maintain, but I know it's there. Sometimes I feel like it's the only real part of me left, the only remnant of a time when I wasn't so guarded. Now, I'm the 35-year-old CEO of Royce Innovations, a tech empire at the intersection of AI and social interaction. I've built it from a prototype in a dorm room into a global phenomenon, yet the tabloids don't hail me for my revolutionary algorithms. They call me a billionaire playboy. My father calls it squandering my potential for cheap thrills. My mother calls it embarrassing the family name. I call it survival. Sighing, I grab my phone and stride toward the office door. My reflection stares at me from every glossy surface in this building. My building. We're 40 stories above the city in a sleek skyscraper that stands like a monument to progress. Some days I think of it as my personal fortress, a bulwark between me and the rest of the world. But a fortress doesn't protect you when the real battle is inside. I enter the boardroom, an expanse of glass and polished wood. Floor-to-ceiling windows line the far wall, offering a breathtaking, if impersonal, view of the city. 12 board members sit around a long oval table, each with a laptop or tablet in front of them. They look up as I walk in, their expressions guarded. Megan is at the corner, eyes on her own device, presumably taking notes. I slide into the high-backed chair at the head of the table, nodding at the CFO, a silver-haired woman named Victoria who's rarely rattled. She returns a polite smile, then wraps a manicured fingernail on the table. Julian, we've just been discussing the brand's direction for Q4. We're expanding in Asia. Lots of progress there, but we need to address the PR concerns at home. My shoulders stiffen. Concerns, I echo, resting my elbows on the armrests. Is that the corporate way of saying my personal life is overshadowing the company's achievements again? A few board members shift uncomfortably. One clears his throat. The articles about your nightlife have become quite the talking point. I suppress an eye roll. The investor group from overseas is extremely conservative, I've been told. They want stability, not a new scandal every other week. I also know the tabloids have been running pictures of me with a rotating cast of dates, women I might have shared a drink with or an event or two. Not always accurate, but the press loves their narrative. Care to elaborate on the damage to our corporate reputation? I ask, forcing the formality. Victoria slides an article printout across the table. I glance down at the headline. Playboy CEO Julian Royce hits the town again. Party culture at Royce Innovations? I grimace. That's an exaggeration, and we all know it. A younger board member, Anders, purses his lips. We might know that, but optics matter. If investors think the man at the helm is reckless in his personal life, they'll question if he's reckless with finances, with company strategy, with their money. It's not a good look. I tap a fingertip on the table, a slow staccato. So, what's your proposed solution? A vow of celibacy? Shall I wear a body cam so everyone can see how boring my nights actually are? A few awkward chuckles ripple around the table. Victoria remains serious. We can't tell you how to live, Julian, but we do need you to consider an image makeover, something that counters the cold, arrogant, and unpredictable persona the press keeps referencing. The word cold stings, though I maintain my neutral face. A rebranding, I say, voice neutral. So, you need me to... What exactly? Get a golden retriever and start showing up at charity functions with a fresh-baked pie? The dog might help, Anders jokes weakly, then sobers. But actually, yes, charitable engagements, philanthropic focuses, consistent demonstration of stability. And, well, he hesitates, exchanging glances with Victoria. A steady relationship would go a long way. A beat of silence. My heart constricts. I brace myself against the back of my seat. A steady relationship. The words taste like chalk. I've avoided anything that hints at real commitment for a decade. You're telling me to settle down for the cameras? Victoria sets her pen down. We can't force you to do anything, but the investors specifically brought up your personal track record. They're nervous. If we can demonstrate that you're in a committed, healthy partnership, that might reassure them that you're not just gallivanting around, losing focus on the company. Anger simmers under my skin, but I keep my expression neutral. My father's voice echoes in my head. Emotions make you weak, Julian. Show them logic, not feelings. So I channel that. I see. Thank you for your input. Let's finalize the Asia expansion details, and then we'll revisit the PR angle. Agreed? Victoria nods, relieved at my calm reaction. The rest of the meeting proceeds with typical corporate talk, projections, marketing budgets, competitor analyses. I force myself to contribute, to focus on the data. Data is comforting. Data doesn't require emotional entanglements. But in the back of my mind, all I hear is the word relationship bouncing around like a stray bullet. An hour later, the board disperses. I remain in my chair, staring at the reflection of the city in the windows. A steady relationship. My fists clench and unclench on the armrests. Of course, I'm no stranger to dates. I can handle a casual evening out, where we both know it ends when the sun rises. No strings, no illusions. It's safer that way. I prefer logic over the chaos of emotions. Love, vulnerability, they're just flaws in the human operating system, patterns that lead to heartbreak and regret. I slip my phone out of my pocket, noticing 3 missed texts from my father. Call me. Why are you ignoring me again? This is about the investors, Julian. Grow up. My jaw tightens. He's on the board, yes, but not a direct part of my day-to-day. That doesn't stop him from meddling. I let out a low scoff. Fine. Let's get this over with. I step into the hallway, ignoring the polished stares of staff who greet me with respectful nods, and enter my private office. Megan looks up from her desk outside my door. Another meeting, sir? Cancel everything for the next half hour, I say in a quiet, clipped tone. She nods, no questions asked. I shut the office door behind me, press the phone to my ear, and call my father. He picks up on the first ring, voice sharp. Julian. Father, I respond, forcing calm. I assume you heard about this morning's meeting. I did, he says. There's a sneer in his tone, as if I've failed some crucial test. You made any decisions? I lean against the edge of my desk. If by decisions you mean, have I found a nice woman to parade around for the press, then no, not yet. He exhales loudly, the sound of frustration. You're letting your personal brand overshadow your business acumen again? You think these deals will keep flowing if you're splashed on page 6 with a new model friend every month? My jaw sets. They're not always models. Sometimes they're, That's not the point, he snaps. You're sabotaging your future. Investors want stability. You're acting like a rebellious teenager, not the CEO of a billion-dollar enterprise. Look, I say, voice cold. The board wants me to fix it. I'm aware, but parading a sham relationship isn't my style. He laughs, harsh and hollow. Since when did you care about authenticity? You've already proven you don't value real intimacy. If you did, you wouldn't be... He cuts himself off, but I know what he was about to say. So incapable of letting anyone in. Instead, he changes tack. Just do whatever it takes, Julian. Or step aside. I have no problem taking more control if you can't handle responsibility. My nails dig into the desk edge. This is my company, Father. I built its core technology. You just contributed capital at the start. And I can withdraw that capital or block expansions if I believe you're endangering the brand. My throat tightens at the threat. Old insecurities swirl. Memories of him towering over me as a child, criticizing every emotion I dared to show. I'll handle it, I say through gritted teeth. Don't call again unless it's about something real. I hang up before he can bark another command. My breath trembles with suppressed fury. I pace the length of my office. Polished concrete floors, minimalist decor, a massive screen on one wall, streaming real-time analytics. This space usually brings me comfort. Right now, it feels like a cage. By mid-morning, I'm ignoring the dozen or so emails about potential philanthropic events. My PR team bombarded me with suggestions. A hospital fundraiser, a children's literacy campaign, a battered women's shelter gala. They want me to show up with a charitable smile and a date on my arm. They want me to appear human. My chest twists with an emotion I can't name. Is it guilt? Anger? I'm not sure. Megan peeks in. Sir, do you have a moment? I glance up. Yes, come in. I run my fingers through my hair, noticing the stress-laced tension in my muscles. Close the door. She does, stepping toward my desk. She's been my assistant for 4 years, and if there's anyone who's unafraid to be blunt with me, it's Megan. I overheard some of the board meeting, she admits, trying not to fidget. They want you to find a serious girlfriend? So they say, I mutter. She purses her lips. People are already talking about it. Tabloids, staff, everyone. They're joking about who the unlucky woman might be. Her tone is careful, but I can see she's concerned I'll blow up. I keep my voice calm, or at least I try. They can speculate all they want. I'm not going to be coerced into a real relationship just to satisfy a bunch of suits. Megan nods, then hesitates. What if you hired someone? I blink. Hired someone? She shrugs. I've read about that. People do it. Fake dating for the press, a contractual arrangement. It might look more legitimate than you suddenly popping up with an actual girlfriend you barely know. You can control the narrative. I stare at her. Sounds ridiculous. She tilts her head. Is it any more ridiculous than forcing yourself to date for real when you're obviously not interested in settling down? My pulse thuds. You're more perceptive than you should be, Megan. She smiles, though her eyes remain serious. You pay me for that. She hands me a folder. A list of top PR consultants, brand managers, and relationship experts who might help coordinate an image overhaul. Alternatively, there's one name who stands out. Someone who specifically coaches on relationships. She taps the page, eyebrows arching slightly. She's had a few celebrity clients, so she might have some idea how to handle media. Her name is Chloe Weston. I frown, skimming the short bio. Chloe Weston, relationship coach, known for discreet, high-profile sessions and successful outcomes. A quick mental note. I've heard the name, possibly in a tabloid or an online article about New Age coaching. And you think a relationship coach can fix my entire public persona? Megan shrugs. Not sure. But if anyone can craft a convincing romantic storyline that also stays under control, it might be someone who literally coaches people on how to navigate love. I let out a sardonic laugh. You make it sound like we'd sign a contract. Fake a few photo ops, pretend we're blissfully in love for the cameras, and call it a day once the investors calm down. Exactly, she says bluntly, but with enough planning to ensure it looks real. No fiascos with the press. No ex-lovers popping up to say you cheated. Just a neat narrative for the tabloids to swallow. I click my pen, deep in thought. The idea is insane. Hire a woman to pose as my girlfriend. But the more I consider it, the more it makes a certain twisted sense. No real vulnerability. A voice in my head whispers. No actual risk. Just business. I exhale, setting the folder aside. Thank you, Megan. I'll think about it. She nods, stepping out quietly. After lunch, I decide to work off my frustration in the company's private gym on the 35th floor. With each press of the bench press bar, I try to exorcise the ghost swirling in my head. My father's ultimatum, the board's demands, the tabloid's unrelenting appetite. 50 reps in, sweat dripping down my temples, I still don't have clarity. Just rage. I slam the bar into its cradle, chest burning. Does a fake relationship fix everything? Or is it another facade in my already complicated life? I wipe my face with a towel, glancing in the gym mirror. My reflection is a scowling man with well-defined arms, broad shoulders, and the remnants of adrenaline pumping through my veins. I'm physically strong, sure, but emotionally, that's up for debate. Shaking my head, I down half a bottle of water and move to the treadmill to run. I set the pace to a punishing speed, letting the pounding of my feet drown out the swirl of thoughts. Each step rattles my body. I focus on the rhythm. Step, step, breath, step. My father's condemnation. The board's stares, the paparazzi's cameras. Step, step, step. Faster, harder, until my lungs ache. Finally, drenched, I yank the stop cord, gasping for air. No matter how fast I run, I can't escape the truth. I need a solution. Soon. A couple hours later, I'm showered, changed, and huddled over my desk once more. The city skyline glows with the late afternoon sun. Megan pokes her head in. There's a phone call for you. A misread from Redwood Investors. She insisted on speaking directly with you. I wave a hand in annoyance. Sure. Put her through. Redwood is one of the new investor groups I'm trying to court for the next round of funding. I pick up. This is Julian. A businesslike female voice greets me. Mr. Royce, this is Elizabeth Reed. I'll cut to the chase. Our firm is ready to invest in your next product launch. On one condition. My hand tightens on the phone. Go on. She hesitates, as though choosing her words carefully. Our senior partners value stability in leadership. The flurry of gossip about your personal affairs is raising red flags. If we're going to put our money behind Royce Innovations, we need to see your commitment to a more grounded image. My entire body tenses. And by grounded, you mean a serious relationship, engagement, or marriage, something that shows you're not a wild card. Heat crawls up my neck. That sounds like an invasion of my personal life. Her tone remains calm. It's a simple reality of our investment philosophy. We can't risk tying up substantial capital in a CEO who might be erratic. We need assurance. I inhale through my nose, forcing an even tone. I appreciate your honesty, Miss Reed. I'll see what I can do. Thank you, Mr. Royce. We look forward to further discussions. She disconnects, leaving me with a dial tone and a bitter taste in my mouth. I spend the next half hour staring at the folder Megan gave me. Page after page of public relations experts with their glossy headshots. I breeze over them until I land on the short paragraph about Chloe Weston. There's something about her photo that catches my attention. She looks composed, professional, with a softness in her eyes that suggests she's not just a spin doctor. She's, what's the phrase? A relationship coach. The snippet mentions her emphasis on authenticity, emotional awareness, and something about a scandal with a high-profile client. I squint, curious despite myself. If she had a scandal, she probably knows how this media circus works. Maybe that's an asset. My mother once said, "If you need help, go to someone who's navigated the same storm." But it feels weird. A relationship coach who had a public breakup. On the other hand, no one's perfect. And my interest is piqued. The phone on my desk buzzes, startling me. I glance at the screen. Mother calling. Fantastic. Another earful? I grimace and answer. Yes? Julian, darling. Her tone is clipped, not exactly motherly. More like a socialite delivering gossip. I heard you had a board meeting today. Any progress on your situation? She means my love life fiasco, obviously. My shoulders tense. I'm handling it. She sighs, long and theatrical. We have a charity dinner next weekend for the Heart and Stroke Foundation. It'd do wonders for your image if you showed up with a nice young lady on your arm. No more pictures of you partying with 3 different women in one night, please. I grind my teeth. As always, nice to talk to you, Mother. I just want to help, she says in a tone that implies the opposite. I heard Redwood is threatening to withhold funding. Your father says you can't manage your personal life. He's apparently feeding her updates, of course. I've got it under control, I say flatly. Now, if you'll excuse me... She sighs again, louder. Fine. But next weekend, I expect to see you with someone respectable, or the gossip alone will be humiliating. I hang up, letting the phone clatter onto the desk. My entire body hums with frustration, being told how to live my life, my father's demands, the board's demands, and now my mother's interference. Feels like a straitjacket. The only way out is to play along, to craft a story that satisfies them. A fake girlfriend, an arrangement, a front. I open my email and start typing. Miss Weston, my name is Julian Royce. I'm the CEO of Royce Innovations. The words come haltingly. I'm not sure how to phrase it without sounding like a complete manipulative jerk. In the end, I settle for asking if she's available for a professional consultation. I keep it vague. Let her respond before I drop the real bomb. I need you to pretend to be my girlfriend for the next few months. The idea still makes my stomach churn, but I can't see a better solution. Not unless I want to court an actual relationship. That notion is almost comical. I don't do hearts and flowers. I do deals, logic, and measurable outcomes. I can measure net income, data analytics, user engagement, love. That's intangible, messy, destructive. I hit send. The email whooshes away and I stare at my screen, half expecting it to burst into flames from the sheer absurdity. Checking the time, I realize it's nearly 8 at night. The office is quiet now, just the subdued hum of overhead lights and the swirl of city traffic outside. Stepping away from my desk, I press my forehead against the glass wall, gazing at the lights below. Cars like tiny fireflies weaving an endless dance. High above them, I feel isolated. Superior, some might say. But it's lonely too. The city has a heartbeat, a vibrant pulse I've never quite learned to share. With a hollow laugh, I remember a conversation I had years ago with an old college friend. One day, you'll be on top of the world, but who'll be there with you? I brushed him off. I was young, unstoppable, certain that I didn't need anyone. Now, with all this talk about needing a steady relationship, I wonder if maybe I missed something crucial along the way. Maybe I don't even know how to let anyone in. And if I don't, can I fake it convincingly? My phone lights up with a message from a woman I took to dinner last week. Her name is... God, I can't remember. She's inviting me to some after-hours lounge. I ignore it. Another casual fling won't solve my problems. If I keep going down that route, the tabloids will have more fodder, the board will be livid, and Redwood might pull out. I pinch the bridge of my nose, shutting my eyes. This is ridiculous, I mutter, yet it's my reality. Dragging in a deep breath, I decide to leave the office. A single overhead light remains on, illuminating the desk I spend too many hours at. I grab my suit jacket from the coat rack and slip it on. My reflection in the glass door shows me a tall silhouette, impeccable posture, face set in a solemn mask. That's me, Julian Royce, CEO, a man who built an empire but can't manage the simplest human connection. I pass Megan's desk. She's long gone. Good. I prefer not to see the pity or concern in her eyes. The elevator ride down is silent, just the hush of machinery. I exit into the underground parking where my black sports car waits. Its sleek lines glint under fluorescent lights. Sliding behind the wheel, I take a moment to steady my breathing. I don't want to roar out of here like some enraged teen. I might have a short fuse, but I control it in public. As I drive through the city streets, my mind drifts to that email I sent. Chloe Weston, a relationship coach. I wonder what she's like. Another manipulative opportunist, or someone with real compassion. Does she see relationships the way I see them? Or is she some starry-eyed romantic who'll talk about soulmates? I grip the steering wheel, turning onto the main boulevard. Neon lights reflect off the glossy car hood. The city nightlife is in full swing. Restaurants filled with couples on dates, bars with friends laughing. For a second, I feel an odd tug of envy. They look relaxed, unguarded, free. I shake it off, pushing my foot against the accelerator, wanting distance from these displays of casual affection. By the time I reach my penthouse, a minimalist fortress high above the city's noise, I'm exhausted. The automated lights flicker on as I enter, illuminating an open-concept space of sleek furniture and massive windows. There's a futuristic quality to it. Smart glass, voice-activated curtains, a cutting-edge sound system. Everything is controlled by the software I helped pioneer, but the silence is deafening. I loosen my tie, fling it onto a leather armchair. The fridge hums softly in the kitchen. I grab a bottle of water, staring at the skyline. It's beautiful, but I can't help feeling like an observer, not a participant. My phone pings, dragging me from my thoughts. Heart thudding, I swipe it open. Small wave of disappointment hits when I see it's not Chloe responding. It's just an automated business alert. I let out a slow breath. I shouldn't be this anxious. She might not even respond until tomorrow. Maybe she'll turn me down. Then what? I slump onto the couch, massaging the back of my neck. The smooth leather cushions barely dent beneath my weight. I think of Redwood's ultimatum, my father's threats, the board's demands. An arrangement might be the only solution to salvage my next product launch. Hell, maybe it'll even keep me from losing more of myself in the swirl of endless one-night stands and PR disasters. Staring at the muted city lights, I let my eyes drift shut. Love is a glitch in the human program, I once told a friend. Now, I'm about to pay someone to simulate that glitch for me. The irony is not lost on me. I breathe in, breathe out, trying to slow the turmoil in my chest. If I do this, there's no turning back. It'll mean months of public appearances with a woman I barely know, letting the world think we're soulmates, holding her hand for the cameras, maybe even kissing her for the headlines. A performance. But at least it's within my control. Better than stumbling into something real that might unravel me from the inside out. Finally, I stand, toss the empty water bottle in the recycling, and head to my bedroom. The hush envelops me, a silent testament to how alone I really am. Is this the price of success? I wonder for the 1,000th time. Maybe so. Kicking off my shoes, I collapse onto the bed, still wearing my suit pants and crisp white dress shirt. My mind churns with the day's events, the friction with my father, the board's demands, the phone call with Redwood. I try to imagine what a fake girlfriend would even look like. Someone polished but not too flashy, intelligent enough to hold her own in front of the press, and hopefully not easily rattled by my icy moods. A woman who can stand toe-to-toe with me and still come out unscathed. As my thoughts spiral, I picture a phantom silhouette, a confident stance, warm eyes, a person who might challenge me and my cynicism. It's a strange sensation, almost comforting. I roll onto my side, pressing my face into the soft pillow, exhaling. Somewhere, in another corner of the city, maybe Chloe Weston is reading my email. Maybe she's rolling her eyes at the audacity. Or maybe she's intrigued. The possibilities swirl in my exhausted mind, and I drift into an uneasy sleep, the skyscraper's lights flickering against my closed eyelids like distant stars. I don't dream about money or algorithms. Instead, I see a dark-haired woman in a softly lit room, looking at me with an expression I can't decipher. Sympathy? Curiosity? She mouths a word I can't quite hear. And then I wake, heart pounding. The night stretches on, my own thoughts echoing in the stillness. All I know is that I have a choice. Surrender to my father's plan and risk losing my autonomy, or construct a careful charade with a stranger. Neither path is appealing, but in my world, illusions are sometimes the only armor you've got, and if illusions keep my empire from crumbling, so be it. I stare at the ceiling, the city's neon glow casting shifting shadows across the room. Tomorrow, the battle continues. Tomorrow, maybe I'll have an answer from Chloe Weston, and tomorrow, I'll start forging a lie that I pray won't consume me whole.
Chapter 3. Chloe. I'm pretty sure my Monday morning iced coffee is cursed. How else do I explain the way it's dribbling down the side of the cup onto my favorite pair of nude pumps while I stand in the middle of Cafe Avalon's bustling patio? The barista apologized profusely for overfilling it, but I insisted it was fine. Lesson learned. Never argue against the laws of gravity. As if that minor disaster isn't enough, my phone vibrates in my purse. Again. Between a new wave of prospective clients, a charity event I foolishly agreed to attend this week, and a dreaded text from my ex saying, "We need to talk," I feel like I'm juggling flaming torches. If one more thing lands in my lap this morning, I might spontaneously combust. I maneuver around a cluster of chatty brunch-goers, my drippy cup balanced precariously between my fingertips. Easy, easy, I mutter. My bossy, organized side scolds me for being reckless with liquids. I try to nudge the cafe door open with an elbow, but it's heavier than I remember. The door slips from my grip, swinging outward at the exact moment someone steps inside from the other side. Wham! The collision isn't violent, but it's enough to make me lose control of my precarious coffee. Cool brown liquid arches through the air in a graceful arc and sloshes against a sharply tailored suit. "Oh my God," I gasp, mortified. "I'm so sorry." Fantastic. A man's voice, low and sardonic, cuts through the chaos. He lifts his arms, looking down at the now coffee-stained lapels of a charcoal blazer that probably costs more than my entire month's rent. Because my day wasn't challenging enough already. I snap my gaze up, ready to apologize, then freeze. The man is tall, easily over 6 feet, dark hair tousled in a way that suggests either meticulous styling or a habit of running his hands through it. His eyes are a stormy blue-gray, locked on mine, and his jawline, sharp enough to cut glass. If it weren't for the severe scowl etched across his features, I'd call him devastatingly handsome. I lift a bunch of napkins off the counter, pressing them in his direction. "I'm really, really sorry. I dab at his jacket's lapel, which probably only makes things worse. He stands rigid as a statue, tension radiating off him in waves. It's fine. His tone is not fine at all. He takes the napkins from me, more gently than I expect, and tries to blot the coffee out. I'll just have my assistant call an emergency dry cleaner. Now my cheeks are blazing. I'll pay, I blurt. Please, send me the bill. This is totally my fault. His gaze flickers over me, taking in my coffee-stained shoes, the apologetic cringe on my face. He heaves a sigh. No need. I can handle it. He glances at my name badge. Oops. I forgot I was still wearing the gold name tag from a weekend networking event. Chloe Weston, relationship coach. Something unreadable passes through his expression. I bristle slightly, waiting for a snide remark. Plenty of people see relationship coach and assume it's some woo-woo gimmick. But he says nothing about the name tag. Instead, his mouth curves into a faint, ironic smile. Chloe? Yes, I confirm, swallowing. How does he know my... Right, it's on my tag. He extends a hand, coffee-damp napkin still clenched in the other. Julian? A pause, as if the name should ring a bell. I stare at his outstretched palm, then my gaze drifts back up to his face. He's studying me intently, as if searching for a reaction. I realize I'm supposed to be shaking his hand, but I'm too rattled to move, so I do the next best thing. I squeak out, Julian? Hi. Again, sorry about the coffee. He exhales, the corners of his mouth twitching. It's fine, he repeats, with a resigned air that says it's not even close to fine. Are you free for a moment? He lifts his phone as if referencing something. I sent you an email last week about a consultation. A consultation? My mind scrambles. I get dozens of queries daily, but the name Julian rattles something loose in my memory. Wait. I recall scanning an email from a certain Julian Royce that mentioned wanting to meet for professional guidance regarding a relationship scenario. It was vague, but the name sounded important. Then life got busy, and I mentally put that inquiry on hold. He arches a brow. You didn't respond. I figured you might be ignoring me. I clear my throat, feeling defensive. I wasn't ignoring you. I just had to check my schedule. I cross my arms, trying to regain composure. And you are Julian Royce? Yes, he replies, as if that alone should clarify everything. Then he gestures toward a quiet corner of the cafe. Can I buy you a coffee? Preferably one we don't spill everywhere. I hesitate. My shoes are stained, my morning is chaotic, and a high-strung CEO with an attitude is the last thing I want to tackle right now. But he's a potential client, and I do need to rebuild my brand. Also, I sense a story behind his request. Reluctantly, I nod. Sure, let me just... I hold up a finger as my phone buzzes again. My ex, no doubt. Sighing, I flip it to silent. All right, I have 20 minutes before my next appointment. Let's talk. Julian nods curtly. Thank you. We find a small table in the corner, mostly shielded from the crowd by a display of pastries. He insists on paying for my replacement iced coffee, though I note with an inward smile he declines to buy one for himself. Probably still recovering from the trauma of being drenched moments ago. So, I say, stirring my coffee, what exactly did you want to discuss in your email? He leans forward, clasping his hands on the table. I notice a faint white scar on his chin through the stubble, giving him a slightly roguish air. I need a specific kind of assistance. My PR team recommended a relationship expert who's dealt with high-profile clientele. He nods toward the gold name tag, now pinned haphazardly to my blouse. Clearly, you're the real deal. I tilt my head, unsure if he's teasing. My credentials are legit, if that's what you mean. A muscle in his jaw flexes. I'm sure they are. Here's the situation. My public image has taken a hit. I'm known for being less than stable in my personal life, but some major investors are insisting I appear more committed, more grounded if I want their support. I suppress a laugh. It sounds ridiculous. So you want me to coach you on how to be a better boyfriend? He grimaces. Not exactly. I need someone who can, pretend to be that stable presence, a fake girlfriend, for a few months. Enough to reassure the press and the investors that I'm not a loose cannon. I blink, stunned by his bluntness. Then I let out a wry chuckle. You must have me mixed up with an escort service. I'm a coach, not an actress. He exhales, gaze dropping momentarily. I'm not implying you're an escort, Ms. Weston. But you do help people navigate relationships, real or otherwise. I thought maybe you'd consider a professional arrangement. You coach me on how to appear genuinely in love while playing the part yourself. Name your price. Heat prickles the back of my neck. You're unbelievable. You think my entire career is for sale? My reputation? He meets my eyes, his expression measured. I wouldn't put it so crudely, but I assumed money might be persuasive. My stomach twists, because of course the money is tempting, but that's not the point. I help people build authentic connections, I say, forcing calm. I don't provide illusions. Besides, didn't you read about my last fiasco? I don't date clients. He shrugs, leaning back. You wouldn't be dating a client. You'd be a partner in a business transaction. I rub my temple. This is insane. I picture the headlines. Coach who swore off dating now. Cozy with tech billionaire. No, thanks. His phone buzzes, but he ignores it. You said you needed to rebuild your brand after that fiasco. This arrangement could get you positive exposure, highlight your skills, if handled right. A chance to remind the world you're the best at what you do. My heart flutters, a mix of indignation and a traitorous spark of interest. You've done your research, I say quietly. He nods, voice low. I do for all potential business partnerships. I set my coffee down, the lid rattling on the plastic. Well, this is not the sort of partnership I'm looking for. I'm sorry, but the answer's no. Absolutely no. He regards me for a moment, then inclines his head. Understood? He stands, adjusting his stained blazer. Thank you for your time, and for the coffee. There's a flicker of wry humor in his gaze. Good luck with your shoes. I bristle at his near smirk, but before I can form a witty comeback, he's already halfway to the door. And as he leaves, I notice heads turning. People who obviously recognize the aloof billionaire from magazine covers or online articles. The hum of curiosity ripples through the cafe. I shrink into my seat, not wanting to be identified with him in any way. Exhaling hard, I quickly gather my things, discard the soggy napkins, and dash outside. The encounter leaves a weird taste in my mouth, like the sweetness of the coffee has turned bitter. Later that afternoon, I'm in my office, half listening to a Zoom call with a prospective client who wants tips on manifesting her perfect partner. Normally, I'd be all in, but my mind keeps replaying the morning with Julian Royce. His bold request still stuns me. It's as though he thinks romance is a code to crack, a formula to replicate. Hire a relationship coach to pose as a girlfriend, problem solved. A beep on my phone signals the call has ended. I realize belatedly that the prospective client ended the Zoom a minute ago, probably after I absent-mindedly gave her generic advice. Professional slip-up, Chloe. Focus. I slump in my chair, propping my elbows on the desk. My gaze drifts to my reflection in the tinted window. I look tired. My hair is pulled into a high puff, a few curly strands escaping, and my blouse is wrinkled from the coffee escapade. Reaching for my purse, I take out my phone. There's a new text from my ex, Donovan. We're both invited to Brent's wedding next month. I assume you'll have a new date? Or are you still working on yourself, followed by a winky face. The arrogance in that single emoji sets my blood boiling. Brent is an old college friend, and Donovan knows how self-conscious I am about showing up to social events alone now, especially events where he'll be parading his new fling. He used to belittle me for not being ambitious enough. I remember the humiliating moment he was caught cheating, how the tabloids twisted it. Then he spun a narrative that I was clingy and controlling, which cost me a chunk of my reputation. I grit my teeth. A humiliating vision sparks. Me at the wedding reception, forced to smile, while Donovan smirks from across the room with some 20-something model on his arm. I can practically see the tabloids waiting to pounce. Relationship coach can't keep a relationship. Ugh, I groan, dropping my phone onto the desk. Unbidden, my thoughts circle back to Julian's proposition. He needs a fake girlfriend. I need to show the world, and my ex, that I've moved on, that I'm not a pathetic, lovesick puppy, that I can stand tall and proud. Still, the idea is insane. I run a hand over the rose tattoo behind my ear, a nervous gesture. My reflection in the window stares back. You can't be seriously considering this, can you? 3 days pass. I try to bury myself in work, coaching sessions, a small seminar I'm hosting, anything to ignore the invitation to Brent's wedding that just arrived in my mailbox. I open it, biting my lip when I see the +1 line. So many swirling emotions. I hate that Donovan's comment got under my skin, but it did, because I'm not over the betrayal, the public humiliation. I want to show him and the world that I'm thriving, which is why I find myself at 1 a.m. scrolling through my email drafts, eyes flicking to the name Julian Royce. I didn't delete his message. I realize now how meticulously polite his wording was. He might be an arrogant jerk in person, but in the email he was almost considerate. Strange. Don't do it, Chloe, I mutter to myself. My rational mind warns me that letting this man into my life, even under a fake arrangement, could ignite a media circus. But the other part of me, the part that's sick of feeling powerless, wonders if aligning with him might restore my professional reputation and help me skip the wedding embarrassment altogether. I toss in bed, sleepless, for hours. The next morning, my best friend Tyla bounds into my office, flailing an invite to Brent's wedding at me. "You got your invitation, right?" she asks, eyes dancing with excitement. Tyla is an event planner who thrives on romance and parties. I groan. Yes, and I'm not exactly thrilled. She sets her purse on a chair, rummaging through it. "Oh, come on, it'll be fun. Dancing, good food. Maybe you'll meet someone." I let out a dry laugh. "You mean maybe I'll stand around, pretending not to care that Donovan is there with some Instagram model?" Talia's face softens. She knows how badly that breakup stung. "Forget him. You're Chloe freaking Weston. You coach people on how to love themselves and each other. You're unstoppable." Am I, though? My shoulders slump. He still manages to get under my skin. I don't want him or any of those old acquaintances whispering that I couldn't move on. She sets a comforting hand on mine. "Then show up with a date who'll make Donovan green with envy." She hesitates, then her eyes sparkle mischievously. "What about that billionaire? The one you spilled coffee on? Remember, the one you told me about and refused to talk about at the same time?" I choke on air. "Julian Royce? He asked me to fake date him for the press." Her jaw drops. "Wait, what?" I bury my face in my hands, the words tumbling out. The coffee fiasco, his proposition, my initial refusal. It's crazy, right? Tyla presses her lips together, then shakes her head in disbelief. "He wants to pay you to be his girlfriend." I fidget with a paperclip on my desk. "Yes. He claims it's strictly business. No feelings, no real romance. Just appearances for a few months." She arches a brow. "And you said no?" Of course I did. I huff. It's morally questionable. And after my last failure, I swore I wouldn't mix business and personal. This is basically the definition of mixing business and personal. She leans closer, eyes gleaming. Okay, sure. But think about the potential benefits. You get to show up at that wedding, looking like you're truly over Donovan. You might even rebrand yourself as the relationship coach who tamed the untamable billionaire. That's gotta boost your business big time. That's exactly what he said, I say with a half laugh. Well, not in those words, but close. Talia shrugs, fluffing her curly hair. Girl, this is the kind of opportunity that doesn't come knocking every day. If you can keep emotional boundaries and see it as a job, it might be worth considering. I bite my lip, mind spinning. The wedding is a month away. That's enough time to orchestrate a convincing scenario with Julian, if I wanted to. But do I want to? Late afternoon after Talia leaves, I sit at my desk for another hour, ignoring the emails piling up in my inbox. Finally, I sigh and pull up Julian's original message. Then, with my heart pounding, I type out a short reply. Mr. Royce, I've reconsidered our conversation. Let's meet to discuss the arrangement in more detail. If we're doing this, we need clear rules and expectations. Chloe Weston. I hover over the send button, second-guessing every word. Then I steel myself and click send. My pulse jumps, and I immediately regret the wave of anxiety coursing through me. But part of me feels strangely invigorated, like stepping onto a ledge, not sure if I'll fly or fall. 2 days later, I walk into a private lounge near downtown, an upscale spot where the walls are lined with modern art, and the lighting is low enough to offer discretion. Julian chose the venue for our meeting. A hostess greets me by name, then leads me past plush velvet booths to a small VIP section. My heels click on the polished floor. I spot Julian seated at a corner table, posture erect, one arm draped across the back of the booth. He looks impossibly collected in a crisp navy suit, the top button of his shirt undone. His eyes flick to me the moment I enter. Even from a distance, the intensity of his gaze makes my stomach flip. He stands as I approach, nodding. Chloe, he greets. Subdued, but polite. Julian, I reply with a small tilt of my chin. My pulse hammers. I remind myself, professional. Keep it professional. He gestures for me to slide into the booth. Once we're seated, a server appears instantly, bringing me sparkling water, presumably from a guess about my preferences. Julian must have arranged that. He's not smiling, but there's a faint curve to his mouth, as though this meeting is as surreal to him as it is to me. Clearing my throat, I place a folder on the table. So, you want a fake relationship? I want certain benefits too. Let's outline terms. He arches a brow. Straight to business. I like that. A hint of amusement warms his tone. Yes, well, that's all this is, right? I wave a hand, feigning more confidence than I feel. I have no intention of letting this arrangement become personal. Clear boundaries are crucial. He nods, leaning forward. Agreed. We'll need a convincing public narrative, though. People will ask how we met, how long we've been involved. I hold up a hand. Let me finish, or we'll get into the weeds too soon. From my folder, I slide out a printed bullet point list. I jotted down some non-negotiables. He glances at the paper, lips quirking. You really came prepared. Always. Now, rule 1, no. Physical intimacy beyond what's absolutely necessary in public settings. If the cameras want a photo of us kissing, I'll deal with that in the moment. But it doesn't go further. A flicker of something, amusement, challenge, sparks in his eyes. Fair enough. Rule 2. We discuss all major outings or social events in advance. No surprises. I'm a planner. His mouth curves into a half smile. That should be easy. I live by my schedule. I exhale. Third, we keep the lines of communication open. If either of us is uncomfortable, we talk about it. Understood? He nods, expression serious. I can agree to that. I swallow, bracing myself for the next part. As for my compensation, I'll need a retainer. Half up front, half at the end of our agreed period. He rests his forearms on the table, leaning closer. The subtle shift shortens the distance between us, and I catch a faint cologne note, something crisp and expensive. Done? I blink, surprised at how quickly he agrees. You don't even want to negotiate? He shrugs one shoulder. Money isn't an issue. This arrangement is priceless if it helps me secure the investor deals. I sit back, heart pounding. Maybe I should have asked for more. All right then. I'll draft a formal contract. But before I finalize anything, there's one more point that's non-negotiable for me. He cocks his head, waiting. I press my hands flat on the table, mustering courage. We keep the details discreet. I don't want my reputation dragged through the mud if this gets out. I've already endured enough from the tabloids. His gaze softens for a flicker of a second. I promise to protect your professional integrity, Chloe. Discretion is equally important to me. A beat passes, filled with a strange electricity. I clear my throat, smoothing a hand over my hair. All right, then we have an agreement in principle. He releases a breath, almost as if he'd been waiting for me to say the words. So, how do we launch this relationship? My cheeks warm. We'll need a believable origin story, something about crossing paths at a business event. We'll share enough details so we're consistent, but not so many that it looks manufactured. Maybe we rework our meet cute into something less coffee-soaked. I allow a small smile. He chuckles low, and for the first time, it transforms his face from severe to almost charming. Are we sure we can't incorporate the coffee incident? It was memorable. You do love a dramatic entrance, I joke, surprising myself. Did I just flirt? The tension around us shifts, turning playful for a moment. He's silent as if studying me before he replies, I'll let you handle the official narrative. Just tell me what I need to say and do. I pick up my pen, scribbling a note. We'll do a test run, an outing where we can be spotted together. Maybe a charity function, something that quickly gets picked up by the press. Then we can manage the story from there. He nods. I have a charity dinner in 2 weeks. It'll be perfect. All right. I place the pen back down, noticing how my hand trembles slightly. Calm down, Chloe. This is just a job. We should discuss the timeline. 3 months? 4? You mentioned you need to satisfy certain investor demands. I'm also attending a wedding in about a month, where I prefer not to look pathetic in front of my ex. His eyebrows lift slightly, as though my personal stake in this intrigues him. So, you want me to be your date at that wedding? I arch my own brow. If you have a problem with that, he raises a hand. No, not at all. Consider it done. Anything else? I exhale, the tension in my chest loosening. That's all I can think of for now. I meet his gaze. Are we really doing this? He looks down at the stained spot on his cuff, a faint reminder of our chaotic first encounter. When he looks back at me, there's a determined set to his jaw. Yes. We need each other's help. We'll make it work. Something about his words, the confident finality of them, makes my heart flutter. This is crazy, but it's happening. A silence stretches between us, charged. Finally, I gather my folder and stand, smoothing my skirt. He stands too, a few inches away, the difference in our heights noticeable. His presence is so large. I can feel his energy thrumming in the air around us. Well, I manage, swallowing hard. I'll email you the preliminary contract tonight. with the standard NDA. Then we can finalize details. He nods, sliding a black card from his wallet and handing it to me. My personal number, in case anything urgent comes up. I accept the card, ignoring the tremble in my fingers. Thank you. We exchange brief goodbyes, and as I turn to leave, I catch a reflection of us in a nearby mirror. Two sharply dressed professionals standing a bit too close, eyes locked in a silent dance of tension and curiosity. If I were an outsider, I'd think we really were a couple, grappling with private issues. We're good actors already, I muse. That night, I slip into bed, staring at the darkened ceiling. My phone rests on the pillow beside me, the black business card with Julian's number tucked into my planner. Every logical fiber in my being warns that I'm playing with fire. But the emotional side, the one that's tired of being pitied or ridiculed, leaps at the chance to rewrite my narrative. I tap out a text. Thanks for meeting. Contract soon. Chloe. I debate for a moment, then press send. A minute later, my phone vibrates. His reply is succinct, almost formal. No problem. Looking forward to it. I set the phone on silent, biting my lip. Yes, this arrangement is purely transactional. But I can't pretend my heart doesn't pound a little faster every time he aims that intense gaze my way. Keep it together, Weston. This is about professional gains, not personal desires. Yet deep in my chest, a tiny spark crackles, half thrill, half terror. Because for all my talk of boundaries, I can sense a current pulling me towards something I vowed never to risk again. Why is he so damn handsome anyway? A man like that should carry a warning sign. Tomorrow, we'll start drafting the contract that will tie us together in a carefully orchestrated facade. And even though I keep repeating that it's just an arrangement, my body still buzzes with anticipation. The lines we draw now might be far too easy to cross. And once we cross them, there might be no going back. But for now, I close my eyes, letting sleep wash over me. Tomorrow we begin the biggest, most complicated charade of my life. And as insane as it is, I can't help feeling a strange surge of excitement.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyla Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promise to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylaWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life
with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 4. Julian, I can't stop checking my phone every 10 minutes and it's driving me insane. I've become the man I always scoffed at, the one who pretends he's casually scanning emails or reviewing data, when in reality he's scrolling through old texts from a woman he can't get out of his mind. 5 days ago, Chloe Weston and I shook hands on an arrangement. 5 days in which we've only communicated through a few short emails clarifying contract details and an annoyingly polite, "Looking forward to working with you" text. But it's not enough. The memory of her lingers in my mind, sharper than any board meeting or investor ultimatum. The swirl of her curls when she turned her head, those wide, warm brown eyes that spark with defiance, the faint rose tattoo behind her ear that I caught a glimpse of when she tilted her neck. She's beautiful. Gorgeous, actually, in a fresh, unforced way that has me replaying images of her in my head whenever I have a spare moment. And now, I can't shake the urge to see her again before our so-called first public appearance. I rationalize it by telling myself we need to know each other better to make this charade believable. The story, the details, the intangible chemistry. That's what I tell myself as I pace my penthouse living room for the 4th time this morning, phone in hand, debating my next move. Finally, I dial her number, because email is too impersonal for the conversation I want to have. It rings twice before she picks up. Hello? Her voice is soft yet professional. I clear my throat. Chloe, it's Julian. A pause, then the faintest note of amusement. Mr. Royce, checking in on the contract details again. I sense the teasing edge and let my lips curve. Not exactly. I was thinking we should practice. Our story, I mean. And I'd like to get a sense of how you live, your routines, so I can fit naturally into them if needed. She exhales, a soft static sound over the line. I was under the impression we'd do that a couple of days before the event. Yes, well, I glance at the view of the city skyline through my floor-to-ceiling windows. I find it difficult to wait. Let's meet at your place. That way it's on your turf. Her silence stretches. I picture her biting that lush lower lip, indecisive. I know she's cautious. Our last conversation made that abundantly clear. But something tells me she's intrigued, too. You want to come here, as in, to my apartment? I lean an arm against the window, idly tapping a finger on the glass. I'll bring takeout if you're worried about dinner. It doesn't have to be formal. Chloe hesitates. Julian, I don't think... Chloe! I cut in, voice quiet but firm. We've got to make this convincing. Part of that is familiarity. If I'm going to claim we've been seeing each other, I need to know more than your coffee preference. Let me come over. Just for an hour or two. Then you can boot me out if I overstay my welcome. A soft laugh escapes her. You're ridiculously persistent. Has anyone ever told you that? All the time, I reply lightly, ignoring the twinge of something deeper. So... yes? She sighs, but I can tell it's a half surrender. Fine, I'm free this evening. Come around 7. But I mean it. 2 hours tops. I grin, relief tinged with something akin to excitement. Agreed. Text me your address. We hang up and I press my phone to my chest, letting a slow exhale slip out. It's just a meeting, I remind myself. Purely business. Still, I notice my heart beating a little faster, as if anticipating something more than contract details. The Uber drops me off in front of a mid-rise building that's stylish without screaming luxury. The lobby is modest, with potted plants and warm lighting. A doorman gives me a curious glance, but I return a polite nod and tell him which apartment I'm visiting. He checks a clipboard, confirms that Chloe authorized my visit, and waves me on. I ascend 5 floors in an elevator that plays smooth jazz. I'm carrying a brown paper bag of Thai takeout that smells ridiculously good. Coconut curry, lemongrass, something spicy. I didn't think to ask about her dietary preferences, but hopefully this hits the mark. She greets me at the door in slim black pants and a soft beige sweater, curls pinned atop her head in a messy bun. The moment I lay eyes on her, my breath catches. She's radiant in a way that's so effortless it feels like a sucker punch. Warm brown eyes, full lips that part slightly when she sees me. Hi. She sounds a bit breathless, maybe startled that I'm on time. I'll hold up the bag. I come bearing dinner. And a bottle of wine if you're interested. She narrows her eyes in playful suspicion. You trying to wine and dine me, Mr. Royce? I shrug. a half smile tugging at my lips. Just assuring our professional meeting is as pleasant as possible, Miss Weston. She steps aside. Come in, and for the record, that wine might stay unopened. I like a clear head. Her apartment surprises me. It's a reflection of her. Calm, carefully arranged, but with personal touches of warmth. Cream-colored walls, a collection of scented candles, large windows that let in the glow of the setting sun. A small bookshelf brims with titles about psychology, relationships, and personal growth, though a few romance novels peek out. I spot a fluffy throw blanket draped over the couch, matching a series of decorative pillows. She notices my gaze on the bookshelf and arches a brow. You're not allowed to psychoanalyze my reading habits, if that's what you're thinking. Wouldn't dream of it, I say with a smirk. But it's good to know you do read romance. Might help with our charade. She rolls her eyes. 1 or 2 books hardly qualifies me as a romance junkie. Still, I inhale, letting the comforting smell of her apartment ground me. This is her space, soft, welcoming, distinct from the cold minimalism of my penthouse. Where should we sit? She gestures to the small dining table near an open-concept kitchen. Let's eat there. I haven't had dinner yet. She leads the way and I follow, resisting the urge to let my gaze wander too far down her figure. The black pants fit snugly, highlighting the curve of her hips. A stirring of heat flutters in my chest. Business, Julian, I remind myself. We settle into chairs and I distribute the takeout containers. Chloe seems genuinely pleased with the food selection. She breathes in the aroma of green curry, her eyes lighting up. Okay, not bad. I pop open the wine bottle, ignoring her earlier hesitation. Just in case you change your mind, no pressure. We begin eating, and for a few minutes we simply enjoy the meal. The flavors burst across my tongue, though I'm more fascinated by the delicate way Chloe scoops curry onto her plate, mixing rice in. She moves with a subtle grace, as if everything she does is done with intention. When we're about halfway through, I clear my throat. We have about a week until our big charity dinner. Tonight, I'd like us to nail down some shared backstory so we don't trip each other up in front of cameras. She nods, setting down her fork. Exactly. We can't say we've been dating for a month, but not know each other's birthdays or basic preferences. Right. I pull out my phone, ready to jot down notes. Let's start with how we met. I was thinking we could spin a story about me seeking professional advice for some philanthropic project. Then you got roped in and sparks flew. Her lips twitch. Sparks flew, huh? Sounds cliché. I feign offense. My PR people love clichés, but if you have a better idea... She thinks for a moment, tapping her chin. What if we say we were introduced at a networking event for entrepreneurs? A friend introduced us and we hit it off. That's less suspicious than me being your professional counselor turned girlfriend. People might question the ethics. Again. I chuckle under my breath. Says the woman who's ethically faking a romance for PR reasons. She narrows her eyes. Toche. She relents with a slight grin. Still, best to keep it simpler. Less chance of a scandal if no one thinks I was your coach first. Deal, I say, typing quickly. We met at a networking event a month ago. Sparks flew. I pause, eyeing her over the phone. We can't dodge the spark part, Chloe. The cameras will want to see chemistry. Her cheeks pinken, and I get a kick out of how easily I can fluster her. Fine, sparks, but keep it tasteful. Of course. My voice dips, maybe more suggestive than I intend. I'll keep my hands where the cameras can see them. She snorts, hiding a small laugh behind her hand. So gallant of you. Another moment passes and her expression turns serious. We need to rehearse a few personal details. If I say you have a dog named Winston, you better know Winston doesn't exist. I nod. So, let's confirm the real basics. My middle name is Andrew. Birthday is October 12th. No pets, no siblings. She jots this down on her own notepad. Mine is Elaine, August 3rd, and I'm allergic to cats. She looks up, a faint smirk playing on her lips. So no pets for me either, but I always wanted a dog as a kid. I study her, intrigued. Really? Why didn't you get one? She shrugs, looking away. Single mom, limited time and money, it just never happened. Something tugs at my chest. I open my mouth to ask more, but her guarded expression warns me off. Keep it business, remember? We continue exchanging details, occasionally nibbling more curry or sipping water. I notice she hasn't touched the wine, so I let that go. Maybe she really does want a clear head. Eventually, we wrap up the main bullet points. All right, I say, leaning back in my chair. We have the basics. Next, we should talk about tomorrow's schedule, or the day after. Whenever you're free. I'd like to visit one of my offices with you. Introduce you around. Just a brief walkthrough, so if someone at the dinner says, "Oh yes, I saw them together in the building," it's more credible. She folds her arms, studying me. You don't do half measures, do you? I tilt my head, letting a half smile emerge. Not if I want to succeed. Her eyes flick to my mouth, a tiny tell. Then she blinks, shaking off whatever momentary thought that crossed her mind. Right, well, sure. Text me the details, but keep it short. I have actual clients, you know. I grin. Duly noted. Silence settles, and in that lull, I sense something unspoken between us. The overhead light casts a warm glow on her features, highlighting the angles of her cheekbones. She fiddles with a napkin, and I can't help but think how different this moment could feel if it weren't purely transactional. If we weren't tiptoeing around the boundaries we've set. I steel myself. So, do you have any questions for me? Concerns? I told you I'd come prepared, but maybe you have demands I haven't addressed. She hesitates, gaze flickering to the plush rug under the table. I want to reiterate that this is a strictly business arrangement. No actual romance. No confusing the lines. An odd pang twinges in my chest. I let out a soft chuckle, though it feels forced. Of course. As you said, no mixing pleasure and business. She nods, her posture relaxing, but something in her eyes betrays a flicker of uncertainty. Or maybe desire. Hard to tell. I swallow, clearing my throat. Anyway, let's confirm. The dinner is next Saturday. 7:30. Black tie. I'll pick you up. We'll make our debut as a couple. She exhales. All right, that gives me enough time to find something appropriate to wear. She stands, gathering the empty takeout containers. We should wrap this up, or you'll blow your 2-hour limit. Already kicking me out, Miss Weston? I tease, rising from my chair. She blushes, waving me off. Don't push your luck. You ate my food, used my evening. I have emails to catch up on. I watch her deposit the containers in the kitchen trash. The way her body moves, that quiet grace, it does something to my insides that I haven't felt in a long time. Desire stirs, and I force myself to step back, focusing on the businesslike vibe she's trying to maintain. When she turns around, our gazes lock for a moment. Tension crackles, an undercurrent that's been there all evening. She quickly breaks eye contact, wiping her hands on a dish towel. Right, well, thanks for dinner. I'll see you soon. I grab my jacket. Yes, let's plan on Thursday for the office walkthrough. I'll text you the details. I step toward the door, pausing just before opening it. My heart thuds once, heavy. Chloe? She looks up, surprised. Yes? I almost say something about how captivating she looks in this cozy home environment, how I haven't been able to stop thinking about her, but that would break our carefully drawn lines. So I just flash a faint, rueful smile. Thanks for letting me invade your space. I promise to behave in public. The corner of her mouth lifts. You'd better. With that, I slip out into the hallway, her soft scent lingering in my nostrils. Some combination of vanilla and amber. The elevator ride down is a blur. My mind replays the evening's conversation, the small sparks of banter, the subtle heat in her eyes she tries so hard to hide. I know I'm in trouble, because it's not purely business anymore. Not for me. The week leading up to this moment passes in a whirlwind. Chloe accompanied me to a quick office walkthrough 2 days ago, meeting Megan, my assistant, and letting a few key staff see us chatting amicably. The rumor mill should do the rest. We parted with a polite handshake, though the tension buzzing between us was anything but polite. Now it's Saturday night, and I'm standing in front of her apartment building in a black tie suit, checking the time on my watch. 7:15 p.m. The driver holds open the sleek town car door, waiting for me to collect my date. My heart pounds more than it should for a man who's faking a relationship. I take a steadying breath, enter the lobby, and let the doorman ring up to her apartment. I can't help feeling like a nervous teenager picking up a girl for prom. Ridiculous. I own half the city in assets, yet one strong-willed woman has me off balance. When the elevator doors open, she steps out, and I momentarily forget to breathe. Her dress is a deep emerald green, flowing around her curves and highlighting the warm glow of her skin. The neckline is elegant, not too revealing, but enough to make my imagination spark. Her hair is styled in an intricate twist, a few curls framing her face. For a split second, all I can do is stare. Then she tucks a stray curl behind her ear, her eyes dipping self-consciously. Is it too much? The dress code said black tie, so You look... I clear my throat, collecting myself. Stunning. Understatement of the century. A faint blush warms her cheeks. She smiles, and I swear my heart flips. Thank you, you clean up nicely, too. I take her hand, an act that feels strangely intimate. But that's what we're here to do, right? Look the part. Shall we go? She nods and we cross the lobby together. Her hand tucked in the crook of my arm feels damn near perfect. Outside, the driver opens the car door and I help her in, then slide in beside her. The ride is quiet, a charged silence filling the car. I sense her nerves mirrored by my own. Chloe, I say softly, glancing at her. You don't have to worry. I'll take the lead with the press if we get swarmed. Just follow my cue. She exhales, shoulders tight. I appreciate that, but I might surprise you. I can handle the media. My lips twitch into a smile. I'm sure you can. We arrive at the Grand Ballroom, a venue known for its chandelier-lit elegance and a who's who guest list. The driver pulls up and a valet rushes forward. I step out first, then offer Chloe my hand. She takes it with a composed nod, even as camera flashes begin popping. Tabloid photographers stand behind velvet ropes, yelling for pictures of the arriving guests. The second she steps out, the lights seem to catch her dress, making it shimmer with each subtle movement. My chest tightens. Focus. I drape an arm on her waist, guiding her past the paparazzi. We pause for a moment, letting them snap a few shots. Chloe's posture is perfect, her smile poised, a practiced calm that tells me she's used to high-pressure situations. Julian, over here, a reporter calls. Who's your date? I place a hand at the small of Chloe's back, leaning down slightly. Everybody, meet Chloe Weston, I say, letting a hint of warmth seep into my usually stoic tone. She's special to me. Chloe glances up, her eyes flicking from my mouth to my eyes. It's a pleasure, she tells the reporters, voice steady. I can feel her tension in the rigid set of her spine, but she doesn't let it show outwardly. We move inside, where the air is fragrant with roses, and the low hum of chatter echoes under crystal chandeliers. A live string quartet plays near the stage. Everything feels gilded, a testament to the charity's big-name donors, perfect for our grand entrance. Julian! My mother appears, wearing a sleek silver gown, her expression bright but calculating. She's flanked by two older socialites gossiping behind manicured hands. Her eyes dart to Chloe with blatant curiosity. You must introduce me. I grit my teeth inwardly, but keep my tone pleasant. Mother, this is Chloe Weston. I give Chloe's waist a slight squeeze. Chloe, my mother, Alicia Royce. Chloe extends her hand gracefully. Mrs. Royce, it's a pleasure. My mother's polite smile is automatic, though I can see the flicker of judgment in her gaze. The pleasure is mine, dear. Julian hasn't mentioned you, so this is quite a surprise. Chloe doesn't skip a beat. We've been keeping things low-key, but tonight felt like the right moment to go public. I can practically see the gears in my mother's mind whirring, trying to place Chloe, gauge her status, her background. She offers a forced laugh. Low-key indeed. Then she sets a hand on my forearm. Darling, we're seated at the front table, so do join us. And Chloe, I'd love to chat later, perhaps about how you managed to capture my son's attention. Oh, that's definitely a backhanded compliment. Chloe handles it with a simple, non-committal smile. My mother excuses herself, and I feel Chloe's tension spike. Sorry, I murmur, leaning close so only she can hear. She's intense. Chloe inhales, then exhales slowly, turning her face slightly toward me so her lips are near my ear. I've dealt with worse, she whispers. Don't worry about me. Desire flares at the warmth of her breath against my skin. I bite back any display of it, clearing my throat. Let's find our seats. The dinner portion will start soon. We navigate the ballroom, greeting acquaintances of mine who are clearly shocked to see me with a date who isn't some disposable model. I introduce her smoothly, always keeping a gentle hand on her back or arm, letting the world see the closeness we're faking. Except, it doesn't feel fake when she leans in to laugh at a witty remark from a board member, or when she lightly squeezes my forearm to guide me away from a lingering conversation. Eventually, we settle at a round table near the front, place cards emblazoned with our names, Mr. Julian Royce and Miss Chloe Weston. The string quartet transitions to a gentle classical piece as dinner is served, some elaborate set of courses with exotic-sounding names. Under the table, Chloe's leg brushes mine, sending a jolt of awareness through my veins. The contact is fleeting, but I can't ignore the heat it sparks. I slide my hand beneath the tablecloth, resting it discreetly on her knee, as if to steady myself. She tenses but doesn't pull away, flicking her gaze to me in silent warning. I keep a straight face, turning to chat with the older philanthropist on my left about the organization's goals. Once the main course is done, the lights dim, and the charity's spokesperson takes the stage to make a speech. I lean toward Chloe, my lips close to her ear. You all right? She nods, keeping her eyes on the speaker. Fine, you? Couldn't be better, I lie, ignoring the swirl of conflicting emotions in my gut. Her proximity is a heady mix of comfort and attraction. I realize this is exactly what we rehearsed, but somehow being in the moment with her at my side feels dangerously real. After the speech, guests mingle near the dance floor. A few couples move to the center, swaying to a soft waltz from the quartet. I nudge Chloe's arm with mine. Shall we give them a show? She raises a brow. Dancing wasn't in our contract. I grin. Consider it an addendum. We want them talking about our chemistry, right? She rolls her eyes, but there's the hint of a smile. Fine. One dance. I lead her onto the floor, my hand settling at her waist. She presses a palm to my shoulder. The music is slow, and we find a gentle rhythm quickly. The glimmering chandeliers cast fractured light across the dance floor, reflecting in her eyes. She gazes at me, something vulnerable behind her professional composure. You're pretty good at this, she murmurs, letting me guide her through a graceful turn. I offer a slight shrug. My mother forced ballroom lessons on me as a teenager. My gaze dips to her lips. Comes in handy sometimes. She laughs softly, her breath feathering over my cheek. The closeness, the scent of her perfume. It's all too tempting. My heart thuds in my chest, and for a moment I let myself imagine this isn't a performance, that I'm dancing with a woman who chose me, not for contract, but because she wants to be here. Her hand tightens on my shoulder. She senses the shift in my thoughts, maybe because her eyes flick downward, breaking our stare. "Julian," she whispers. "Chloe," I murmur back, voice thick. My fingers press lightly at her waist, itching to pull her closer. I can't. I shouldn't. She made the rules clear. But the music is a living pulse around us, the other dancers fading into the background. We revolve slowly, matching each other's steps. My heart is in my throat. I can't remember the last time I felt something so immediate. Something that stirs beneath the careful mask of detachment I usually wear. The song ends, and applause breaks out around us. We separate, each taking a step back as if we've been caught doing something more intimate than dancing. My mother's eyes linger on us from across the room, her expression unreadable. A few of my business associates nod in approval, obviously convinced by our convincing display. Good. This is the whole point. Chloe inhales, smoothing her hand over her dress. "We should probably go mingle." "Right," I say, forcing a casual tone. "Let's do that." We drift to the edge of the dance floor, engaging in polite chatter with donors and executives. I keep an arm loosely around her waist, silently marveling at how natural it feels. She's radiant, polite, yet confident, answering questions with poise. She laughs in all the right places, subtly deflecting personal inquiries with practiced charm. If anyone doubted our relationship, they'd be hard-pressed to find cracks in our performance tonight. Eventually, the event winds down. People start filtering out, hugging or shaking hands, promising to follow up about philanthropic endeavors. We slip away from the final cluster of well-wishers, heading into the cool night air where our car awaits. The paparazzi are mostly gone, chasing after other celebrities. Chloe heaves a sigh of relief once we slide into the back seat. "Wow," she breathes, leaning her head back against the seat. "That was intense." I chuckle, removing my tie with one swift tug. "Tell me about it. You did well." She meets my eyes, a small smile curving her lips. "You too. Very, convincing." A bubble of laughter escapes me. That almost sounds like a compliment. She sighs, turning her gaze out the window at the passing city lights. "I'm just glad it's over. Now we can let the rumors swirl." I brush my hand through my hair. Swirl, indeed. My phone buzzes, a text from Megan. People are already talking about how smitten you looked. I can't help the warm flutter in my chest at the memory of dancing with Chloe. "I'm going to drop you home," I say softly, noticing her eyes drifting shut, exhaustion kicking in. "It's late." She nods, stifling a yawn. "Yes, please." The ride is quiet, the tension of the evening still humming in the background. When we reach her building, I step out to open her door. She gathers her purse, looking up at me in the dim glow of the street lamp. "Thank you," she says, voice low, "for everything tonight." I tilt my head, not quite sure how to respond. "Likewise. It wouldn't have worked if you hadn't played your part so well." A flicker of something crosses her face. Disappointment? Right. The act. Before I can question it, she flashes a polite smile, turning toward the lobby. Her emerald dress swishes around her ankles, the last glimpse of her disappearing behind the glass doors. I stand there for a moment, watching her retreat, a strange hollowness expanding in my chest. Climbing back into the car, I direct the driver to take me home. The adrenaline from the event fades, leaving me restless. Thoughts of Chloe swirl through my mind. Her laughter at dinner, her hand on my shoulder during the dance, the subtle hitch in her breath when I leaned in too close. I remind myself this is a transaction. She's off limits. But desire doesn't give a damn about carefully drawn lines. The memory of her warmth pressed against me on the dance floor is enough to keep me awake half the night, staring at the ceiling of my penthouse, wondering what it would feel like if this were real. In the morning, the tabloids will confirm that Julian Royce, notorious Playboy CEO, has finally brought a stunning companion to a high-profile event. My phone will light up with texts from colleagues. My mother will likely call to demand more details, and the investors will sigh in relief. Everything is going according to plan. So why do I feel like my plan is unraveling the more I get to know the woman behind this facade? I roll onto my side, punching my pillow in frustration. My eyes burn with fatigue, but sleep eludes me. You're playing with fire, Royce, and I know it. Yet part of me, maybe the part that's tired of lonely penthouses and shallow encounters, doesn't care if I get burned. Eventually, dawn breaks. Light streaming through the windows. When I close my eyes, I still see Chloe. Despite all my warnings to myself, I realize I'd give anything for another slow dance. One that's not for show. One where she clings to me because she wants to, not because we signed a contract. Stop. This was never the plan. But plans change. And as the city awakens beneath me, I'm left with the uneasy certainty that our ruse might be far more dangerous to my heart than I ever anticipated.
Chapter 5. Chloe. I've never been more aware of the world's gaze than I am right now. It's a curious thing, stepping from behind the scenes, where I used to advise others on how to shine, into the glaring spotlight myself. But for what feels like ages, I'm not just a relationship coach or a woman healing from heartbreak. I'm Chloe Weston, the woman dating Julian Royce. Yes, our arrangement is technically a charade, something we orchestrated with methodical planning and bullet point lists. But the way the public sees us in the wake of the charity dinner is, well, shockingly positive at first. Overnight, we become the new golden couple in the tabloids. Royce's reformation, billionaire tamed by relationship guru, and so on. The headlines make me cringe and laugh in equal measure. And yet, I can't deny a quiet sense of satisfaction that maybe, just maybe, I'm regaining the professional credibility that got battered by my ex's scandal. Monday morning comes. A week later, after our first charity gala, I'm perched at my desk, half focused on drafting an email to a new client who wants a self-esteem boost before tackling online dating. My phone pings with a news alert. Julian Royce spotted with new girlfriend, Chloe Weston, leaving an upscale restaurant last night. I smirk. It wasn't a fancy date, just a quick dinner we grabbed on Sunday evening to boost authenticity. The paparazzi must have caught a shot of us. Clicking on the link, I discover a handful of candid photos. Me laughing as Julian holds the car door open, the two of us glancing at each other with small smiles. It looks genuine, even to my own critical eye. My stomach does a funny flip. The phone rings, jolting me. Recognizing Layla's extension, I pick up. Morning, Layla. Morning. Guess who's trending? She sing-songs. I roll my eyes even though she can't see. We are, apparently. What's the verdict this time? People love you too, Layla says, voice bubbling with excitement. I've had 3 new potential clients call, wanting the Chloe Weston experience after seeing how you turned a billionaire playboy into Prince Charming. Their words, not mine. A small laugh escapes me. Prince Charming, huh? Your brand is absolutely rocketing. It's like the public believes you sprinkled magic dust on Julian. She chuckles. So, good job, I guess. If you can handle a few more high-paying clients, you might want to open up your schedule. My mind spins. I need the business, yes. But I also have the contract with Julian to juggle, plus my own mental health. Yet the surge of new interest can only help me rebuild after the fiasco with Donovan. I'll send you my updated availability. Let's do it carefully, though. I don't want to overextend. Got it, Layla chimes. Oh, and by the way, a courier dropped off a big box for you this morning. It's from some fancy florist shop. I left it in your office. My heart jumps. Thanks, Layla. I'll check it out. We hang up, and I slide open my office door to find an enormous white box on my side table. The florist's name is embossed in gold on the top. Curiosity piqued, I pop the lid off. Inside are 24 pale pink roses with feathery tips, delicate and stunning. Tucked among them is a small white card. Thought you'd like a little brightness in your day. J. I'm not prepared for the warmth that floods my chest. We've sent each other small tokens of affection before. Text messages, a coffee order delivered, but this is so traditionally romantic. And the fact that he knows my favorite color for flowers, pink, is no accident. The rational part of my mind says, he's doing this for the cameras, for the arrangement. But the traitorous part whispers that no one's here to witness me opening this gift. No paparazzi in my office. No crowd. This is a personal gesture. I let a slow smile spread across my lips, tucking the card back into the bouquet. You're pulling out all the stops, aren't you, Julian? I murmur. The flowers are perched on my windowsill, brightening my office with their subtle fragrance. I'm in the middle of a session with a client, an executive who struggles with vulnerability, when Layla buzzes my phone. Normally, she knows better than to interrupt, so I assume it's urgent. I wrap up the session graciously, promising to email follow-up notes, then pick up Layla's call. Yes, Layla? Her voice is low, as if she's trying to contain excitement. Chloe, your boyfriend just walked into reception. He's carrying a paper bag from some gourmet deli. Should I send him in? My pulse quickens. Yes. Show him to the conference room, please. A few minutes later, I poke my head into the conference room. Julian stands there in a crisp navy suit, looking every bit the polished CEO. In his hand is a bag that smells like fresh bread and herbs. Julian. My tone is partly admonishing, partly amused. You can't just waltz in here with lunch unannounced. I had a session. He lifts a brow, a hint of a smirk playing at his lips. My apologies. I thought a midday surprise might be nice. Besides, I made sure to check your schedule with Layla. I huff, crossing my arms, but I can't hide a smile. Wow, so you're colluding with my assistant now. He steps closer, and the conference room suddenly feels smaller. I prefer to call it planning ahead, Ms. Weston. I roll my eyes. All right, show me what you've got. He sets the paper bag on the table. A butternut squash soup, grilled veggie panini, and a side salad. I recall you said you like lighter lunches. He uses air quotes, referencing our conversation from last week. I swallow, unsettled by how attentive he's being. This is for the public, for the contract, I tell myself for the 100th time. But the sincerity in his gaze does funny things to my stomach. Thank you, I say softly. Let's eat quickly. I have another client in 30 minutes. We settle side by side at the table, unwrapping the meal. The tension is a subtle current between us, the kind that never fully fades. He meets my eyes as he offers me a spoon. How's your day? It's good. Busy. Trying to keep up with the sudden influx of client requests. I blow on the soup, glancing at him. Thanks to our little show, apparently I'm the new miracle worker for love. He smirks. Glad I could help your business. Sarcastic much? His laugh is low, genuine. No, I'm serious. If I'd known all it took was a few public appearances to boost your brand, I'd have done it sooner. I open my mouth for a witty retort, but the door suddenly cracks open. A middle-aged woman with wide eyes peeks in. She's a longtime client I was scheduled to see next. Oh, Miss Weston, I'm so sorry, she says, flustered. Her gaze flicks to Julian, recognition sparking. I didn't realize you were in a meeting? I stand, smoothing my blouse. No worries, Carmen. We were just finishing. Can you give me 10 minutes? Carmen nods vigorously, her expression a mix of awe and apology. Of course. I'll just wait in the lobby. She closes the door, but not before shooting me a conspiratorial grin. Great, I mutter, turning back to Julian. Now my clients think I play footsie at work. He chuckles, gathering his things. You said you have another session in 30 minutes, so I'll spare you the footsie rumors. He steps forward, tilting his head. I'll see you later, yes? Maybe dinner tomorrow? I hesitate, heart fluttering. Sure. We'll coordinate by text. He brushes a light kiss on my cheek. So brief I almost think I imagined it. Then he's gone, leaving the smell of crisp cologne and fresh bread in his wake. My mind reels, a swirl of confusion and a tiny spark of delight. Our relationship continues to bring the positive image we need until something happens. Public perception about Clean, as the tabloids have dubbed us, combining Chloe and Julian in some unfortunate portmanteau, is initially positive. Articles gush about the transformation of Julian from an emotionally unavailable playboy to a doting boyfriend. Speculative headlines read, "Has Royce found the one?" or "Relationship coach Chloe Weston captures tech mogul's heart." In every photo, we appear together, sometimes with a gentle hand on each other's arms, sometimes beaming like we share private jokes. In short, we look the part. But more than a week after the charity dinner, the tide begins to shift. It's subtle at first, an online gossip column questioning the authenticity of our romance. Then a talk show host jokes on live TV that Chloe is selling her relationship expertise by hooking up with her wealthiest client. Layla messages me links to new articles daily. Some are supportive, praising me for taming Julian. Others snarkily speculate that I'm a gold digger, or that Julian is paying me big bucks to pretend. If only they knew how uncomfortably close they are to the truth. I sense an undercurrent of negativity beginning to swirl, as if someone is whispering fraud behind the scenes. Case in point, a blogger claiming inside sources posts that our romance is a carefully orchestrated PR campaign. Another article quotes an unnamed ex-client of mine who insinuates I use men for personal gain. I worry it's Donovan, my ex, fueling the narrative. He's petty enough to do it, but I can't prove anything, at least not yet. Julian and I decide to step up our game to convince the public that we really are this inseparable couple. We start appearing in random spots together, a local farmer's market on a sunny Saturday, browsing produce stalls hand in hand, a bookstore where we giggle over the romance section. Yes, I roll my eyes a lot, but I do it with a smile for the cameras. And every time, the paparazzi are there. It feels orchestrated, but ironically, we aren't the orchestrators. I suspect someone from inside Julian's circle might be tipping them off, or maybe the tabloids have simply learned to follow us around, hoping for a scandal. Still, for every negative rumor, there's a new set of photos showcasing Julian picking me up from work or me surprising him with coffee at his office. In them, we look happy, almost carefree. I find myself enjoying these moments more than I should. It's strange how quickly the line between pretend and real can blur when you're hugging in a produce aisle for the cameras, but laughing genuinely about a ridiculous-shaped tomato. In my office, a tall vase of white lilies sits on my desk, a new delivery from Julian with a note that simply says, "Keep smiling." My heart does a silly little flutter I try to repress. Layla knocks and pokes her head in, eyebrows wagging. He's spoiling you, you know. I heave a long-suffering sigh, though a smile plays at my lips. We have an image to maintain, remember? Sure, she says, stepping in fully. Just be careful not to fall for your own act. You've been down this road before, getting involved with someone who started off as a client. Her words hit me harder than I expect. I cross my arms, looking away. This is different. We've set boundaries. She nods, rummaging through a stack of papers. All right, just watching out for you, boss. Thanks, I say quietly, touched by her concern. The next day, Julian has a small investor luncheon at an elegant downtown hotel. It's a semi-private affair with about 30 guests, mostly men and women in business suits, brimming with ambition. He invites me along as his plus one. For moral support, he says, and to quell any rumors among potential investors that were fake. We arrive hand in hand, exchanging polite greetings. The event room is airy, with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the city. Crisp white tablecloths, lush floral centerpieces, and the soft clink of champagne glasses create an atmosphere of refined power. Julian, though not a fan of small talk, manages to charm the crowd with cool confidence. He introduces me to a handful of key investors, highlighting my background in relationship coaching, perhaps overselling my role in helping him find balance. It's borderline embarrassing, but I plaster on a gracious smile. I also do my part, gently nudging him to engage in small personal anecdotes that paint him as more approachable. Remember, I murmur to him at one point, offer a comment about your favorite local coffee shop. Humanize yourself. He arches a brow but follows my advice, telling an amused older couple about the time he spilled coffee on me at Cafe Avalon, omitting, of course, the detail that it was me who drenched him. They laugh, delighted by his candidness. I glance around, feeling somewhat triumphant. My methods work. He's letting people see a slice of his personality beyond the tech empire titan. Then, out of nowhere, a reporter corners us by the buffet table. She's petite, with sharp eyes, and her press badge dangles from a lanyard. Mr. Royce, Ms. Weston, just a few questions if you don't mind. My guard goes up instantly. The event is supposed to be semi-private, so an uninvited reporter is suspect. But Julian gives me a subtle nod, so I force a polite smile. Sure, I say softly, happy to answer a couple. The reporter's gaze bounces between us. Word is, you two have become quite the power couple. Care to comment on how you keep your personal and professional lives separate? Julian slips an arm around me, his palm pressing gently against my lower back. We don't see it as separate, he answers smoothly, because Chloe's guidance helps me stay grounded in every aspect of my life, including work. I notice the reporter's lips twitch. She's hunting for something more. How interesting. And Chloe, after your high-profile breakup last year, some critics believe you jumped quickly into a new relationship with a wealthy client. Anything to say about that? My heart stumbles. The high-profile breakup she's referring to is Donovan, the fiasco that wrecked my reputation. My mind flashes with images of those hateful tabloid headlines from that time. I open my mouth, searching for the right words. Well, Julian and I met several months after that, and it wasn't a quick jump, I say, voice level. I believe in new beginnings, and what we share is genuine. The reporter's eyes narrow. There are rumors that your ex claims you're using your coaching business to latch on to influential men. Care to address that specifically? My spine stiffens, anger flaring beneath my calm facade. Before I can form a proper rebuttal, Julian's grip on my waist tightens. First, he says, voice cool, Chloe isn't latching onto anyone. If anything, I'm the one benefiting from her expertise. And second, any ex spreading rumors sounds bitter and resentful. I suggest you find better sources. The reporter blinks, evidently thrown off by Julian's directness. She must have expected me to fumble under pressure. So you're denying her ex's claims? Absolutely, Julian states firmly, his tone verging on dismissive. We're not obligated to entertain nonsense. Now, if you'll excuse us, we're here for a luncheon, not a scandal. He turns, guiding me away with a protective hand. My pulse thunders. Relief and gratitude surge through me that he stepped in like that. I want to argue that I could handle my own battles. But another part is strangely touched by his immediate defense. Once we're a safe distance from the reporter, I let out a shaky breath. You didn't have to do that. He searches my face. You looked cornered. I couldn't stand there and do nothing. I swallow the swell of emotion. Thank you, I murmur, for shutting her down. He offers a gentle squeeze on my arm. Always. Exhausted from the luncheon and subsequent swirl of rumors, I retreat to my apartment. The negativity swirling online is getting more vicious by the day. Someone is clearly pushing the narrative that I'm a fraud. I suspect Donovan, but I have no proof. A knock on my door startles me. Glancing at the time, 9:40 p.m., I frown. Did I order takeout and forget? When I open the door, Julian stands there, hair slightly mussed from the wind, as if he rushed over without much thought. He's dressed casually for once. Dark jeans, a fitted black sweater. My eyes linger a second too long on the way the sweater clings to his broad shoulders. Hi, I say, voice uncertain. What are you doing here? He exhales, running his fingers through his hair. I needed to see you. The reporter's ambush at lunch. It's just bugging me. My chest tightens with anxiety. Yeah, it was rough. He steps inside, glancing around. The soft amber glow of my lamps reveals the slight mess from my scattered mail and notes. I self-consciously straighten a pile of papers on the end table. You want something to drink? I ask, heading to the kitchen area. Tea, coffee, water? Tea is fine. I busy myself with the kettle, focusing on the hiss of gas flames igniting. Are you okay? You seemed fired up earlier. He exhales, leaning against my kitchen island. I hate seeing people twist your story. You're a good person, Chloe. It pisses me off that they're trying to slander you. His words spark an odd sense of comfort. I swallow, turning to meet his gaze. I appreciate you defending me, but be careful. If you get too heated, the media might spin that too. I know, he murmurs, raking a hand over his face. It just angered me more than I expected. The kettle whistles, and I switch off the stove, pouring hot water into 2 mugs. We sit side by side at the small counter. He stares into the swirl of steam rising from his mug. After a moment of charged silence, he lifts his eyes to mine. We've been stepping up appearances, sending sweet gestures, all to prove we're genuine. Yet someone keeps fanning these negative rumors. You suspect your ex? Donovan? Possibly. He's petty like that. I shrug, swirling a tea bag. But I have no proof. Julian nods grimly. I can have my team look into it. Would you mind? I hesitate, a swirl of conflicting emotions. Part of me doesn't want him to fight all my battles, but I also hate feeling powerless. I'd appreciate it, actually, if it helps clear my name. He reaches across the counter, fingers brushing mine. The touch is gentle, almost tentative. We'll handle it together, okay? A slow warmth seeps through my chest. Yes, I whisper, my voice catching. Thank you. Something shifts in the air between us, as if an invisible line trembles under the weight of our combined emotions. We hold each other's gaze, my heart pounding, his expression torn between restraint and something more. He's the first to break contact, withdrawing his hand. You should get some rest. I just wanted to check on you. Disappointment flickers, though I force a smile. I'll try. Thanks for coming by. He nods, setting his half-finished tea aside. Good night, Chloe. When the door closes behind him, the room feels emptier than it did all day. I press a hand to my chest, calming the erratic thump of my heart. We're in too deep already. A voice warns in my mind. Be careful. But for once, I'm not sure if I want to heed the warning. Julian and I throw ourselves into the public performance, with renewed intensity over the next several days. If the gossip columns want to dig for dirt, we'll bury them in displays of mutual affection. We attend a charity bake sale, posing for pictures while tasting pastries from local volunteers. We do an impromptu visit to a children's hospital, playing along with the reading program I volunteer at occasionally. At each step, we smile, hold hands, and laugh. The cameras eat it up. On social media, fans of Julian's tech empire start calling me an angel who's saving their stoic prince. I roll my eyes at the dramatics, but it's a better spin than the gold-digging angle. Even so, the rumors haven't fully quieted. The negativity creeps like a shadow in the corners of every glowing headline, a whisper that something's off, that Chloe must be up to something. Still, we keep forging ahead, partly to salvage the deal with the redwood investors that Julian needs, partly to keep my own career afloat. And somewhere along the line, we find ourselves actually enjoying these outings. We trade jokes, share real laughter. By the following weekend, we're invited to a small industry soiree, a networking event for top-tier professionals. The perfect chance to cement our it couple status. The event is held at a stylish rooftop bar, glass walls, offering a panoramic view of the city skyline. Soft lounge music plays, and the hum of chatter fills the air as elegantly dressed guests sip cocktails. Julian and I arrive arm in arm. He's wearing a tailored black suit, no tie this time, exuding a relaxed confidence. I'm in a midnight blue cocktail dress that Layla picked out, short enough to feel modern but still classy. We make our rounds, greeting people from the tech world, the financial sector, and even a few celebrities who dabble in venture capital. Julian's grip on my waist is warm, reassuring. A photographer approaches. "Mr. Royce, Ms. Weston, can I grab a quick shot?" We pose with practiced ease. I slip an arm around his waist, leaning into his side. He bends his head slightly, resting it near mine. The camera flashes. My pulse quickens, not from the light, but from the subtle press of his torso against me. We step away, and I exhale. "You're getting good at that." He smirks. "I have an excellent coach." As we drift toward a cocktail table for a breather, one of Julian's board members approaches, a short man named Anders with a wide grin. "Julian, I've been meaning to congratulate you on the redwood interest. I hear they're warming up, thanks to your new stability." Julian's arm tightens around my waist. "Stability is a team effort," he says, glancing my way. Anders chuckles. "Indeed. Ms. Weston, you must be quite the influence on him." Before I can reply, a shrill laugh pierces the air behind us. A young woman in a red dress sidles up, batting her eyelashes at Julian. "Oh, Jules, darling, it's been ages." I stiffen. She's tall, stunning, with platinum blonde hair. I notice Julian's polite, if guarded expression. "Hello, Sierra," he says coolly. She tosses her hair, ignoring me completely. "I tried calling you last month, but you never replied. I have some fabulous new business ideas for—" Julian cuts her off. "Now isn't the time. I'm here with Chloe." He gestures to me, his tone firm. Sierra's gaze flicks to me, her lips curving in a saccharine smile. "Oh, hi. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just figured Jules wouldn't mind saying hello." I hide my annoyance, offering a polite nod. "We were just stepping away, actually. Excuse us." Julian guides me by the elbow, leaving Sierra pouting behind. Once we're a few steps away, he mutters, "Sorry about that. She's an old fling who won't take a hint." My stomach knots. "No big deal," I say, though I hate the sudden flare of jealousy. This is an arrangement. I have no right to be jealous. But Julian seems to sense my discomfort. "She doesn't matter," he says quietly, hand brushing mine. Let's just enjoy the evening. I nod, forcing a smile. Yes, let's. Later, we find ourselves near the edge of the rooftop, gazing out at the city lights. Music thrums softly behind us. The night sky is clear, a canopy of stars above. Julian leans on the rail. It's beautiful, isn't it? I follow his gaze to the glittering skyline. Yeah? I almost forgot how breathtaking the city can be at night. He turns to me, eyes reflecting the lights. Thank you for everything this past week. I know it's a lot. The appearances, the rumors. You've handled it all with grace. I lower my gaze. I'm used to performing grace under pressure, I say ruefully, but it helps that you've been surprisingly thoughtful. He tilts his head. Surprising? I shrug, a small smile playing on my lips. I expected you to be more aloof, maybe. You're not exactly known for being warm and fuzzy. A hint of a laugh escapes him. I guess you bring out a different side of me. We stand there, the hum of distant conversation blending with the soft city sounds below. The tension between us is quieter now, but it's still there, an undercurrent that hums whenever we get too close. A gust of wind lifts a loose curl near my face, and Julian reaches out, gently tucking it behind my ear. My heart thuds. His touch is light, lingering a beat longer than necessary. Chloe, he murmurs, voice low. Julian, a voice interrupts, loud and brash. We both turn to see one of his board members, Anders again, waving from across the terrace. They're calling you for a group photo with Redwood's reps. Julian's expression tightens, clearly annoyed at the interruption. But he forces a pleasant nod. I'll be right there. Turning back to me, his gaze flicks over my face, as if memorizing every angle. Wait for me here? A swirl of warmth flutters in my belly. Of course. He steps away and I watch him blend into the crowd. My chest feels oddly hollow without him by my side. Shaking off the momentary daze, I move toward a quieter corner with a small lounge sofa. Julian walks me to my door after dropping me off. The hallway dimly lit. I fish for my keys in my purse, mind spinning with the events of the evening. He waits while I unlock the door, then hovers in the threshold. Do you want me to come in? Or would you rather have some space? I sense genuine concern in his question. He's not pushing or demanding. I want him close, but I also know we're dancing on a razor's edge between authenticity and crossing lines. I pause, exhaustion weighing on me. I think I need a moment alone to decompress. His eyes flick with understanding, though a hint of disappointment shadows them. Of course. We linger, uncertain. Part of me wants him to stay, to hold me maybe, though that's not in our contract. Another part warns me that we're dangerously close to letting real feelings complicate everything. Ultimately, I lift a hand in a small wave. Good night, Julian. He brushes a light kiss to my temple, sending a ripple of warmth through my entire body. Good night, Chloe. He turns and strides down the hallway, his footsteps echoing softly. I step inside my apartment, shutting the door behind me. The silence envelops me, thick and heavy. Sliding down to the floor, I rest my head against the door, heart thrumming with conflicting emotions. This arrangement was supposed to fix our reputations. But with every supportive headline, a darker rumor lurks. With every affectionate moment in public, the more I feel these boundaries dissolving in private. Yet as complicated as it all is, I can't deny the blossoming hope that maybe, just maybe, this isn't all pretense. Because the way Julian defends me, the care in his voice, the thoughtful gifts, those aren't the actions of a man who's merely performing a role. They feel real. I close my eyes, inhaling the faint vanilla amber scent of my apartment. The swirl of confusion in my chest isn't going away anytime soon. But for now, I cling to the memory of Julian's gentle kiss on my temple and the way he's fiercely protective when the world tries to tear me down. Tomorrow, we'll wake up to new headlines, some praising, some damning. We'll keep up the appearances for Redwood, for my business, for everything we promised. But as I rise from the floor and head to my bedroom, one truth rings louder than the rest. Pretend or not, I'm starting to feel something real for this man. And that, more than any paparazzi flash or nasty rumor, scares me to my core.
Chapter 6, Julian. I should be used to the chaos by now. Reports and rumors swirl daily, painting Chloe and me as either the perfect couple or the biggest frauds in the city. It's been almost 2 weeks since the rooftop soiree, and we've spent every spare moment preserving the image we painstakingly created. Hand-in-hand strolls, inside jokes at public events, fleeting kisses in front of watchful eyes. The scrutiny is exhausting, but a tiny part of me has grown addicted to the thrill of her presence, real or not. I remind myself regularly that this is all for Redwood investors and for my own carefully orchestrated plan to outmaneuver my father. But every time Chloe laughs at some silly remark, every time she blushes when my fingertips graze the small of her back, my resolve crumbles. It feels real, and that terrifies me as much as it draws me in. The tension in my living room is thick as I wait for my mother's arrival. She'd insisted we meet at my place this time. Something about needing to see where you've hidden yourself away. In truth, it's an ambush, and I know it. My mother rarely visits unless she has some barbed critique or manipulative demand. At exactly 6 in the evening, the elevator doors slide open, and in she sweeps. Alicia Royce, clad in a sleek designer dress, posture stiff, eyes scanning my penthouse as though it's an exhibit at a museum. She sets her handbag on the marble countertop. "Julian," she says in a clipped tone, "you look busy." She nods at the table where a stack of business proposals are scattered. "I'm always busy, Mother," I respond, forcing a calm I don't feel. "Why are you here?" She arches a perfectly shaped brow. "I can't simply check on my son." The rhetorical question drips with false concern. I fold my arms. "Let's skip the pleasantries. You said you had something urgent to discuss." Her eyes narrow. "I did some digging on that Chloe Weston you're parading around town. Seems she was raised by a single mother. A therapist, no less, scraping by on pennies. Not exactly the most proper background for someone aligning herself with the Royces. And that's not even mentioning her scandal with a certain ex." She makes a dismissive gesture. "She's beneath you, Julian." The rush of anger is immediate, but I clamp it down. "You know I'm not interested in your classist judgments," I say icily. "Chloe's mother, from what she's told me, did an excellent job raising her. Certainly better than you did with me." I expect my mother to blanch. Instead, her eyes flash with anger. "Don't you dare blame me for how you turned out. Your father and I gave you everything." "Everything but affection," I snap before I can stop myself, "or warmth, or genuine care." I rub my hair, fueling the adrenaline coursing through my veins. Chloe is 1,000 times the person you'll ever be. She's empathetic, strong, and she actually cares about other people. Meanwhile, you're here, bashing her for having a single mother. Her painted lips press into a thin line. "You've always been ungrateful, Julian, and now you're letting this girl manipulate you. My sources say she's an opportunist, riding your coattails to repair her tarnished image. You're so blind you can't see it." My jaw tightens. Those sources are rumor mongers who will say anything to grab attention. Maybe talk to me instead of tabloids. I turn away, trying to collect myself. This confrontation feels inevitable, yet it still stings. Chloe is not a bad influence. She's... My mother's shrill voice cuts me off. "She's an opportunist, and you're too smitten to realize it. She will destroy your reputation, cost you the Redwood deal, and drag our name through the mud. Stay away from her, or I'll..." I bark out a laugh, a harsh sound echoing in the penthouse's open space. "You'll what? disown me, threaten to block me from the family trust again. That stopped working the minute I founded Royce Innovations. My pulse thunders. Get out, Mother. I don't owe you any explanation for my life. She stares at me, eyes frigid. You're making a grave mistake, Julian. Leave, I growl, pointing to the elevator. Now! She snatches her handbag off the counter. Fine. But when this ends in scandal, don't come crying to me. Her heels click loudly against the marble as she storms into the elevator, the door sliding shut behind her with a final ding. My heart hammers. She's always known how to push my buttons, but this time, I didn't even try to hide my fury. The part that shocks me most is how fiercely I defended Chloe. Our relationship might have begun as a business transaction, but the protective instinct I feel is no act. I slam a glass of water, trying to calm down from my mother's visit, when my phone pings with a text from my friend Luca. Hey man, you still coming to Karina's birthday on the yacht Saturday? Bring your new girl. It's gonna be a scene. Karina's birthday. Right. She's a fixture in high society circles, though I can hardly stand her brand of shallow gossip. Still, her father is influential, and half the Redwood investors practically worship him. Declining would be unwise, especially now. And the last thing I want is a horde of single socialites cornering me, hoping to land a billionaire fiancé. I text back, yes, we'll be there. Then I fire off a quick message to Chloe. We have a yacht party this weekend. Sorry, short notice. I'll fill you in tonight. Can you clear your schedule? At 8 that evening, I show up at Chloe's apartment with a bouquet of sunflowers. No reason other than the vague hope it'll soften her to my last-minute invitation. She invites me in, eyes trailing over the bright petals in confusion. These are different, she says, a tiny smile tugging at her lips. I wanted something cheerful, I explain. Pink roses felt too obvious. She sets them on her coffee table and glances at me warily. Okay, what's the catch? I hold my hands up, feigning innocence. No catch, but I do need a favor. There's a yacht party on Saturday for Karina Lazzaro's birthday. It's kind of a big deal in certain circles, and Redwood folks might be there. I'd like you to come with me. Chloe's eyebrows rise. A yacht party? Her tone is skeptical. That's fancy. Unfortunately, yes. But it's crucial for my Redwood negotiations, and, well, having you there keeps the prowling socialites off my back. I try a teasing smile. Plus, you're good at reading people, giving me pointers on how to act approachable. Win-win. She tilts her head. Is that all? You sure it's not because you just like seeing me in swimwear, Mr. Royce? Heat races up my neck, but I smirk. Guilty. Will you come? She blows out a breath. Fine, but don't blame me if I don't fit in with the diamond-studded heiresses. I resist the urge to say she'll outshine them all. Instead, I grin. Trust me, you'll be the highlight of the day. Saturday arrives in a blur of last-minute calls and stressed emails. By noon, I'm guiding Chloe across a private marina dock, where Karina's sleek, sprawling yacht bobs gently on shimmering water. The sun is bright and the scent of salt hits the warm air. Chloe looks effortlessly stylish in a flowy cover-up over her swimsuit, a deep teal that highlights her smooth skin. My gaze lingers too long, prompting a half-amused, half-embarrassed smile from her. Eyes up here, she murmurs, tapping my shoulder. I cough, dragging my gaze away. Sorry, you look incredible. Flattery noted. She teases, stepping onto the yacht deck. Luca appears, arms wide. Julian, my man! He pulls me into a brief, back-slapping hug before turning to Chloe. And you must be the mysterious Chloe. Finally, we get to meet you. Mysterious? She echoes, offering a polite handshake. Julian's kept you all to himself. Luca winks. Welcome aboard. Her laugh is polite but cautious. Luca and I go way back. He's one of the two real friends I have in these circles. The other, Donovan, ironically not that Donovan, but a friend from boarding school, sips a cocktail by the yacht's bar. He waves at me, smiling at Chloe with friendly curiosity. Karina, the birthday girl, bustles past in an extravagant bikini and a sheer, glittering cover-up. "Julian, darling, so glad you made it. I see you brought your +1. She eyes Chloe with an appraising sweep. "How refreshing." Then she flounces away to greet more guests. Chloe's eyebrows knit. Friendly bunch. "Don't worry," I reassure, a hand at her waist. "We'll find a quiet spot soon. Just try to mingle for the redwood angle, yeah?" She nods, though her posture is tense. "Sure. Lead the way." The yacht's main deck teems with well-groomed partygoers, men in designer swim trunks, women in tiny bikinis topped with shimmering wraps, all sipping champagne. Laughter and clinking glasses fill the air. Chloe and I weave through them, exchanging superficial hellos. She occasionally leans in to whisper witty observations, making me bite back laughter. This sense of closeness, sharing private jokes, feels oddly intimate. A circle of redwood investors stands near the stern, deep in conversation. I guide Chloe over. We greet them politely, me offering a carefully guarded smile. One investor, Edwards, arches a brow at Chloe. "So, you're the famed relationship coach. Must be quite a challenge taming Julian." He grins, though his comment borders on offensive. Chloe answers smoothly. "He's not as wild as people think, just misunderstood." She drops a playful wink. "But I'm doing my best." The men chuckle, and I feel an odd surge of pride at how effortlessly she navigates their jabs. We move on, eventually finding a spot near the yacht's rail. Chloe exhales, brushing a lock of hair away. "Your circle is intense." I snort. "Tell me about it. They can sense blood in the water if you show any weakness." Her gaze softens. "Well, let's keep your armor intact." Then she slides a hand on my arm, leaning her head against my shoulder. A paparazzi flash, someone with a phone or small camera, pops from across the deck, but I barely register it. All I feel is the warmth of Chloe's body against mine. We munch on fresh fruit skewers, chat with Luca and Donovan, and occasionally get roped into conversation with random socialites. More than once I catch men eyeing Chloe like she's the crown jewel of the event. Each time a pang of jealousy stabs me. I quell it by keeping her close, hand on her lower back or her hand in mine. She notices. "Easy, Tiger," she murmurs. "You're crushing my fingers." I loosen my grip, flushing. "Sorry." Her eyes sparkle with amusement. "It's strangely flattering." We share a grin. The moment is interrupted by a sultry voice behind me. "Julian, you look scrumptious as ever. Aren't you going to say hello?" I turn to find a woman I vaguely recall from some fundraiser. Her name is Serena, or Sabrina, something like that. She's in a high-cut bikini, practically pressing against me. Hi," I manage, stepping back instinctively. She glances at Chloe dismissively. "I saw you earlier and thought we could catch up. Have a private chat, maybe." Chloe's eyes narrow slightly, and I feel her stiffen. Letting out an internal groan, I muster a polite tone. "No need, Serena. I'm here with my girlfriend." Serena pouts. "She can join us. We're all friends, right?" I can practically see Chloe's annoyance rising. She crosses her arms. "Sorry, but Julian's schedule is full today. If you want to chat, you can do it in front of me. No secrets." Her voice is firm but dripping with the same polite sarcasm that I've come to adore. Serena frowns, looking from Chloe to me. "Fine, but if you change your mind, Jules..." She flicks a card from her beach bag, pressing it into my hand. "I'll be around." With a final arch of her brow, she sachets off. I immediately hand the card to Chloe. "Do you want to tear it up, or shall I chuck it overboard?" She snorts. Tempting. But let's not pollute the ocean. She glares at the card before shoving it in a nearby trash bin. Relief floods me. Thank you, I murmur. I didn't want to cause a scene, but she's persistent. Chloe arches a brow. If it happens again, I might cause the scene myself. A smile tugs at my lips. Wouldn't mind seeing that. She smirks, hooking an arm through mine. Let's get some drinks. We find Luca and Donovan near the upper deck lounge, each nursing cocktails. They greet Chloe warmly, then turn to me. How's Redwood? Donovan asks, swirling his drink. Still dancing around the final numbers? I nod grimly. They want confirmation I'm stable. This charade with Chloe is part of that. I lower my voice, shooting her an apologetic glance. But the bigger plan is... Luca sets down his glass. Kicking your father out of Royce Innovations once and for all, right? We've got your back, but it won't be easy. We're going to need a lot of capital to buy out his shares or block his influence. Are you sure Redwood is the answer? I rake a hand through my strands, recalling the confrontation with my mother earlier in the week. It's the best chance we have. My father's controlling stake is a problem, but Redwood's injection could shift the balance. Then we partner with a few smaller investors, muster enough voting power on the board to dethrone him. Donovan exhales. We're in, but we need to move quickly. We can't wait forever for Redwood's final nod. I nod, tension coiling in my gut. I know, I'll push them, but for that I need the media to stop painting me as a reckless playboy. The stunt with Chloe is helping, but these rumors about her past might rattle Redwood. The negative press about her is starting to swirl. I grimace, remembering how she's been targeted. We have to spin it in our favor. Luca eyes me shrewdly. You realize you're talking about her like a PR tool. Is that all she is, man? A flicker of guilt. No, I mutter, eyes dropping. It's more complicated. I glance at Chloe, who's chatting with another woman by the bar, smiling politely. My chest tightens. Anyway, Redwood, we must finalize the numbers soon. Before we can continue, a sudden scream rips through the air. My blood runs cold. I spin toward the source of the scream near the yacht's port side. People rush to the railing, a commotion rising. Flashes from phone cameras catch glimpses of splashing water below. Someone fell overboard! A frantic voice shouts. My heart seizes. Chloe. Panic floods me. I scan the deck, but I don't see her teal swimsuit among the crowd. Fear thrums in my veins. Without thinking, I sprint to the railing. Chloe! I shout, searching the water. A glimpse of a figure, a woman with long hair, struggles in the churning wake. That's all I see. My chest tightens like a vice. No. I don't hesitate. I vault over the railing, plunging into the cold sea. The impact stings every nerve, but adrenaline fuels me. I break the surface, gasping, scanning for the woman. I see her flailing a few yards away, hair plastered to her face. Hold on, I call, swimming with powerful strokes. My mind is screaming, please be okay. Or maybe I'm pleading with the universe for it not to be her. The conflicting terror tears me apart. I grab hold of the woman's arm, hooking it over my shoulder, trying to keep her head above water. She sputters, coughing up seawater. We drift dangerously close to the yacht's hull, waves slapping the side. Stop fighting, I command, voice rough with panic. My eyes flick to her face, only to realize she's not Chloe. She's a stranger. Long dark hair, yes, but not the woman I'm in love with. In love with? The thought is so jarring I nearly lose my grip. Still, I tighten my hold, kicking hard. I got you, I rasp, relief and confusion swirling. A rope ladder splashes near us, dropped by someone on board. I maneuver the woman toward it. Crew members reach down to haul her up first. A wave nearly pushes me under, but I cling to the ladder until hands grip my arms and yank me to safety. My lungs burn as I collapse onto the yacht deck, coughing up water. Everything sounds muffled, frantic voices, footsteps pounding. Then I hear a familiar voice above the din. Julian, oh my God! I blink through stinging salt water, lifting my head to see Chloe kneeling beside me, eyes wide with panic. She's alive. My pulse beats double time, relief surging through me. She presses a towel into my hands, her gaze darting over me in alarm. Why did you jump? Are you crazy? I was inside for a minute talking to Karina. She's trembling. A strangled laugh escapes me. I thought it was you in the water. My voice trembles too. Without warning, I surge up to pull her into a fierce hug. My heart is still pounding, adrenaline coursing. I couldn't lose you. She seems stunned, but her arms wrap around my shoulders, and I bury my face against her neck, ignoring the curious, shocked onlookers. People are scattering around, dealing with the woman who fell. All I care about is Chloe's warmth, her existence. I'm here, she soothes, stroking my soaked hair. I'm okay. I pull back slightly, cupping her face with trembling hands. Her features are blurred by unshed tears. My breath stutters as the realization slams into me. I need her far more than I should. There's no going back. The old vow not to let anyone in cracks under the weight of this moment. In a surge of overwhelming emotion, I press my lips to hers. It's not a polite public peck, but a deep, desperate kiss that pours out all my fear and relief. Gasps ripple among the spectators. Cameras flash. I don't care. My entire world narrows to the taste of her lips and the frantic beat of my heart. Someone coughs meaningfully, reminding us we're not alone. We break apart, breathless, faces flushed. Chloe's eyes glisten, a swirl of confusion and longing in her gaze. Maybe we should, she starts, blinking. I nod, standing with shaky legs, water dripping from my clothes. We need to dry off, let's go. Without waiting for permission, I guide her down a narrow staircase to one of the yacht's private cabins. Once inside, I shut the door, and the noise from above mutes. My chest still heaves from the adrenaline rush. Chloe flicks on a small lamp, revealing a modest bed, plush towels, and a cramped shower in the corner. She turns to me, face pale with worry. You're shaking. She grabs a towel from a shelf and starts blotting the water from my hair and shoulders. I catch her wrist gently, still breathless. I'm fine, just rattled. God, Chloe, I thought you were... My voice catches. Her own eyes brim with emotion. I'm sorry. I didn't realize you'd think it was me. I just stepped away for a moment. She hesitates, then presses a hand to my cheek. Thank you for caring enough to jump. I exhale shakily, leaning into her touch. Our eyes lock, and I can't hide the raw desire coursing through my veins. Every nerve in me hums with heightened awareness, fear, relief, and a craving for her that's become impossible to deny. I dip my head, brushing my lips to hers again. Gentler this time, but still electric. She responds, arms winding around my neck. The softness of her body against my wet clothes sparks a delicious friction. I groan, deepening the kiss. It's a kiss born of desperation, near loss, and an undercurrent of something far deeper than lust. My hands slide along her waist, pulling her flush to me. Her breath hitches and she clutches at my chest. For a moment it feels like we've stepped beyond the boundaries of our arrangement. Like this is real, honest passion. We stumble back onto the edge of the bed, my knees hitting the mattress, the cabin spinning with the rush in my ears. Our mouths part, and she gasps, Julian, we can't... But she's already clinging to me, fingernails digging into my shoulders. I press an open-mouthed kiss to her neck, tasting salt and the faint sweetness of her skin. Chloe, I rasp, not even sure what I'm begging for. Permission? Forgiveness? More? Her hands tangle in my hair as she arches against me. My body reacts instantly, heat pooling low in my abdomen. This is madness. The rest of the world, Redwood, my father, none of it matters at this moment. I'm consumed. She moans softly, but then her eyes snap open and she pushes against my chest. Wait, Julian, stop. Her voice trembles. Panting, I freeze. Confusion and desire battle in my mind. Chloe? She swallows hard, cheeks flushed. We can't do this. It's too complicated. If we cross that line... She trails off, eyes swimming with conflict. We said business only. I can't risk mixing everything up. A pang of disappointment slams through me, but I nod, trying to will my heartbeat to slow. She's right. We set rules for a reason. But it hurts like hell to stop now, especially with my entire body screaming for her. Okay, I manage hoarsely. I respect that. I'll let you clean up. I gesture vaguely. I need to handle a few things upstairs. She nods, chest heaving. Yes, thank you. We linger in silence, our gazes locked, both of us struggling to calm the torrent of emotions. Finally, I turn and slip out the door, the sting of rejection and unfulfilled desire coursing through my veins like fire. I climb back to the main deck, sopping wet, ignoring curious stares and hushed whispers from the partygoers. Luca and Donovan stand near the bar, wide-eyed. Luca rushes over, handing me a fresh towel. Dude, you okay? You just jumped in without a second thought, he says, voice a mix of admiration and concern. I dry my hair absently. I'm fine. I thought it was Chloe who fell. My throat tightens at the memory. Turned out to be someone else. Donovan slaps my shoulder. We saw the heroic rescue. Then that kiss. Holy crap, man. You looked ready to devour her right there. I bristle slightly. It was just adrenaline. They exchange knowing looks. Luca folds his arms, a smirk tugging at his lips. Right, because I've definitely seen you risk your life for a random fling before. I roll my eyes. It was an instinct. She's important for my plans and... Oh, please. Donovan cuts in. We saw your face when you pulled her into that kiss. That wasn't a strategic move for Redwood. My stomach clenches. She's an itch I haven't scratched yet, I mumble, hating how crude the words sound even to my own ears. That's all? Luca chuckles. Keep telling yourself that. We've never seen you panic like that over any woman, or get jealous over them, or jump into the ocean like a madman. You're cooked, buddy. I set my jaw, refusing to admit the truth they're so eager to highlight, that I might be falling in love. Or worse, that I already fell. Look, can we talk about Redwood? The father situation? Donovan sighs, but they indulge me. We retreat to a quieter corner, where I forcibly direct the conversation back to the business plan, the share buyouts, the timelines, the potential synergy with Redwood's capital. I cling to every chart, statistic, and hypothetical scenario like a lifeline, desperate to bury the tidal wave of emotion from the near tragedy below deck. My clothes stick to my damp skin, and my mind flickers to Chloe alone in the cabin, probably equally shaken. Guilt and longing swirl in my gut. Luca and Donovan notice my distraction, exchanging amused glances. Screw them. I keep my voice steady, forcing focus on the spreadsheets in my head. But no matter how hard I try, I can't shake the image of Chloe's tear-filled eyes when I found her safe on the deck, or the taste of her lips as I kissed her in front of everyone, or the raw fear that clawed at my chest at the thought of losing her. For a man who prided himself on never letting emotions rule him, I'm drowning in them. The yacht docks late in the evening, the party winding down. Karina's father offers me a polite handshake, praising my heroic jump. I accept it with a forced smile. My mind is already on Chloe. She left the cabin briefly to find me, but I insisted she go change clothes and wait for me in a quieter lounge until the boat moored. I find her near the exit ramp, wearing a fresh set of clothes from her overnight bag, arms folded protectively over her chest. Her gaze meets mine, and neither of us speaks for a moment. I can still feel the tension that crackled between us in that cabin. Ready to go? I ask quietly. She nods, lips pressed into a thin line. We walk side by side to my waiting car, the cool night air doing little to soothe the heat lingering between us. The driver helps us in, and I settle in the seat, glancing at her uncertainly. I'm sorry, I say after a stretch of silence, for scaring you, for everything. She exhales, staring at her clasped hands. You don't have to apologize for trying to rescue someone. It was brave, if a bit reckless. Her eyes flick to mine. But about what happened afterward. We need to be careful, Julian. We can't keep crossing these lines. My heart twists. Right. The words taste bitter. She offers a tremulous smile. Thank you for respecting my boundaries. I'm not ready for more complications. I nod, staring out the window as city lights streak past. Complications indeed. Meanwhile, my entire body still hums with the memory of her taste, her warmth, the raw terror of thinking I'd lost her. We arrive at her apartment building, and I watch her slip out of the car. She pauses, turning back to meet my gaze. Take care, Julian. I'll see you soon. For our next public act, I guess. I force a small grin. Yeah. Good night, Chloe. She vanishes into the lobby and the driver pulls away. My phone buzzes with a message from Luca. She's not just an itch, man. Don't lie to yourself. I delete the text, scowling, but his words echo in my head. In bed that night, I stare at the ceiling, chest tight. My mother's vitriolic words swirl with the memory of Chloe's panicked eyes. And beneath it all is the devastating realization that no matter how many times I call this a charade, my heart has crossed an irreversible line. I might be the one who's truly, helplessly caught, but I can't afford to dwell on that. Redwood, my father, the plan, those are my priorities, right? I drift into a restless sleep, haunted by the sound of Chloe's voice calling my name as I surfaced from the waves.
I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyla.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyla. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylaWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 7. Chloe. I'm officially out of excuses. Every time I close my eyes, the same moment replays in sharp detail. Julian launching himself off that yacht railing, slicing into the churning water without the slightest hesitation, convinced I was the one who'd fallen overboard. I still can't believe it happened. He looked frantic, like a man possessed. And then, after he realized I was safe, he kissed me in front of everyone and in private, deeply, desperately, as if the fear of losing me had stripped away whatever was left of our pretense. That was 4 days ago. I've spent most of them pretending I'm fine, which is clearly untrue. My mind won't stop circling back to the feel of his soaked hair against my palms, the taste of salt on his lips. I can't explain why I keep playing it on a loop. Maybe I'm searching for an answer that refuses to appear. Why would he risk himself like that if this thing between us was strictly business? And why did I kiss him back with the same wild intensity? I've told myself 100 times that it was just adrenaline, a moment of crisis. But I don't entirely buy my own excuses. I'm back in my office, trying, and mostly failing, to refocus on my work. The morning air hums with a light buzz of activity. Layla tapping away at her desk, clients pacing in the waiting area, soft rings from the phone. I've got a client due in 5 minutes, a sweet woman named Marianne who's in tears every time she thinks about re-entering the dating world. My usual approach would involve guiding her gently, instilling confidence step by step. But right now, my mind keeps drifting, replaying the yacht scene. The smell of sunscreen and brine, the thunder of my pulse as Julian's arms locked around me. Layla peeks her head in. "Your 10 o'clock is waiting," she says, frowning slightly when she notices my vacant expression. "Everything okay?" I force a bright smile. "Yes, of course. Send her in." She eyes me suspiciously. "Got it." She disappears, and a moment later, Marianne sweeps into my office. She's carrying a notebook, where she diligently writes down every piece of advice I give, and wearing a floral blouse that's slightly wrinkled. Her eyes flit around my space like she's bracing for bad news. I greet her, invite her to sit, and start the session with my usual warmth. "Marianne, how are we feeling about those conversation starters we practiced last time?" Her shoulders tense. I tried them with a coworker, just to see if I could talk to a man normally, and I panicked. He wasn't even flirting, but I still froze. This is normally where I'd reassure her, remind her it's all about baby steps. But my mind wanders mid-sentence to Julian's frantic shout, "Chloe!" And I lose my train of thought. Marianne gazes at me expectantly. My heart races, guilt washing over me. What is wrong with me? I've never zoned out like this during a session. I cough, clearing the mental fog. "That's understandable," I manage, trying to regain composure. Sometimes a neutral environment can feel more nerve-wracking than a planned exercise. Did you happen to try any breathing techniques?" She fidgets with her notebook. "A little. I didn't remember them until I was already panicking." She pauses, noticing my distracted air. "Chloe, are you all right?" My cheeks heat. I'm supposed to be the professional here, yet my client is asking about me. This is mortifying. I force a small laugh. "I'm so sorry, I had a bit of a late night. Let's refocus on you, okay?" Marianne nods hesitantly, and I vow to keep my head in the game. For the next 30 minutes, I do everything I can to compartmentalize my swirling thoughts. I redirect Marianne, craft a new set of exercises, and promise to email her some follow-ups. The session ends on a decent note at least. She leaves with a slightly more confident step than she arrived with, which is something. The moment my office door closes, I slump in my chair, pressing my palms to my forehead. This is unsustainable. If I keep letting Julian invade my mind, I'll torpedo my entire business. Deep breaths, I tell myself. I recall the memory of him stepping onto my office days ago, bringing me an unexpected lunch. It's the same man who jumped into an ocean for me, My heart flutters. No, I can't dwell on that. My phone vibrates on the desk, snapping me from my spiral. Glancing at the screen, I don't recognize the number. Probably a prospective client. Or maybe yet another reporter. I debate ignoring it, but curiosity wins. "Hello?" I say cautiously. A female voice responds, clipped and chilly. "Ms. Weston, this is Alicia Royce." My stomach lurches. There's a heavy pause. Julian's mother is the last person I expect to call. "Mrs. Royce," I reply, forcing calm. "What can I do for you?" She doesn't bother with pleasantries. "I'd like to meet you. I'm at the Lux Lounge downtown. Be here in an hour." There's a faint static crackle before she hangs up. No goodbye, no explanation. My grip tightens around the phone. A swirl of anxiety tangles in my gut. This definitely isn't a friendly invitation for tea. Layla notices my clenched jaw when I step into her workspace, telling her I have an unexpected appointment. She looks concerned, but I don't elaborate. I can't show up late to face the Dragon Lady. I hurry to the street, hail a cab, and stare out the window as we wind through city traffic. My thoughts race with speculation. Why does Julian's mother want to see me alone? Is she planning to threaten me or to gather ammunition? Or maybe she just wants to gauge whether I'm worthy of her precious son. I swallow, recalling the cool disapproval in her voice. This feels like stepping onto a battlefield where I'm the only soldier in an ill-fitting uniform. The Lux Lounge is half empty at this hour, the lighting dim despite it being late morning. A hostess tries to guide me to a table, but I spot Alicia Royce in a corner booth, wearing oversized sunglasses and a crisp cream blouse. She exudes an air of practiced elegance, barely glancing up as I approach. She gestures for me to sit. "Thank you for coming," she says, sounding about as grateful as a queen forced to greet a servant. I settle across from her, stiffening my spine. "You said an hour." I assumed it was urgent. Her lips pressed together in a thin line. "I wanted to speak with you privately, without the media circus. That's what you and my son enjoy, isn't it? Your little media show?" My chest tightens, but I keep my voice calm. "Mrs. Royce, if this is about your concerns regarding my relationship with Julian..." She cuts me off with a raise of her hand. "It's not a relationship." She lifts her sunglasses, revealing eyes that blaze with quiet fury. "I know your type, Ms. Weston. A nobody with a sob story, using powerful men to climb the social ladder. First your ex, now Julian. I won't stand by and watch my son ruin his life." My fingers tense around the edge of the table. She has no idea what she's talking about, but I sense there's no point arguing. She removes a checkbook from her designer purse. My heart starts to pound in disbelief. This is surreal, like a scene out of one of those over-the-top drama shows I binge when I'm too tired to read. She scribbles on the check with a flourish, then slides it toward me. I stare at the number. $500,000. My stomach churns and my cheeks burn. Is this really happening? She speaks in a flat tone. "Stay away from my son and you can cash that. A modest sum compared to the damage you'd cause if you stayed." For a heartbeat, I picture telling her off, ripping the check into tiny pieces or flinging it back in her face. Then something else takes hold. Maybe a perverse sense of wanting to shock her right back. I keep my expression serene, pick up the check, and tuck it neatly into my purse. She's obviously expecting me to protest, to deny that I'd be so mercenary. I watch her face register surprise, then anger at my calm acceptance. Her voice rises. "I see you're as crass as I suspected. $500,000 is worth selling your dignity?" I offer a sweet smile. "I'm a practical woman, Mrs. Royce. If your goal is to keep me away from Julian, then I'm willing to consider it. Though I can't promise he'll cooperate." Her eyes flare. "He doesn't need to find out. You'll ghost him or stage a fight. Whatever it takes. The lumps in my throat are painful, but I maintain composure. I'll handle it my way. I stand, smoothing my skirt. Thank you for the business transaction. I didn't know we'd be living out a cliché drama today, but here we are. She slams her palms on the table. Don't get snarky. I'm doing you a favor. I force a laugh. Of course you are. My heart thunders, but I inject false brightness. Have a lovely afternoon, Mrs. Royce. She snaps. Julian deserves better than you. I shrug, turning to leave. That's between you and your son. We'll see if he agrees to stay away when I tell him. I don't actually plan on lying to him, but I like the way she pales at the possibility. Sometimes the best weapon is letting her believe I might sabotage her plan. Before she can retort, I pivot on my heel and march out, my stomach churning with conflicting emotions. The cab ride back to my office feels like a dream, or maybe a nightmare. I stare at the rectangular slip of paper in my purse. $500,000. Even my ex's manipulative stunts never reach this level. I can't help imagining what that money could do. Pay off my business loans, help my mom retire early, maybe expand my coaching services with a new office. But the idea of accepting hush money from a woman who despises me nauseates me. If I cash it, I'm proving her right. I'm just another gold digger. Then again, I did accept it right to her face. There's no denying that. I storm into my office building, ignoring Layla's puzzled greeting, and lock myself inside. My reflection in the tinted window shows wide eyes and flushed cheeks, like I've just run a marathon. I consider ripping the check to shreds. My fingernails dig into the edges of the paper. Yet something in me hesitates. This is a crazy amount of money. Even if I never use it, do I toss it all away purely out of pride? My phone buzzes, startling me out of my spiral. It's an unknown number again. Dread pools in my gut. Alicia calling back, perhaps? I answer warily, only to hear a frantic baritone. Chloe, it's Julian. Where are you? He sounds out of breath. I grit my teeth. Did his mother alert him? I'm at my office. Why? Stay there, he says, a frantic edge in his voice. I'll be there in 5 minutes. He ends the call. I try to calm myself, but adrenaline spikes. I'm not ready to face him, not after Alicia's ultimatum. $500,000 for God's sake. I start pacing, mind reeling, when the door bursts open. Julian stands there, his hair slightly disheveled, chest rising and falling like he ran up the stairs. He takes one look at my face and sets his jaw. My mother talked to you, didn't she? I swallow. She called me to the Lux Lounge. His shoulders tense. What did she say? Did she threaten you? He steps closer, gaze darting as though scanning for injuries. I swear if she... I lift my hand to stop him, then rummage in my purse. I pull out the check, holding it up so he can see the figure. She offered me $500,000 to disappear from your life. He goes still, eyes flicking from the check to my face. And you accepted it? My heart hammers. Yes? The word feels hollow. I rush to explain. I told her I would. I'm not actually, I didn't plan on. His reaction isn't rage, which I half expected. Instead, he exhales sharply, then lets out a strangled laugh. Of course she did, he mutters. She's a cliché. She always watches those old soap operas, so maybe she got the idea there. I blink. You're not mad? He breaks into an incredulous grin. Mad? No, I would have paid another $500,000 to see her face when you said yes. He steps forward, lightly brushing his thumb over my cheek in a surprisingly tender gesture. At least one of us got something out of her ridiculous power plays. Keep it, she can spare the cash. My thoughts scatter, chest constricting at the warmth in his eyes. I couldn't possibly keep it. It feels so wrong, like I validated her twisted view that I'm after your money. He snorts. She already thinks the worst. Why not get compensated for the insult? He tries for a teasing tone, but there's something genuine under it. Think of it as a well-deserved allowance for all the trouble she's putting you through. I stiffen when he leans in suddenly, pulling me into a hug. At first, I'm too surprised to react. His arms are strong, and his body feels solid, comforting. The embrace is unexpected, especially after the tension from the last few days. My heart stutters, pounding against my ribs as his warmth seeps in. He smells faintly of sandalwood and something crisp. He murmurs into my hair, "I'm sorry she did that. I'll handle her, okay? You don't have to worry." I can't help the trembling in my voice. Why are you being so kind about this? I half expect him to lecture me for even letting his mother approach me. He pulls back, his hands resting on my shoulders. Because it's not your fault. She's crossing lines, and I won't let her drive you away. He hesitates, studying my face. Unless you actually want to go? A surge of conflicting emotions swamps me. The part of me that wants to run from potential heartbreak is overshadowed by the memory of him risking everything for me. I meet his gaze, searching those stormy gray-blue eyes for answers I'm afraid to voice. "I'm not going anywhere," I manage softly. His expression brightens in relief, and he does something I never thought I'd witness. He laughs outright, a sound that lights up his whole face. There's none of that cool detachment, no stern CEO facade. His eyes crinkle at the corners, and it's downright disarming. My stomach flips, and my knees go slightly weak. It's so human of him. He's always been handsome, but seeing him like this is almost too much. He notices my wide-eyed stare and lifts a brow. "What's wrong?" I clear my throat, shaking off the daze. "Nothing, just, I've never seen you smile like that." A self-conscious chuckle rumbles in his chest. Maybe I need more reasons to laugh. He glances at the check in my hand. "So, how about you and I step out for lunch?" "My treat, since you're busy being $500,000 richer." A nervous giggle bursts out of me. "That's not funny." "Sure it is." He winks, tucking a stray curl behind my ear. Humor's the best way to handle my mother's theatrics. "So, what do you say?" It's borderline absurd, going to lunch as if nothing happened. But the prospect of a normal meal with him, away from these swirling tensions, feels more appealing than I care to admit. I realize I'm already nodding. "All right," I whisper. "Let me just tell Layla I'm stepping out." He taps the watch on his wrist. "I'll wait right here." I duck out of my office, glancing at Layla's station. She's half rising in curiosity, probably because she heard Julian's voice. I wave a hand at her. "I'm going for a quick lunch break," I say, unable to keep the fluster from my tone. Her eyes flick behind me, noticing Julian's presence. Her brow lifts. She looks like she wants to ask a million questions, but I give a quick shake of my head, and she subsides, offering a supportive, if quizzical grin. She mouths, "Go get it," before sitting back down at her computer. I blush, turning away. When I return to my office, Julian is scrolling through his phone, but he slips it into his pocket the instant he sees me. "Ready?" I nod, pressing the check deeper into my purse, as if burying it might also bury the complicated feelings inside me. I want to shred it for moral reasons, but another part wants to keep it forever. A bizarre trophy of surviving Alicia Royce's wrath. I push those thoughts aside and follow Julian out, matching his stride as we pass curious onlookers in the hallway. We exit the building, and a warm midday sun greets us. His driver stands by the curb, ready to whisk us away, but Julian gestures for us to walk. "It's nice out," he says. "There's a bistro 2 blocks away with great salads." I can't help a small smile. The day does feel gentle and bright, maybe just the break I need. We cross the street, stepping past busy pedestrians and sporadic honks from traffic. Julian's hand brushes mine accidentally, and a spark jolts through me. Does he feel it too? He starts telling me a silly anecdote about Luca's failed attempts to flirt with a bartender at the yacht party after I left. I find myself chuckling. Light, easy laughter I haven't felt in a while. The tension from Alicia's offer loosens, at least for the moment. Julian glances at me, and for a fraction of a second, his eyes soften in a way that makes my pulse skip. When we reach the bistro, we slip into a small table near the window, the sounds of clinking utensils and quiet chatter surrounding us. A server arrives, places menus down, and beams at Julian in recognition. He politely greets her, but then his attention returns to me. I study the menu, noticing my hand tremble slightly. The last few hours have been a roller coaster. He breaks the silence. Thank you for not letting my mother scare you off. I let out a breath. Not everyone can be bought, you know. His gaze settles on my purse, where the check hides. Are you sure about that? A flush creeps up my neck. That's different. I took it for shock value. And, okay, maybe I considered the idea that I could use it for something good. I lower my voice. But that doesn't mean I'm running away. He nods, eyes flicking over my face. I'm glad. He seems to hesitate, then he clears his throat, shifting in his seat. Look, I want to handle her. Formally. Make it clear that you're off limits. She's done enough damage with her meddling. Warmth spreads through me at his protective words, though I recall our original arrangement. Are we drifting too far from that? My thoughts swirl. All right, I say carefully. But let's not escalate it into a full-blown war. I don't want your family dynamic to explode. He scoffs, leaning back. It was never stable. If it explodes, maybe that's for the best. I bite the inside of my cheek, unsure of how to respond. The server returns and we both order, grateful for a brief diversion. Once she leaves, Julian begins describing a property he's thinking of acquiring for a new arm of Royce Innovations, something to do with advanced user interface labs. I listen intently, letting him distract me from the lingering tension. He grows animated as he explains the potential synergy, his eyebrows raising when he hits an exciting point. It's the most relaxed I've seen him talk about work, and I find myself smiling. Our salads arrive, accompanied by fresh bread and iced tea. We eat, occasionally brushing knees under the table. Each casual contact makes my senses tingle in a way that has nothing to do with redwood or publicity stunts. When we talk, we keep our voices low, as if this is our private bubble. No paparazzi, no overbearing mother, no business deals to overshadow us. At one point, he wipes a stray piece of lettuce from the corner of my mouth with a gentle thumb, and my heart leaps at the intimate gesture. Pull it together. I scold myself silently. He's just being thoughtful, right? He notices my fluster and grins. I promise I'm not trying to seduce you in a salad bar. I almost choke on a sip of iced tea, shooting him a mock glare. You're insufferable. He laughs, that deep, warm sound that unravels me more than I care to admit. Suddenly, the world outside the bistro seems less important. I realize I've never let myself share an easy moment like this with a man since Donovan, a moment free of caution and guardedness. That old heartbreak thrums faintly, but I push it away. This feels different. When we finish, he insists on paying, ignoring my half-hearted protests. I'm reluctant to return to the office and face reality, but Layla's frantic texts about new clients demand my attention. He walks me back, hands in his pockets, a thoughtful expression on his face. We reach the lobby doors of my building, pausing under the shade of a tall glass awning. It's that awkward goodbye moment, but the tension is laced with unspoken possibilities. His gaze dips to my lips, and my breath catches. Does he want to kiss me here in broad daylight without cameras prompting us? He steps forward, hesitates. I tilt my chin up, half wanting him to close the distance. But at the last second, he just brushes a light hand across my shoulder, smiling gently. Thank you for taking a chance on me today. And I'm sorry about my mother again. Truly. My chest tightens. It's okay. Well, it's not, but I'll survive. I manage a small laugh, shifting my purse higher on my shoulder. Take care, Julian. He nods, lingering a moment before turning and striding back toward the sidewalk. I watch him go, a swirl of emotions cascading through me, relief, warmth, a flicker of longing. Then I steel myself, stepping inside my building, heading for the elevator, half floating from the afterglow of whatever just happened. Layla corners me the instant I exit the elevator, brandishing a clipboard. We've got 3 new clients plus a crisis call from Sienna. Where have you been? Her expression softens as she notices my dazed eyes. Wait, are you okay? I blink, struggling to shift gears. I'm good, I say, voice slightly breathy. Just had lunch. She eyes me, suspicious but intrigued. Uh-huh. You might want to fix your hair before you see clients, though. It looks disheveled. My hands fly to my hair. Did it get messy in the breeze? Or did Julian's stray touch cause it? I blush, murmuring a quick thanks. Layla smirks knowingly as I duck into the nearest restroom to compose myself. My reflection in the mirror shows bright eyes and a flush across my cheeks. No matter how I try to calm down, the memory of Julian's smile lingers, and I can't quite hide my own. Straightening my blouse, I smooth my hair, then head to my office, prepared for the next client. My mind is clearer now, buoyed by the reassuring sense that despite all the drama, Alicia's bribe, the yacht incident, everything, Julian and I are something, not just a contract. There's a fragile connection that neither of us can fully define, but both of us feel. As I sit behind my desk, I fish the check from my purse one last time. The number glares at me in stark black ink. $500,000. It's laughable, but instead of ripping it apart, I fold it neatly and slip it into a locked drawer. Maybe I'll tear it later, or maybe I'll keep it as proof that I survived Alicia Royce's test unscathed. For now, it'll stay hidden. My phone buzzes again, and I open a text from Julian. Hope the rest of your day is less eventful. Talk soon. A tiny spark lights in my chest. It's surreal how quickly he's become entwined in my thoughts. I respond with a simple thumbs-up emoji, plus a short note. Take care, too. Plastering on my professional smile, I check my schedule. The rest of the afternoon is booked solid with appointments. My work demands my full attention, and I plan to give it. Yet beneath each session, each polite greeting, the memory of Julian's grin, and the sense of security I felt in his arms swirl quietly. I keep a mask of calm, but inside, I'm brimming with uncertainty, and if I'm honest, an undercurrent of hope. I don't know how long we can keep balancing the professional facade, the charade, the occasional steamy moments we almost can't resist. But I'm not dreading the unknown anymore. When the clock hits 7 and I finish my last session, my legs feel heavy, but my heart is light. In the elevator, I release a soft sigh, staring at my reflection in the polished doors. So many pieces are in motion. My vow not to date, Julian's father conflict, investor demands, Alicia's bribe. Still, I can't help but feel that we've crossed an invisible threshold. No matter what storms loom on the horizon, I'm starting to believe we might face them together. As the doors slide open to the lobby, I tuck away that thought, telling myself it's safer not to get too attached. But the memory of Julian laughing in my office, hugging me tight, sneaks back in, fanning a warmth in my chest I can't quite ignore. Maybe, just maybe, I'm done fighting the inevitable.
Chapter 8, Julian. I can't concentrate on a single damn thing. My desktop is cluttered with spreadsheets, marketing proposals, and Redwood investor updates. But every few minutes I find my thoughts drifting to her. It's been happening ever since our kiss in the yacht, and that day she strolled into my office after my mother's bribe fiasco. The tension between us has deepened to a point where it nearly snaps each time we're in the same room. There's also the looming reality that in less than 2 days, we'll be flying to the Bahamas for a 3-day wedding. Chloe needs me to be her date, and I want to be there, far more than I'd care to admit. Initially, I agreed because it's part of the contract to accompany her, but now I'm caught in a storm of emotions that go way beyond any charade. My phone vibrates on the desk with a text from her. We have a problem. Call me ASAP. A spike of concern shoots through me, even though we talk or text every day, under the guise of staying on script. This particular tone from her sets my nerves on edge. I pick up and call. She answers on the second ring, voice tight. Julian, the designer for my gown just backed out. I process her words, not quite understanding. Gown? You mean the wedding dress you're wearing as a guest? A sharp exhale crackles through the line. Not a bridal gown, obviously. It's a formal dress. My friend's wedding is a lavish black tie event. I had a custom piece ordered, and now, poof, he's had some meltdown and can't deliver. Hearing the frustration in her voice, I swivel my chair to face the windows. The city skyline glitters below, but it doesn't calm me. When did he tell you? She sounds like she's pacing. An hour ago. I'm supposed to leave for the Bahamas in less than 48 hours, and I have no dress. I can't just walk into a random shop and hope for the best. Everything formal is probably sold out or requires tailoring. My chest tightens at her obvious stress. All right, calm down. I know a designer, someone who does custom suits for me. He also has a small but exclusive line of women's couture. I'll call him now. We'll get you something even better. She's silent for a moment, as if stunned by how casually I offer help. Then there's a whispered, "You do that?" Of course. The memory of her anxious expression after the bribe fiasco flickers in my mind. I can't stand to see her rattled. Don't worry, okay? We'll figure this out. Her voice drops, grateful yet tense. Thank you. I end the call, already texting Andre, my personal designer. He replies instantly, telling me to bring her in this afternoon. 3 hours later, I'm standing in Andre's private showroom, a minimalist space with racks of exquisite fabrics and half-finished suits. Mirrors line one wall, reflecting the overhead lights. Chloe arrives, breathless, eyes darting around as if she stepped into a secret lab. Andre, flamboyant as ever in a bright paisley blazer, glides forward to greet her. My dear, Julian has told me you're in dire need of a masterpiece for a wedding. He gives her an appraising once-over. You have a fantastic figure and a luminous presence. I'm confident we can find something stunning. Chloe flushes at the compliment, tugging self-consciously at the hem of her blouse. That's kind of you. I really appreciate you fitting me in. Andre winks. I can't refuse my favorite CEO, especially when he's playing hero. Now let's see what we can do. He whisks her away to a rack of floor-length gowns in shimmering fabrics. I watch from a respectful distance, half listening as Andre points out an emerald piece, a sapphire one, a blush number with intricate beading. Chloe runs her fingertips over the fabrics, occasionally glancing at me as though seeking approval. Her eyes dart away whenever our gazes meet, adding a new level of tension to the air. Eventually, Andre snaps his fingers. I have a few that should fit you off the rack, but we'll need to confirm. Let's start with these 3. He hands her a trio of dresses. Dressing room is that way, darling. She flashes me a tight-lipped smile and disappears into the dressing area, a modest space hidden behind a heavy curtain. Andre hums and glances at me. Have a seat, Mr. Royce. You'll see the results soon enough. I smirk, lowering myself into a sleek chair. Andre knows I'm not exactly a patient man, but This is for Chloe. The minutes stretch. My phone buzzes with Redwood updates, but I ignore them for now. The tension in my chest is building, equal parts excitement and nerves. Chloe emerges in the first gown, a sky blue creation with a gentle mermaid cut. The color complements her skin beautifully. I stand, swallowing hard. She steps onto a small platform in front of the mirror, smoothing the fabric. Andre fusses over the hem, pinning and unpinning. Chloe looks at me through the mirror, cheeks warming under my scrutiny. What do you think? My throat constricts. You look... I can't find the right word. She's mesmerizing. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. A flicker of relief crosses her face, but she murmurs, "It's a bit tight around the waist." Andre pouts. "We can let it out a centimeter or two. But let's see the others first, He ushers her back behind the curtain. My heart thuds faster than it should. The next dress is a deep violet chiffon that flows from a high waist, revealing just enough of her shoulders. My mouth goes dry as she steps onto the platform again. She meets my eyes, a tinge of uncertainty in her expression. Andre circles her, adjusting the straps. Gorgeous color, no? Brings out the warmth in her complexion. I nod, struggling to keep my cool. Yes, it suits you. Chloe's lips twitch, almost smiling. Not too... formal? It's perfect for a black tie wedding, Andre interjects. But let's see the last one before we finalize. He sends her off again, and this time my pulse hammers in my ears, anticipating the final look. When she emerges, she's wearing a midnight blue gown with intricate beading along the neckline. The fabric clings to her torso, then drapes gracefully. I see her glance at me, a question shining in her eyes, as though my reaction matters more than the mirror's reflection. I stand once more, heart pounding. Wow. That's all I can utter. Andre beams. I think we found the winner. Chloe examines her reflection. I like it. Her voice is soft, as if she's half in awe. Andre tips his head. It needs minor alterations, but you'll be able to take it home tomorrow. She steps off the platform, then lifts the hem to navigate back to the dressing room. A moment later, Andre is off to gather pins and measuring tape, leaving me alone near the curtain. I hear a rustling from inside the dressing area, followed by a muffled curse. Without thinking, I peek around the edge. Chloe, you okay? Her voice is laced with embarrassment. The zipper's stuck. Can you help me? Heat blossoms in my chest. I slip behind the curtain, pulling it shut. The dressing room is cramped, dominated by a large mirror and a single stool. She stands with her back to me, the midnight blue gown half-zipped, exposing a swath of her bare spine. My breath catches, and I clear my throat. Let me see. Her shoulders tense under my hands. I reach for the zipper, struggling with the fabric. My fingertips graze her warm skin, sending jolts of electricity through me. She inhales sharply. Almost got it, I murmur. The stubborn zipper slides a fraction, then halts. She leans back slightly, her body almost brushing mine. My mind scrambles for composure, but the small enclosed space is thick with tension. She exhales shakily. I'm sorry, this is so... My voice is low, tinged with something I can't hide. It's okay. I tug carefully, finally freeing the zipper from a snag. I ease it down, mindful not to catch her skin. A glimpse of her spine, the subtle curve leading down, rattles my self-control. She half turns, meeting my eyes. We're inches apart. The overhead lighting casts shadows that highlight every angle of her cheekbones, the fullness of her lips. My blood roars in my ears. Thanks, she whispers, voice hushed as though we're sharing a secret. I swallow hard, resisting the urge to trace my fingers down the elegant line of her back. You're really beautiful, you know. Her gaze flickers with vulnerability and desire. You say that a lot lately. I exhale a shaky laugh. That's because it's true. My hand hovers near her waist, not quite touching. Sometimes I wonder if you have any idea how you affect me. Her lips part, and for a few heartbeats, I think she might kiss me. I shift closer, the tension on the brink of snapping. My heart jackhammers in my chest. She wets her lips, leaning in, and my entire body ignites in anticipation. Before our mouths connect, a knock rattles the curtain. Andre's voice interrupts, bright and cheerful. "How's the fit in there? All good?" Chloe jumps back, face flushing. My chest constricts with frustration and longing. "Yes, fine," she calls out, clearing her throat. She fiddles with the gown, re-zipping it partially. "We're almost done." Andre hums, footsteps retreating. I pull the curtain aside a sliver, the moment lost. She glances at me, breath unsteady, eyes brimming with tension. I step out first, half dazed, letting her change into her street clothes. My pulse refuses to settle. A few minutes later, she emerges in her normal attire, hair a bit mussed, face still flushed. Andre fusses about final measurements, scheduling a quick last-minute fitting tomorrow. I arrange payment, ignoring the way my hands tremble slightly while tapping my card against the reader. Andre thanks us, ushering us out. We step onto the sidewalk, the late afternoon sun casting long shadows on the pavement. She rubs her arms as though warding off chills. "Thank you again. I guess I'll pick it up tomorrow." I notice her eyes keep darting my way, like she's trying to gauge how I'm handling the near kiss. My entire body is still keyed up, adrenaline coursing from that brief dressing room contact. "Of course," I manage, voice tight. "Let me drive you." She nods, silent. I lead her to my car, heart pounding. The drive back is punctuated by the hum of the engine. We speak in halting bursts, mostly about her wedding friend's schedule, some jokes about Andre's flamboyance. But the real tension lies unspoken between us. I exit onto the highway leading to my penthouse before she realizes the route. Her brow furrows. "Where are we going?" "You should drop me at my office." "I want to discuss the wedding details," I interrupt. "We need time to run through the getting, to know each other's lines for your friends. It's better if we're not interrupted." She hesitates, fiddling with her hands. "All right." My building looms in the distance, a sleek tower of glass and steel. I park in the private underground garage. She's quiet as we ride the elevator to the top floor, maybe recalling the last time she was here, my mother's surprise visit, or the tension we've built. The doors open to reveal my penthouse. Polished concrete floors stretch across a vast living space, with floor-to-ceiling windows capturing the city skyline. Modern furniture sits with calculated precision, everything in shades of gray and white. She steps in, scanning the minimalist decor, an unreadable expression on her face. "It's big," she says softly, trailing a finger along a glass console. "I guess I expected something with more color." I shrug, setting my keys on a sleek side table. I'm usually too busy to bother. It's more of a workspace than a home. She wanders to the windows, looking out at the sprawl of buildings below. "You don't feel lonely here?" An unexpected pang hits my chest. I guess I don't think about it. She faces me, arms wrapped around herself. Sometimes ignoring it doesn't mean it isn't there. I swallow, a prickle of defensiveness rising. "Yeah, well." I gesture to the sprawling city lights, shifting the topic. "Should we finalize what we tell people about how we met and how long we've been together?" Chloe sighs, dropping her arms. "Yes. The wedding is this weekend. 3 days in the Bahamas, remember? My friend is going all out. I need you to mingle with my group, which includes some of my ex's mutual acquaintances." My jaw clenches at the mention of Donovan. I cross to the kitchen area, rummaging for a bottle of water, then pause. "Want a drink? Wine, maybe?" She tilts her head. "Wine, sure." I open a cabinet, selecting a mid-range Cabernet. It's not a high-stakes business dinner, so no need to break out the $1,000 vintages. I pour 2 glasses, handing one to her. We move to sit on the couch, facing each other, the city behind us. A wry smile tugs at her lips. This feels weirdly domestic. I sip the wine. Maybe we're due for weird domesticity. My tone is lighter than I feel. So, wedding details. You said you have an old flame there, Donovan. He'll be expecting you to show up alone, I presume. She nods, jaw tightening. He's the reason I dreaded going. But I want to show him, and everyone else, that I'm fine, that I've moved on. A swirl of mixed emotions surfaces in my chest. You are fine, I murmur. Better than fine. She gives a weak laugh. Tell that to the tabloids who call me a manipulator. My grip on the glass tightens. They don't know you. They see clickbait headlines. You don't deserve that. She lowers her gaze, fingers tracing the rim of her glass. You asked me to talk about Donovan before. Is that question still on the table? I exhale. Yeah, if you're comfortable telling me. She hesitates, then meets my eyes. We dated for nearly 2 years. At first, he was charming, told me he admired my coaching business. Then the longer we were together, the more controlling he became. He'd undermine my work, call me a fraud behind my back, cheat on me. It hurt more than I can describe. She swallows, voice trembling slightly. Eventually, I found out he was bragging to friends that he was using me for PR. He made me feel like I was the worthless one, though. A knot forms in my gut, anger simmering at the thought of someone deliberately hurting her. Why didn't you leave earlier? I ask gently, not accusingly. Her eyes flick with pain. Because love makes us blind, or maybe just desperate to see the best. It's like you keep hoping the person you fell for will show back up. I set my glass down. Does he still contact you? She nods, bitterness darkening her features. He texts sometimes, claiming he wants me back, which is laughable. I blocked him, but he finds ways. He's done enough damage to my reputation. I don't love him, if that's what you're wondering. Relief tingles through me, though I hate that she endured such manipulation. You deserve better. She must see the sincerity in my face, because her eyes soften. I'm trying to believe that. I clear my throat, hoping to lighten the mood. We could do a little exercise. 20 questions, so we have more personal knowledge to drop if anyone at the wedding grills me. We can't get caught not knowing your favorite color, for instance. She chuckles, tucking a curl behind her ear. Sure, let's do it. I settle back, swirling the wine in my glass. All right, question 1. Your favorite color? She pretends to think deeply. Pink, obviously. I love a good pastel or a dusty rose. I grin. You do wear it well. Your turn, she counters. Favorite childhood memory? My chest tightens. Childhood memories are scarce with warmth, but a fleeting image surfaces. One time my nanny snuck me out to a carnival. She let me go on rides until I nearly threw up, and then we devoured cotton candy. It was silly, but probably the closest I ever got to normal childhood fun. She smiles, and a hint of sadness lingers in her gaze. We trade more questions. She loves cozy coffee shops over fancy restaurants. Her biggest fear is being powerless. I reveal I hate enclosed crowds and find emotional expression difficult, thanks to my father's cold upbringing. Despite the playful banter, each truth feels deeper, forging a small bridge between us. At some point, the bottle runs low, and I pour the last of it into her glass. She's clearly tipsy, cheeks flushed, giggling at my story about Luca's incompetent attempts to woo a dancer last year. I find her laugh irresistible, a siren call that pulls me closer. By the time I realize how close we're sitting, our knees are touching. Her warm gaze darts to my mouth. My pulse spikes, tension crackling again. Her lips part, as if drawn by an invisible force. I can't resist. Setting down my glass, I lean in, capturing her lips in a slow, languid kiss. She tastes of wine and something sweet, her breath hitching softly. The moment expands, her hands drifting up my chest. My body ignites, every sense locked on her. She shifts, half straddling me, and I curl an arm around her to keep her steady. Our mouths part, breath mingling. I whisper her name, voice rough. She answers with a low sound of want, fingers tangling in my hair. The intensity builds, a passionate push and pull. My free hand skims along her side, feeling her warmth through the fabric of her blouse. She moans softly, pressing her torso against mine, and I lose track of everything else. We sink back onto the couch, lips never breaking contact. My pulse thunders, blood roaring in my ears. Her blouse slides up, revealing a strip of bare skin that tempts me to explore further. A flurry of motion, and we're practically tangling in each other's clothes, hearts pounding. The living room shadows feel intimate, cocooning us from the outside world. My mouth finds the curve of her neck, drawing a gasp that inflames my hunger. My fingers tug at the waistband of her skirt, sliding it an inch lower. Something inside me stutters. She's had a lot of wine. We're both tipsy, but she's more affected. The memory of her last heartbreak flickers in my mind. I pull back, panting, scanning her flushed face. "Chloe," I whisper, chest heaving. She blinks, eyes hazy with desire. "Why'd you stop?" Guilt wars with lust. "You're not completely sober. I don't want to push this if you might regret it later." A ripple of emotion crosses her features. She relaxes slightly, though her voice still trembles with need. "I appreciate that." I gently brush a strand of hair from her cheek. My breathing is ragged, skin on fire. "I want you," I admit softly. "But not like this. Not when you're tipsy and might question it in the morning." She nods, trembling. "Thank you. I guess we're both dangerously close to losing ourselves right now." I help her sit upright, adjusting her skirt. My own pulse is still hammering. "I can drive you home, or you can stay in the guest room if you're not comfortable traveling tonight." She lifts her gaze, expression earnest. "Would you mind if I stay?" Relief surges. I really want to keep her close, even if I can't have all of her right now. "I'd like that." She offers a small, grateful smile. "Me too." With lingering tension crackling between us, I guide her to the guest room, a sparse but tidy space with a large bed, fresh sheets, and a minimalist dresser. She stands in the doorway, glancing around at the impersonal decor. "I'll grab you something to sleep in," I say, heading to a closet. I return with one of my t-shirts. She thanks me, still looking slightly dazed from the intensity of our almost encounter. We hover awkwardly for a second, hearts pounding, but neither of us moves for a parting kiss. Maybe we're both afraid if we start again, we won't stop. "Good night," I murmur, stepping back. She offers a faint smile, hugging the shirt to her chest. "Night, Julian." I close the door softly, emotions churning like a tempest inside me. As I head to my own bedroom, I feel the ghost of her lips on mine, the press of her body against me. My mind whirls with thoughts of Redwood, my father, and the wedding in the Bahamas. 3 days of close proximity, even more forced intimacy. The bed feels too large and too empty as I lie there, staring at the ceiling. My nerves sizzle, every cell awake with the memory of her warmth, her taste, her soft gasps. A single question throbs in my chest. How much longer can we play this game of restraint before everything combusts? I toss and turn, trying to quell the urge to slip into the guest room, gather her in my arms, and finish what we started. But that wouldn't be right. Respect, I remind myself. We're treading on delicate ground. Still, my body remains aflame with want, my heart troubled by the realization that it's not just physical desire fueling me, it's something far more potent. At some point, exhaustion drags me into a fitful sleep. When I wake to weak morning light, my first thought is that Chloe's in the next room. I fumble for my phone, noticing a Redwood message about the next investor meeting. My father's also texted, a curt demand for me to attend some high society gala. I delete it without responding. Padding to the kitchen, I find Chloe already there, wearing my oversized t-shirt, her hair a tousled halo. She's making coffee, though she looks uncertain about the complex machine. My heart flips at the domestic sight. She spots me, face flushing. Morning? I nod, swallowing. Morning. Sleep okay? She offers a small shrug. Better than I thought I would, actually. She gestures to the coffee machine. I was trying to figure this out. A smile quirks my lips. Let me... I stride over, guiding her through the touchscreen menu. Our shoulders brush, warmth radiating from her. The memory of last night's heated moment flickers, sending a jolt of awareness through me. We sip coffee in silence side by side, letting the city's early bustle fill the quiet. Eventually, she sets her mug down. I should probably get going soon. I have to prep for the flight tomorrow. The wedding's in 2 days, and I still need to confirm my final fitting with Andre. I nod, a pang of regret stabbing my chest. Of course. I'll have my driver take you. But... I hesitate, running a thumb over the rim of my mug. When do you want to meet at the airport? Her gaze lifts. My flight's at 9 in the morning. Are we traveling together or separately? My chest warms. Together if you'd like. I can arrange a private jet, actually. Make it simpler. Then we won't have to deal with paparazzi at the airport. Her eyes widen. A private jet? That's... You sure? I shrug, trying to sound casual. It's an option. Might save you from tabloid questions before we even arrive. She exhales. All right, let's do that then. A faint smile plays on my lips, and I dare to let my fingers brush hers on the counter. She doesn't pull away. We'll handle everything. The wedding, Redwood, my father. I promise you won't face Donovan's nonsense alone. Her eyes glimmer with gratitude and something deeper. Thank you. The moment brims with unspoken words, but I'm not sure we're ready to voice them. Instead, I walk her to the door, offering a soft goodbye. She departs, leaving me in a penthouse that feels emptier than it did before. I sink onto the couch, replaying the near kiss in the dressing room, the half-undone zipper, the warmth of her skin against mine. Then the memory of her on my lap last night, the press of her body, the sheer longing that nearly consumed us both. My chest tightens. It's getting harder each day to pretend this is just an arrangement. My phone buzzes again, a Redwood coordinator wanting to confirm a conference call. Sighing, I steel myself, forcing my mind to Redwood for now. But the thought of a 3-day wedding in the Bahamas sends a thrill through me. 3 days side by side, dancing on a knife's edge between the role we're meant to play and the emotions we can't deny. Time is running short. Our careful boundaries are fraying. I only hope we can navigate the volcanic tension without destroying ourselves or each other before the wedding ends. Because something tells me once we step foot on that island paradise, there'll be no escaping the inevitable storm building between us.
Chapter 9. Chloe. I wake up to a flurry of nerves gnawing away at my stomach. My phone buzzes on the nightstand. A text from Julian reminding me to be ready in 2 hours to head to the private jet. Private jet. The phrase alone sends prickles of anticipation down my spine. When he first offered it, I thought he was joking. But no, he was perfectly serious. Julian Royce, multi-billionaire with an empire to maintain, doesn't do commercial flights if he can help it. And now I'm going along for the ride. I swallow and fling off my covers, padding across my small bedroom to grab a cup of water. My reflection in the dresser mirror is pensive. This weekend in the Bahamas is supposed to be a wedding celebration for my college best friend, Harriet and Brent. But it feels more like a test for me and Julian, or for me alone. Because no matter how many times I tell myself this is all for show, that we're just continuing our carefully orchestrated ruse, my heart refuses to cooperate. The memory of the tension in his penthouse, the near-miss kisses, the swirl of confusing emotions still heat my cheeks. I spend the next hour racing around my apartment, double-checking outfits, ensuring I've packed every essential for a 3-day affair that's probably going to be both elegant and drenched in drama. Harriet warned me it would be extra. But I never imagined I'd be arriving on a private jet with the man who once seemed so distant, so out of reach. A beep from downstairs announces Julian's driver has arrived. I fling my suitcase handle up, press my front door closed, and hurry down. The driver greets me politely, stows my luggage, and opens the car door. Sliding into the back seat, I stare at the city flying by as we head for a smaller, exclusive airfield, someplace I've only seen in paparazzi photos of celebrities. When we pull up, my jaw drops at the sleek jet waiting on the tarmac. A glossy white exterior with Royce Innovations discreetly printed near the tail. The driver opens my door and I step out, the scent of jet fuel and crisp morning air colliding in my lungs. Julian is already there, dressed casually in dark jeans and a tailored blazer. Even so, he looks like he stepped out of a high-fashion spread. He offers me a soft smile. "Morning," he says. "Ready to fly?" I inhale, pushing down a wave of nerves. First time on a private jet, I admit, tucking a stray curl behind my ear. I guess I'm ready. His gaze slides appreciatively over my outfit, linen pants and a flowy blouse I chose for comfort. A flicker of warmth crosses his features. "You look great. Come on, let's get settled." He leads me up the short staircase. The moment I enter, I'm struck by plush leather seats arranged in a lounge-like format, polished wood accents, and a sense of airy spaciousness. This isn't just a plane, it's an airborne luxury suite. My eyes widen at the gleaming interior as I walk down the aisle. Even the overhead bins look more stylish than my entire apartment. Julian smirks when he notices my awe. Impressed? I swallow a laugh. It's definitely nicer than what I'm used to. He gestures for me to choose a seat. I sink into one near the window, running my fingertips across the buttery leather. Before I can gather my wits, a flight attendant in a crisp uniform appears, all radiant smiles and a glossy red lip. She greets Julian with a throaty, "Mr. Royce, it's so good to see you again," and a flutter of her eyelashes that's impossible to misinterpret. My stomach twists with an unexpected jolt of jealousy. Why am I reacting like this? I have no claim on Julian. This entire relationship is a facade, yet I can't deny the sudden heat licking up my neck, especially as she leans in closer than necessary to hand him a glass of pre-flight champagne. He thanks her politely, then glances at me. "Would you like a glass too?" She turns, eyeing me with mild curiosity. "Champagne, Ms. Weston?" "Yes, please," I say, forcing a polite tone. "That'd be nice." She disappears, hips swaying. I bite back an urge to roll my eyes. A second later, Julian shifts, his gaze pinned on me. "Something wrong?" he asks softly, amusement dancing in his voice. I huff, crossing my legs. "Not at all." His lips quirk. "Because you look like you're about to incinerate the seat with that stare." I glare at him, feeling my cheeks burn. "She's just very familiar, that's all." He leans back, clearly enjoying this. Is that real annoyance or just part of our show? My breath catches. He's calling me out, wondering if my jealousy is genuine or an act. I can't bring myself to confess how real it feels, so I remain silent, fiddling with the armrest. The flight attendant returns, offering me champagne with a bright smile. She gently touches Julian's arm while speaking, as if claiming his attention. My stomach twists again, but I focus on the window, letting the swirl of bubbles in my flute calm me. We take off, the jet ascending smoothly into the sky with barely a rumble. The entire experience is surreal. No crowded aisles, no overhead announcements about emergency exits. Just an intimate cabin and soft music piped through hidden speakers. Julian busies himself with a tablet, scanning through some business documents, while I watch clouds drift by. The flight attendant circles occasionally, each time pausing by Julian a beat longer than necessary. It's hard not to notice. At one point, I excuse myself to use the restroom at the back of the cabin. On my way, I overhear Julian speaking in hushed tones to the captain near the cockpit door. "Make sure she's removed from my roster after this flight," he says, voice low. I don't need an attendant who flirts with me when I'm traveling with my woman. My heart stutters. His woman. It shouldn't matter. He's only saying it to maintain the charade, right? Yet warmth spreads through me, an undeniable sense of satisfaction that makes my pulse race. I catch the captain nodding before I slip into the tiny lavatory, my mind buzzing. Why does it thrill me to know he's so protective? That he's shutting down another woman's attempts because of me? When I return to my seat, the flight attendant is pointedly ignoring me, but she's also less clingy with Julian. I detect a flash of anger in her eyes, quickly masked by a professional smile. Julian arches a brow at me, as if to say, "All sorted," and I give him a faint nod. My jealousy remains, but there's a heady sweetness in knowing he's chosen to set boundaries for me, even if it's an illusion. The rest of the flight passes in a blur. We discuss the wedding schedule, 3 days of events, from a welcome dinner to the rehearsal party to the actual ceremony and reception. Harriet loves big celebrations, so each day is jam-packed. It's going to be exhausting, but also a prime stage to prove that Julian and I are in love for the public. A twist of anxiety coils in my gut at the thought of performing so intensely under the watchful eyes of my old friends. And Donovan, especially Donovan. We land smoothly in the Bahamas. The sun is blindingly bright as we step off the jet, warm wind ruffling my hair. I inhale the tang of salt and palm fronds, letting the tropical air wash over me. Julian arranges a private car to the resort, his business-like efficiency sparing me the usual taxi lines. By the time we reach the 5-star resort Harriet recommended, I'm already overwhelmed by the azure ocean views and plush grounds. The lobby is an opulent space of marble floors, towering indoor palms, and the faint scent of tropical flowers. At the check-in desk, I manage a polite smile and give my name. The receptionist taps away at her screen, then brightens. "Ah, yes, Ms. Weston. You have the honeymoon suite reserved, courtesy of Ms. Harriet Fairchild. For you and your partner, Mr. Royce?" My jaw drops. Honeymoon suite? I told Harriet I was bringing a significant other, but I never expected she'd go this far. My cheeks heat. I might need to switch. Julian places a hand on my shoulder, leaning close enough that I can smell the faint spice of his cologne. He murmurs near my ear, voice pitched low. "Your friends just walked in. They're watching." My head whips around to see Harriet, plus 2 of my other college girlfriends, Daisy and Alana, beaming from across the lobby. Harriet waves excitedly, obviously thrilled to see me. Another wave of panic churns in my stomach. I turn back to the receptionist, swallowing. "We'll take it," I say hastily, my voice trembling. Julian's mouth curves against my ear in a smile that sends tingles down my spine. "Thank you," he says to the receptionist, accepting the key cards. With an arm holding my waist, he gently steers me away. My heart pounds at the contact. It's ridiculous how easily his presence can fluster me. Harriet squeals the moment we're within range, rushing forward to hug me. "Chloe, oh my gosh, you look amazing." She quickly inspects Julian, her wide eyes turning teasing. "So this is the elusive Julian. We've been dying to meet you." Julian extends a hand, stepping smoothly into the role of polished beau. "Pleasure to meet you, Harriet. Congratulations on your big day." She squeals again, hooking arms with Daisy and Alana. They all greet Julian with open admiration. No subtlety there. Daisy even fans herself dramatically. "Chloe, You never told us he was, well, this. I attempt to laugh it off. I guess I didn't have to brag. He's self-evident, right? Julian smirks slightly, his arm remaining around my waist, signaling possession. The other two girls gush over him, asking about his flight, the Bahamas, if he's prepared for the next few days of partying. He answers with polite charm, leaving them starry-eyed. Suddenly, a fourth figure joins our group. Lydia, someone I vaguely recall from a few college mixers. She's wearing a bright sundress and a predatory smile directed at Julian. "Hello, Chloe," she says in passing, before zeroing in on him. "And you must be Julian. I've heard so many stories." She extends her hand, nails manicured to perfection. "I'm Lydia. Pleasure to meet you." I cringe at her blatant flirtation. She places a palm on Julian's forearm, batting her lashes. He politely withdraws his arm, ignoring her attempts. "Nice to meet you as well," he says coolly, then turns back to Harriet. Lydia stands there, mouth slightly open at his brush-off. Harriet leans in, whispering, "That's Donovan's stepsister, new addition to his family. She showed up last minute." My stomach twists at the mention of Donovan. Great. Just another reason for me to brace for drama. Lydia recovers quickly, pouting and flipping her hair, but it's clear Julian is offering her minimal attention. I can't help a small surge of gratitude for that, especially after seeing how the flight attendant fiasco got under my skin. Lydia finally gives up, shooting me a glare before prancing away. My chest tightens, remembering that Donovan must be around somewhere too. Sure enough, the crowd in the lobby parts, and there he is, dark-haired, tall, wearing a smirk that sends chills down my spine. His gaze lands on me, then flicks to Julian. The tension is immediate. "Chloe," Donovan says, his tone dripping with feigned pleasantness. "You look, well." He shifts, nodding at Julian. "So, this is the billionaire boyfriend, right?" I force a smile, though my pulse races. "Hello, Donovan." Julian's hand settles on my lower back, comforting. "I'm Julian Royce," he says smoothly, his voice deceptively calm. "I've heard some things about you." Donovan's brow arches. "Likewise. I hear you're quite the legend in the tabloids." I stiffen, but Julian responds with an easy tone. "They'll say anything to sell a headline. I'd hate for them to tarnish your good name, too." A slight edge underlies his polite words, a clear warning. Donovan's smirk falters. Lydia reappears at Donovan's side, giving me a smug look. "Chloe, darling, I'm surprised you made it. I thought you'd be too busy with your clients." My jaw tightens. "I'm never too busy for Harriet's wedding." She shrugs, tossing her hair. Donovan rests an arm around her shoulders, turning to Harriet to discuss some inconsequential detail about the weekend. The tension thickens, my heart drumming in my ears. I'm about to step away when Julian speaks again, voice coldly polite. "Chloe and I have a few things to settle, so we'll head up to our suite," he says. "We'll see you all at the welcome dinner tonight." I almost sag in relief, letting Julian guide me toward the elevators. As soon as the doors close behind us, I exhale, leaning my head against the cool metal panel. "Thank you," I whisper. "That was intense." He gives me a sidelong glance, expression softening. "I'm here for you, remember?" It's a simple promise, but it bolsters me as we ascend. When we reach the top floor, the elevator dings and reveals a long corridor with plush carpeting. The sign leads us to a grand set of double doors labeled Honeymoon Suite. My cheeks burn. This is Harriet's sense of humor in action, or her misguided attempt to give me the ultimate romantic experience. Julian unlocks the doors and I step in. The suite is enormous. A living area drenched in sunlight from floor-to-ceiling windows. A massive king bed draped in crisp white linens scattered with rose petals. Of all things. My eyes dart around in disbelief. There's a private balcony overlooking turquoise ocean water, a flickering electric fireplace, and in the corner, an oversized jacuzzi tub encircled by tiny LED candles. This is not subtle. My heart races at the thought of sharing this space with Julian, even if it's just an act. He lets out a low whistle, placing our luggage by the couch. Well, Harriet certainly pulled out all the stops. I swallow, fiddling with my hands. I'll call the front desk, see if we can switch. He stops me, stepping close. No need, he murmurs. It's perfect. There's a teasing glint in his eyes as he glances at the rose petals. Exactly what we need to prove to everyone we're legit. My cheeks flare hotter. Julian, it's so obviously romantic, though. People are going to assume, he tilts his head, voice lowering, that we're a couple madly in love. He leans in slightly, his breath brushing my ear. Your friends have arrived. They're probably waiting outside to see how we handle this. A shiver ripples through me at the soft warmth of his exhale against my ear. That's manipulative, I manage, voice wavering. He gives a husky chuckle. Isn't this entire weekend a little manipulative? But if you want to run and request a new room, go ahead. I open my mouth to protest, but I catch movement through the suite's window. Sure enough, Harriet and Daisy are on the lawn below, craning their necks, probably trying to catch a glimpse of me. With an exasperated sigh, I step closer to Julian, pressing my palm lightly against his chest. Fine, we'll keep it. He grins, a roguish spark in his eyes. Excellent choice. He wraps his arm around me, steering me further into the suite. Now, let's make ourselves comfortable. Heat floods my cheeks at his suggestive tone. I gently push away. Stop teasing me. I need to freshen up anyway. I'm a bit sweaty from the flight and the confrontation. He smirks, trailing his fingers along my arm, clearly enjoying my embarrassment. By all means, take your time. I'll explore the suite. His gaze slides toward the jacuzzi with a faint grin. This might come in handy. Julian? I hiss, horrified by the insinuation. He laughs softly, raising his hands in mock surrender. Tension bubbles in my stomach, a mix of annoyance and something undeniably more eager than I'd ever admit. I pivot and dart out the door, using the excuse of checking on Harriet's wedding schedule. Outside, the sun is fierce. I shield my eyes, scanning the resort's grounds. There's a winding path leading toward a private beach, guests wandering in resort wear, and further off, Harriet's distinctive pink sundress, swaying as she talks animatedly with the groom, Brent. I hurry over, grateful for the fresh air. Harriet spots me and waves. Chloe, you made it. She rushes forward, Brent trailing behind with a big grin. How's the suite? I hope it's to your liking. I force a smile, heart still pounding from Julian's teasing. It's definitely something. You didn't have to book us the honeymoon suite, Harry. She bats her eyelashes mischievously. Psh, nonsense. You're basically the second bride in my eyes. I wanted you to have an unforgettable experience. She winks. Besides, you're with Julian Royce. A normal room wouldn't suit such a power couple. I cringe at the phrase, power couple, but keep quiet. Brent extends a hand. Good to see you, Chloe. We've heard so much about your new relationship. Harriet's been raving about how happy she is you found someone after, you know? He coughs awkwardly, referencing Donovan without naming him. My shoulders tense. I appreciate the support, I say softly, wishing Harriet would stop blabbing about my personal life. Then again, that's Harriet, uncensored enthusiasm in a 5'3" package. She beams. Anyway, we're organizing a quick cocktail meet and greet on the lawn tonight, so everyone can get comfortable before tomorrow's rehearsal. Make sure you and Julian come down around 6. Will do. My eyes dart to the resort entrance. half expecting Donovan or Lydia to appear. The memory of that confrontation in the lobby still sets me on edge. Thanks, Harriet. We chat a bit more about her final wedding details: an open-air ceremony, steel drum band, and a luscious spread of island delicacies. She's glowing with excitement, Brent's arm around her shoulder. It's heartwarming to see such genuine affection, and a tiny ache flickers in my chest as I recall how Donovan and I once pretended to have a similar bond, though it was never this real. Eventually, I excuse myself, explaining I need to decompress. Harriet and Brent wave me off, and I meander along a path lined with hibiscus flowers, trying to clear my head. A swirl of emotions churn. The tension with Julian in that ridiculously romantic suite, Donovan's presence, Lydia's flirtations, the show we have to maintain. It's all so heavy, yet my chest lifts with an odd sense of adrenaline. This is the strangest wedding weekend I've ever experienced, and it's only just begun. I circle back to the lobby, collecting my wits before heading up. Upon re-entering the suite, I find Julian standing by the balcony, gazing out at the ocean. He glances over his shoulder when I close the door. "Feel better?" he asks, eyebrows raised. "A bit," I admit, dropping my room key on the table. Harriet and Brent are finishing last-minute preparations. There's a meet and greet tonight at 6. He nods, checking his watch. "We have a couple of hours then." His gaze flickers to the rose petals near the bed. "Plenty of time to relax." My cheeks heat again. "Julian, stop teasing me about the honeymoon suite." He chuckles. All right, but you can't deny it's an effective setting for our little performance." I sigh, crossing my arms. Speaking of which, thanks for earlier, stepping in when Donovan tried to get under my skin. His jaw tightens subtly. He's lucky I kept my cool. I appreciate the fierceness in his voice, even as I try not to read too much into it. It means a lot. He moves closer, and my breath hitches. Like I said, I'm here for you. Whatever you need. His tone drips with unspoken possibilities, and my pulse quickens. There's so little space between us. The memory of our near kiss is fresh in my mind. I clear my throat, stepping back. I should, freshen up for tonight. Harriet wants us downstairs soon. I gesture to the candlelit jacuzzi, swallowing. This is a lot. He smiles, a mixture of warmth and mischief. I won't push you, but if you feel like soaking later, I'm game. A wave of images floods my brain. Us in that tub, the steam, the closeness. My cheeks flare, and I hastily escape into the bathroom. Closing the door, I lean against it, exhaling shakily. This is all for show, I remind myself. But it doesn't feel like it. Not with the way my body reacts to every small touch, every wry smile. My heart is tumbling further than my brain can justify. After a quick shower, I slip into a breezy cocktail dress for the evening's gathering. Something modest enough to keep me from melting in the tropical heat, but elegant enough to complement Julian's presence. I towel dry my hair, leaving it in loose curls, then reapply light makeup. When I emerge, Julian is waiting by the window in crisp linen pants and a white button-down rolled to his elbows. The sight is disarmingly casual, yet devastatingly attractive. My stomach flips. He takes in my dress with an appreciative gleam. "You look stunning." A flutter of pride stirs in my chest. "Thank you. You don't look too bad yourself." He extends an arm. "Shall we show everyone how a power couple makes an entrance?" I roll my eyes at the phrase, but link my arm through his nonetheless. "Lead the way, Mr. Royce." We navigate the elevator down to the resort's sprawling lawn, which now hums with clusters of guests sipping cocktails beneath swaying palms. Fairy lights dangle from the trees, casting soft glows. I spot Harriet and Brent near a makeshift bar. They wave us over, beaming as if they can't contain their excitement. A pang of affection warms me. I'm genuinely happy for them. Harriet deserves a perfect wedding. Julian and I mingle, accepting gracious compliments about how we make such a striking pair. Daisy and Alana squeal about the suite, pressing me for juicy details. My face burns as I stammer vague replies. Harriet eventually rescues me by dragging me aside to meet some old college acquaintances. Julian stays behind, chatting politely with an older couple, probably Harriet's relatives. Across the lawn, I notice Lydia hovering, pouting in Julian's direction. She glances at me, rolling her eyes when she thinks I'm not looking. Let her roll them all she wants. I'm too relieved that Julian pays her no mind. But relief sours into tension when Donovan strolls into view, nursing a whiskey. He spots me, arching an eyebrow. My heart jumps. I steel myself for a confrontation, but Harriet distracts him with wedding questions, and he continues on. For now. I exhale shakily, scanning for Julian. He's standing near a cluster of palm trees, half listening to someone who's gesturing wildly about business ventures. The look on Julian's face suggests he's only partially engaged. Then he meets my gaze, a subtle question in his eyes. Are you okay? I force a small smile and nod. The intensity in his eyes softens. The evening wears on in a blur of polite greetings, half-drunk cocktails, and wedding chatter. By the time Harriet and Brent officially dismiss us, I'm exhausted from maintaining the act, but also from the swirl of real emotions roiling inside me. Julian and I slip away from the crowd, climbing the stairs back to our suite. The tropical night air is warm, thick with the scent of hibiscus and ocean brine. When we re-enter the honeymoon suite, I flick on a lamp, revealing the same scandalous rose petals and flickering LED candles. My cheeks heat again, though a small part of me wonders how the night might end if we let ourselves cross that line. The tension still hums between us. Julian notices my hesitation, smirking as he sets the keycards on the dresser. Romantic enough for you? He quips, gesturing to the petals. I turn away, face burning. Stop teasing. This is Harriet's doing, not mine. He takes a step closer, removing the jacket from his shoulders. Still, it does suit the narrative, doesn't it? A swirl of butterflies stir in my stomach. Sure, I murmur. Great for the narrative. My voice lacks conviction, and I'm not sure if he notices. He arches a brow, noticing my embarrassment. Chloe, you don't have to be so tense. He gestures at the bed, the scattered petals. We can just pretend this is all part of the plan, right? Right, the plan. My shoulders slump in relief and disappointment. Yes, exactly. He exhales, raking a hand through his strands. Look, I know this can't be easy with Donovan looming around. I'm just trying to lighten the mood. I still find it hard to utter his name knowing my best friend has the same name. My cheeks flare, guilt mixing with gratitude. Thank you. Really, I appreciate everything you did earlier. The way you handled him, Lydia. The flight attendant. My pulse thuds, recalling how he called me his woman. I bury that memory, not wanting to dwell on how it stirred me. He shrugs, looking uncharacteristically modest. I don't like seeing you uncomfortable. That's all. Silence stretches, thick with unspoken possibilities. The bed, the candles, the memory of how easily we've almost lost control in the past. My chest tightens with a clash of longing and self-protection. If we act on the tension, are we crossing a line we can't return from? Julian watches me, his gaze darkening with concern when I bite my lower lip. You okay? I force a nod, stepping back from the tantalizing warmth of his closeness. I think I'm going to go get some air. Maybe meet Harriet again, or see if she needs help with something. I just need a break from all these thoughts swirling in my head. A flash of disappointment flickers across his face, but he covers it with a small smile. Sure. I'll stay here. Maybe catch up on some business emails? Tell me directly if you need me, okay? I push the door open, escaping into the corridor before my resolve melts. My heart pounds as I navigate the winding hallways, the plush carpet soft under my sandals. Stepping outside, I find Harriet and Brent strolling the moonlit path leading to the beach. They call me over, concern evident on Harriet's face. "Chloe, everything okay?" she asks, hooking her arm through mine. "You look flushed." I muster a shaky laugh. Just a lot, you know. This wedding is so elaborate, and Donovan's presence doesn't help. She pats my arm sympathetically. "Don't worry about Donovan. He's not going to ruin this weekend for me or for you. You have Julian. He seems really into you, by the way." My heart twists at the notion that Julian's into me. Harriet doesn't know the full extent of our arrangement. "Yeah, he's been supportive," I say. "How are you feeling about tomorrow? Rehearsal and all that?" Brent answers with a grin. "Ready to get the official stuff done so we can party, but Harriet's worrying about the flower arrangements and the seating chart." She tugs me aside, voice lowering. "Chloe, it's crazy, but I'm actually more worried about you. I know how Donovan can be. If things get tense, just holler and we'll whisk you away. Deal?" The genuine concern in her eyes warms me. I nod, hugging her. "You're the bride, Harriet. Focus on your happiness. I promise I'll handle Donovan and everything else. Julian's here to help." She smiles, relieved. "All right. I won't pry further. Just know I'm here if you need me." We chat a bit longer, letting the ocean breeze cool our tense spirits. Eventually, I part ways, letting Harriet and Brent continue their stroll. My thoughts drift back to the suite, to Julian waiting there. 100 questions swirl in my mind, from Redwood to my vow not to date, to the contradictory longing I feel whenever Julian touches me. But for now, all I can do is soldier through the next few days and hope our precarious arrangement doesn't shatter under the mounting pressure. When I finally re-enter the suite, it's nearly midnight. The lights are dimmed, and Julian is sprawled on the couch, laptop open. He glances up, an unspoken question in his eyes. "Everything okay?" he asks quietly. I nod, forcing a small smile. "Yeah, Harriet's good." He sets the laptop aside, standing. "You want to talk or head to bed?" My cheeks warm at the word bed, remembering the rose petals. "I think I'll bed." I hesitate, fiddling with the hem of my dress. "Thanks again, Julian, for all of this." He steps closer, lifting his hand as though to brush a hair from my face, but stops short. "You don't need to thank me," he says softly. "I'm exactly where I want to be." His words tug at my heart, a surge of conflicting hope and caution swirling. I manage a nod, then slip into the separate bedroom area. The bed looms large, candles flickering on side tables, casting romantic shadows across the walls. My pulse hammers as I realize we're supposed to share this space. Harriet's idea of the perfect honeymoon suite doesn't exactly come with twin beds. I turn to see Julian in the doorway, also eyeing the bed. He smirks. "Well, we knew this was bound to happen, right?" A flush creeps across my cheeks. "We can, figure out a couch arrangement or something." His gaze sweeps the room. There's a sofa, but it's small. He shrugs, sighing. "I can take the couch. Don't worry about it." I swallow hard, torn. That doesn't seem fair. It's your money paying for all this. He offers a crooked grin. "You actually want me in bed with you, Ms. Weston?" My stomach flips. "No, I mean, just fine. The couch it is," I stammer, mortified. "Let's not complicate this more than it already is." He laughs softly, crossing to the couch. "All right. I'll grab some extra pillows from the closet. Good night, Chloe. Good night, I whisper, darting into the bathroom to escape my own tangled feelings. Once alone, I change into a soft tank and shorts, brush my teeth, and sit on the edge of the bed, staring at my reflection in the wide mirror. My heart thuds with the memory of Julian's every touch, every teasing remark. This wedding weekend has barely begun, yet I feel like I'm teetering on the edge of something I can't define. Fear and excitement war for dominance. Curling under the covers, I switch off the lamp, letting moonlight filter in through the balcony doors. I can just make out Julian's form on the couch, the up and down of his chest while breathing. Strange comfort seeps over me knowing he's there, even if that knowledge makes my chest ache with longing. I close my eyes, telling myself to sleep. Tomorrow is day 1 of the wedding festivities, and Donovan will be lurking. Lydia too. The charade must continue, but the lines are blurring beyond recognition. With each passing day, each heated exchange, each flutter of jealousy, I lose a little more control. Still, I cling to the reassuring truth that no matter how complicated this might get, Julian is here, right now, under the same roof, his presence anchoring me. And for once, I'm not running from the storm. I'm walking straight into it, hand in hand with the man who might just break down all my walls. A final swell of gratitude and trepidation courses through me. Then exhaustion takes over, pulling me into a restless sleep. Dreams filled with rose petals, turquoise seas, and the confusing, exhilarating warmth of Julian Royce by my side.
Chapter 10, Julian. I wake before dawn, my back stiff from a night spent on a couch far too small for my 6-foot-plus frame. It takes me a moment to remember where I am. The honeymoon suite at this Bohemian resort. The entire space drenched in a half-light that filters through the open balcony doors. Sea air mingles with the faint aroma of rose petals. Harriet's idea of a joke or favor to Chloe? I'm not entirely sure. I shift, trying to straighten my cramped limbs. Across the suite's living area, the bedroom door is cracked open. I can't see Chloe, but her gentle breathing suggests she's still asleep. Memory surges back. The plane ride, the flight attendant fiasco, Donovan's smug face, Lydia's predatory flirting, and Chloe's anxious posture as she escaped to speak with Harriet. Every image is clear, but the most potent recollection is the look in Chloe's eyes each time she tried to brush off our romantic act, only for genuine emotion to spill through. I sigh, pressing my palms to my face. If I'm honest, I'm not sure where the line is anymore. We're here to preserve a carefully choreographed charade, but jealousy and longing have invaded. My mother's demands, investors' image concerns, none of it feels as pressing as the need to be near Chloe, to shield her from Donovan, to reassure her that she's not alone. The faint glow outside strengthens, hinting that morning is breaking. Day 1 of Harriet and Brent's wedding festivities is about to begin. According to Chloe's phone itinerary, which she shared with me so we could stay coordinated. There's a mid-morning beach brunch complete with local island music and fresh coconuts, plus free time until the rehearsal dinner at sunset. I swing my legs over the edge of the couch, wincing as my joints protest. A quick shower might help. I pass the bed on my way to the suite's sumptuous bathroom, unable to stop my eyes from drifting over Chloe's sleeping form. She's bundled in the covers, one arm peeking out, her hair a halo of wild curls across the pillow. My heart lurches at the sight. I've known many beautiful women, but there's something about Chloe, some deeper pull that unsettles me. Shaking off the thought, I slip into the bathroom. The shower is massive, all glass and stone, with multiple jets that pulse against my sore muscles. By the time I emerge, awake and a bit more human, I can hear Chloe stirring. The suite is warm with early sunlight, and I toss on a pair of casual linen trousers and a button-down, rolling the sleeves to my elbows. My phone buzzes with Redwood updates, but I flip it to silent. This weekend belongs to Chloe and Harriet's wedding, far more than it does to my corporate empire. A light knock sounds on the bedroom door. Julian? Chloe's voice is soft, hesitant. I step to the threshold, finding her there in a loose t-shirt and drawstring shorts, looking half disheveled and wholly adorable. Morning, I say, forcing my gaze to remain polite even as my pulse stutters. Sleep okay? She blushes faintly. I'm sorry you had the couch. I can see you're practically an inch from falling off. I manage a wry grin. I survived, but we might have to find a better solution if we're stuck here for multiple nights. My words carry an unspoken invitation, and I watch her face for a reaction. Her cheeks flare, but she quickly averts her eyes. Let's, see about that later, she says, clearing her throat. First, we should figure out what we're doing for Harriet's morning event. She texted me something about an open-air brunch on the beach. Sounds good. I'm ready when you are. I'd suggest comfortable clothes. I glance at her bare legs, forcibly reining in my thoughts. We'll probably be in the sand. She nods, stepping back into the bedroom. I'll get dressed, meet you in the lobby. I push aside a pang of disappointment that she's in such a hurry to put distance between us. Of course, I'll wait downstairs. She flashes a small smile, shutting the door gently. With a slow exhale, I gather the few items I need, wallet, phone, room key, and make my way to the lobby. The resort's morning energy is pleasant. Staff greeting early risers, palm trees swaying outside, sunlight glinting on water. Harriet's instructions direct us to a stretch of private beach where guests can mingle over fresh fruit and pastries. I wander down a stone path that opens onto a section of powdery sand. There's a scattering of chairs, umbrellas, and a buffet table. A few people are already there, some of Harriet's relatives, a handful of old college friends I vaguely recognize from Chloe's mention. I spot Harriet and Brent near the water's edge, arms around each other. A picture of bliss. It reminds me just how contrived my arrangement with Chloe is in contrast, yet my feelings don't feel contrived at all. Julian! Harriet waves, beaming. Where's Chloe? She'll be along shortly, I say, squinting in the bright sun. I let her get ready while I came down. Harriet guides me toward the buffet, thrusting a fresh coconut in my hands. Coconut water, locally sourced. Perfect for a hot morning. Her energy is infectious, and I can't help smiling. I wanted to create a real island vibe for everyone. It's amazing, I say honestly, scanning the scene. Feels like a vacation. Thank you for welcoming me. Harriet's eyes sparkle. Please, you're Chloe's special someone. Any friend of hers is a friend of mine. She winks, leaning closer. By the way, your presence is definitely making Donovan sweat. I love it. I chuckle, half lifting the coconut in a mock toast. If it helps keep Chloe at ease, I'm happy to do it. Harriet's grin broadens, but she's called away by a relative waving frantically about table decorations. I take the chance to roam, sipping the coconut water. The breeze is warm, carrying the faint strains of island music from portable speakers. Lydia stands under a palm, scowling at her phone, likely wondering where Donovan disappeared to. I notice her eyes flick my way, but I pretend not to see, scanning for any sign of Chloe. She arrives a moment later, wearing a breezy sundress in a bright coral shade that complements her complexion. My heart speeds up, but I maintain a casual stance. Julian, she calls softly, making her way over. You found the place okay? It's a silly question. There are signs everywhere. I realize she's just fishing for conversation, maybe feeling awkward. I shrug. Harriet guided me. Here, I got you a coconut water. I hand it to her, relishing the shy smile that lights her features. She sips, her eyelashes fluttering as the refreshingly sweet liquid hits her tongue. Wow, that's good, she murmurs, stepping closer so we're shoulder to shoulder. Instinctively, I sling an arm around her, aware of onlookers. She tenses for a split second, then relaxes against me. The ocean breeze tugs at her curls, and I catch a whiff of her floral shampoo. Sorry I left you behind, she says quietly. I just needed a moment to recenter. I slip my hand down to rest lightly on her waist. No need to apologize. I understand. And I do. This entire wedding environment is an emotional minefield for her, especially with Donovan prowling around. Not to mention Lydia's unsubtle attempts at latching onto me. We drift among the guests, offering polite smiles. Daisy and Alana squeal when they see Chloe, pulling her into girlish banter about the suite, hinting at honeymoon vibes. Chloe flushes, shooting me a helpless look. I smirk, stepping forward to intercept the conversation. Actually, we're still getting used to all the rose petals, I remark, feigning a conspiratorial grin. That sets them giggling. Meanwhile, Chloe mouths a silent, "Thank you," rolling her eyes. A short distance away, Donovan emerges from behind a bamboo bar, carrying a mimosa. His expression darkens when he sees Chloe leaning against me. Lydia sidles up to him, whispering something, her gaze glued to me as though waiting for me to reciprocate. I keep my attention squarely on Chloe, ignoring them both. An hour later, Harriet organizes a silly beach game, some variation of volleyball with comedic rules. Chloe begs off, citing a lack of sports inclination, so we watch from the sidelines. Donovan, though, takes the chance to show off, spiking the ball repeatedly and whooping whenever he scores a point. Lydia cheers him on, wearing a smug expression. At one point, Donovan waltzes over with a grin. "Hey, Chloe. Surprised not to see you playing. You used to love messing around in silly games, remember?" His voice drips with casual condescension. Chloe's shoulders tighten. "No, thanks, Donovan. I'm good here." He tisk-tisks. "Come on, it's all for fun. Or are you worried you'll embarrass your billionaire beau if you can't keep up?" My temper flares. I set aside the coconut I've been sipping. "She said she's good here," I respond coldly. "How about you focus on your game, Donovan?" Donovan smirks, flicking sweat off his brow. "You know, Julian, for all your money, you can't buy a real connection. Chloe used to want something genuine. Too bad she settled for the tabloids' favorite." He aims a pointed glance at me, then Chloe. I clench my jaw, adrenaline spiking, but Chloe grips my arm, shaking her head. The worry in her eyes halts my retort. Instead, I muster a cold smile. "I found that real connections come from respecting boundaries," I say evenly. "Something you clearly never learn." His face twitches, but Harriet calls him back to the game, sparing us further confrontation. Chloe exhales in relief, her grip on my arm trembling slightly. "Thank you," she murmurs, her eyes glossy with lingering tension. He loves baiting me." I slip my fingers through hers in a gentle squeeze. "Anytime. Let's get out of here for a bit." We leave the group, strolling down the shoreline where fewer guests roam. The sand is hot underfoot, the water lapping at the beach. Chloe's shoulders relax inch by inch the further we get from Donovan. She's quiet, but her hand in mine feels so real, not forced for an audience. We chat about harmless things, the color of the water, the softness of the sand, steering clear of heavier topics. By midday, Harriet's beach event winds down. People disperse, promising to reconvene at sunset for the rehearsal dinner at a beachfront pavilion. Chloe and I head back to the suite, our arms lightly brushing as we walk. We don't talk much in the elevator, though the tension between us hums like an electrical current. Inside the suite, the air conditioning is blissful after the tropical heat. Chloe tosses her sun hat onto a chair, sighing wearily. "I might take a quick shower," she says, heading toward the bedroom. "Then maybe rest up before tonight." My gaze flicks to the jacuzzi in the corner, still lined with LED candles from the night before. Memories of my teasing remarks flash through my mind. A surge of boldness prompts me to speak before I second-guess it. "If you want to unwind, you could use the jacuzzi. I might join you." The last part slips out casual as I can manage, but there's an undeniable undercurrent of suggestion. She hesitates, color warming her cheeks. I'm not sure that's a good idea. We can't keep testing these boundaries. I arch a brow, stepping closer. You look stressed, Chloe. A soak might help. My heart thuds at the risk of pushing too far, but the memory of Donovan's sneer and Lydia's stares makes me reckless. The tension is suffocating me. She chews her lip, eyes darting to the tub. Fine, she concedes, swallowing. I'll run the water and see how I feel. I half expect her to back out, but she disappears into the bathroom area, flipping on the jacuzzi's controls. I rummage in the suite's closet for extra towels, my heart hammering with anticipation and a knot of anxiety. Are we really doing this? Are we about to break our carefully constructed wall? When I re-enter, warm steam is starting to fill the air. Chloe stands by the tub, adjusting the temperature. She's changed into a simple black bikini, the sight of her nearly knocking the breath from my lungs. My voice comes out thick. I'll just get ready too. She nods, eyes averted, clearly flustered. I duck into the bedroom, quickly swapping my clothes for a pair of swim trunks. My pulse roars in my ears as I re-emerge. She's already sitting on the jacuzzi's ledge, legs dangling in the bubbly water. My gaze roams over her slender figure, the slope of her shoulders, the curve of her waist. Desire pulses beneath my skin, but I fight to maintain composure. I slip into the water across from her, the heat coaxing the tension from my muscles. Bubbles churn softly around us. We sit in wary silence for a long moment, eyes skating away from direct contact. Then she sighs, letting her shoulders dip under the water. This is nice, she admits, voice almost shy. I didn't realize how stiff I was from all the stress. My chest tightens. You deserve a break. Harriet's wedding is supposed to be a celebration, not a gauntlet of old ghosts. I shift closer, water lapping at my chest. If there's anything else I can do... She meets my eyes then, her gaze raw with a mix of longing and caution. You're already doing more than enough. Her throat works around a swallow. Julian, She doesn't finish. Instead, her gaze flickers to my lips, and the charged air between us ignites. Without conscious thought, I move closer, sliding through the water until our knees bump. My hands settle gently on her hips under the water, unsure if she'll pull back. Her breath hitches. For a second, I'm certain she'll retreat. Then she exhales, one hand rising to my shoulder. We keep pushing these boundaries, she whispers, eyes shimmering. Because maybe they're meant to be pushed. My voice is low, uncertain but brimming with need. She doesn't respond in words, just closes the distance between our mouths. The first brush of her lips against mine ignites every nerve in my body. It's a slow kiss at first, tentative, exploring. Then she arches closer, water sloshing around us, and a soft whimper escapes her throat. Heat lances through me, not just physical, but an emotional fire that consumes all caution.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
She's the first to speak, voice hushed. What did we just do? The underlying question is bigger than sex. I brush a fingertip across her cheek. I don't know exactly, I admit, no longer able to hide the warmth in my tone. But I'm not sorry. Her lips curve, A faint, shaky smile. Me neither. She shifts, nestling into me. Where does this leave us? I stroke her hair, thoughts churning. Let's figure that out together, Chloe. No more illusions, just us. She closes her eyes, exhaling softly against my chest. For a moment, the chaos of Donovan, Lydia, Redwood, and my mother fade, overshadowed by the quiet certainty of Chloe in my arms. I hold her closer, content to let time slip away in the hush of our newfound intimacy. Eventually, we rouse enough to straighten the scattered blankets and attempt to tidy ourselves. Chloe blushes, rummaging for an extra towel to deal with the wet footprints we left, trailing from the jacuzzi to the bed. I help her, a grin tugging at my mouth when our gazes meet. There's a conspiratorial sparkle there, like we share a secret. She bites her lip. We should, get ready for the rehearsal dinner soon. Harriet will wonder where we are. I nod, leaning in to steal another kiss. My chest constricts pleasantly at how easily she melts against me. I promise, we'll be quick. But let me hold you a second longer. She laughs softly, tilting her head to kiss the corner of my mouth. If you keep that up, we'll miss the entire wedding. I grin, nuzzling her nose. Maybe we can stay locked in here, order room service, and let Donovan stew. Her resulting giggle is worth the teasing. Still, the clock ticks. We share a private shower, washing away the chlorine and bubble residue. It's playful and tender, but we resist the urge to linger too long. Harriet might send a search party. After drying off, we dress in fresh clothes. I opt for a crisp linen shirt and slacks. Chloe chooses a sundress with floral patterns. She looks radiant, post-love glow lighting her features, though she seems self-conscious about whether we're too obvious. I clasp her hand as we walk to the elevator, ignoring my phone's insistent buzzing with Redwood updates. Right now, Redwood can wait. The only pressing matter is how Chloe and I navigate this new territory. Our entire arrangement has shifted in the span of an hour, from a careful performance to something undeniably real. We're halfway to the lobby when Chloe bites her lip, glancing up at me. So, we're not just faking it anymore, are we? My heart flips. I don't think so, I say softly. Not if you don't want to. She exhales, relief mingling with a trace of worry. I don't want to fake anything with you. I press a kiss to her temple, a silent vow to handle whatever obstacles come. I feel a surge of optimism. Our collision of hearts and bodies might be the best thing that's happened to either of us. Investors and Donovan be damned. When we step out into the lobby, the bustle of wedding guests and resort patrons encloses us, a stark contrast to our private bubble. Chloe's grip tightens on my hand, and I give her a reassuring squeeze. No matter what day one of Harriet's extravagant wedding celebration throws at us, jealousy, comedic mishaps, or Donovan's barbed remarks, Chloe and I will face it together. We head to the designated dinner site, weaving through palm trees lit by fairy lights. Harriet waves from afar, wearing a delighted grin that intensifies when she sees us hand in hand. Donovan lingers nearby, face etched with displeasure. Lydia stands beside him, arms folded, obviously annoyed by our closeness. The tension in the atmosphere is almost palpable, but I find myself oddly calm. We've already crossed a line no staged relationship is supposed to cross. Unlocked a door we can't close. And as Chloe glances at me, eyes shining with a newfound spark, I realize I'm ready to deal with the consequences. Because for once, I'm not just playing the part of a charming CEO trying to salvage my public image. I'm a man who's found something worth protecting, even if it means rewriting every rule we wrote down. With Chloe by my side, I step forward, bracing for the swirl of drama day one has yet to unleash. No matter what happens next, I'm done pretending it's all an act, and that knowledge sends a thrill of conviction through me. Chloe and I, together, is no longer just a contract. It's real, and it's ours to fight for.
Chapter 11. Chloe. The first sensation that pierces my groggy mind is the warm weight of Julian's arm draped across my waist. My eyes flutter open, meeting the soft glow of early morning light slipping through the balcony curtains. For a moment, I forget that we're in the honeymoon suite, our shared bed, littered with the rose petals Harriet insisted upon. The events of the previous night flood back in a dizzying rush. Julian's lips on my skin, his whispered name in the dark, and the boundary we'd agreed never to cross, shattered by the quiet hunger we couldn't deny. A swirl of emotion surges in my chest, a mix of happiness and the cold prickle of fear. We haven't labeled what happened, we haven't talked about feelings, but nothing is the same anymore. I can't pretend we're only bound by a contract, not after the way we melted together in the darkness. My heart thunders at the memory, and I realize I'm smiling even as nerves rattle me. I attempt to shift carefully from beneath his arm so as not to wake him, but the movement stirs him anyway. He inhales deeply, blinking sleep from those stormy gray-blue eyes. His hair, tousled from sleep, frames his face with a boyish charm that squeezes my heart. "Good morning," he murmurs in a husky voice, slowly withdrawing his arm so I can sit up. "Morning," I reply, cheeks warming. I search his expression for regret, but all I find is a gentle warmth and something deeper. He props himself on his palm, scanning my face. "You okay?" he asks, voice soft. I know this is new. I bite my lip, letting the sheet pool around my waist. "I'm okay," I say, clearing my throat. Nervous, but not sorry. A flicker of relief lights his eyes. He slides closer, resting a palm against my cheek. "Me neither," he confesses. "I don't want you to regret anything." I release a breath I didn't realize I was holding. There's a delicate pause. We're on the cusp of an enormous shift, but neither of us is quite ready to define it. Eventually, I press a quick kiss to his forehead and slip out of bed, belting on the suite's plush robe. The memory of last night sends butterflies spiraling through my stomach. "I'll hop in the shower," I manage. "Then we can see what Harriet's planned for day 2. He nods, sitting up fully. "Sure. I'll check my messages and get ready." His gaze flicks down to where the sheet barely covers his hips, and a wry smile tugs at his lips. "But if you change your mind and want to stay here all day?" "Oh, hush," I retort, a laugh escaping me. Harriet would murder me if we skipped out on her schedule. He grins. True. And I'm not ready to face Harriet's wrath first thing in the morning. A short while later, showered and dressed in a breezy sundress, I find Julian waiting by the balcony door, phone in hand. He's wearing a casual linen shirt and shorts, looking so effortlessly handsome that I have to pretend to fiddle with my sandals to cover my sudden flutter of attraction. "Everything good with Redwood or your father?" I ask, recalling how dire those issues once felt. He pockets his phone, crossing to me. "Seems calm for now. My father might be stirring, but I told him I'm busy this weekend." He slides a hand along my lower back, guiding me to the suite door. "Ready to face Harriet?" I nod, nerves flickering again. "And Donovan, too. He's still lurking around, you know." His gaze hardens slightly. "He won't bother you. Not if I can help it." A swirl of gratitude warms me. For all the tension swirling around Redwood investors and our initial fake relationship, he's turned into something more steadfast than I expected. Maybe that's what I've needed all along. A partner who stands by me, contract or no contract. The lobby is bustling with guests from the wedding party. Harriet spots us immediately, bounding over with a wide grin. "There you are. Everybody's just meeting up for a casual breakfast at the beach bar. Day 2 is all about resting up before the big bonfire tonight." She wiggles her brows. "You two look well rested." I fight a blush. "Thanks, Harriet," I say, hoping she won't pry too hard. She steers us toward a small group that includes Daisy and Alana, who greet us with knowing smiles. Daisy practically sings, "You're glowing, Chloe," while Alana giggles, "That honeymoon suite must be magical." Julian responds before I can. "Chloe had a really good night's sleep," he says, aiming a playful grin at me. My cheeks blaze, but I manage a returning smirk. Daisy and Alana exchange conspiratorial looks, but Harriet just laughs, hooking an arm through mine to drag me toward the hotel's side entrance. "Come on, Ms. Glowing," Harriet jokes. "We've got papaya and coconut smoothies calling our names." Brent's already down there, flirting with the fruit spread. At the beach bar, we snag a high table in the sand. The morning sunlight glares off the ocean, but large umbrellas cast enough shade to keep us comfortable. Julian and I slide onto adjacent bar stools, my hip pressed lightly against his. I revel in the casual intimacy, no stage poses, no cameras to appease, just us, choosing closeness. Daisy raises a glass of bright pink juice. "Cheers to day 2, everyone. More sun, more dancing, and hopefully less Donovan drama." I stiffen at his name, scanning the crowd. I don't see him or Lydia. Maybe they're still asleep, or planning some sabotage in private. Either way, I breathe easier. Alana leans in. "So, Chloe, Harriet said something about a bonfire tonight with a live band. Are you going to show off your dance moves again? You were on fire last night." I laugh, recalling the swirl of music around the bonfire. Who knows? I might sit this one out if it's too wild. Julian nudges me. "You? Sit out? We'll see about that." There's a playful challenge in his tone. I raise a brow at him. "Oh, you think I won't?" He slides an arm around my stool, leaning in to murmur, "You're too good to watch from the sidelines, Ms. Weston." The heat in his gaze sends a pleasant tingle down my spine. Harriet squeals, clearly catching the exchange. "Ugh, you two are adorable. Now I can't wait to witness the show tonight. Let's hope Donovan keeps his distance." We all clink glasses in agreement. Julian's hand settles at my waist, while Harriet prattles on about the bonfire details. I pretend to focus on Harriet, but my senses are pinned on Julian's firm grip, the subtle shift of his fingers on my side. The memory of his body pressing against mine last night threatens to unravel me. We spend midday lounging around the pool and wandering the resort. At one point, Donovan tries to catch me alone by the towel station, but I spot him in time and wave frantically at Harriet to come over. She claps a hand on Donovan's shoulder. "Donnie boy, I was just telling Chloe about the vow exchange tomorrow. Why don't you go set up your reading with Brent?" She's lying smoothly, but Donovan can't call her out without looking petty. He shoots me a dark glare before retreating, shoulders stiff. Harriet snorts. He's persistent. I'll give him that. "Thanks for the rescue," I say, exhaling. Her expression softens. "You deserve peace this weekend. Don't let him ruin it, okay?" "I'm trying," I murmur. The memory of how easily Donovan manipulated me once upon a time still prickles at my nerves, but a flash of Julian's reassuring smile lifts my spirit. I have someone else by my side now, and I'm not alone in this. By sunset, the entire wedding party converges on the beach for the bonfire. Torches line a circle in the sand, a pile of driftwood at the center waiting to be lit. The band from the previous night is tuning up, their steel drums and guitars promising an energetic set. Harriet bounces around, greeting every guest, while Brent supervises the drink station. My heart warms at how in love they are, so natural and open. Daisy and Alana flank me as we approach. Julian trails behind, fielding well-wishers who applaud his singing from last night. I can't stop the proud grin that spreads across my face whenever someone compliments him. Lydia stands near the makeshift stage, arms folded, glowering at the growing crowd. Julian passes her without a glance, coming to stand beside me, his fingers brushing mine. A faint laugh escapes me at Lydia's sour expression. "Ready for round 2? He whispers, nodding at the bonfire setup. I grin up at him. "I'm always ready if you're by my side." The words slip out more heartfelt than intended, but he just smiles, threading his hand through mine. Harriet calls for attention, instructing Brent to light the fire. Flames leap up, crackling in the twilight. The band strikes a rhythmic tune, and soon everyone's clapping along. I find myself pulled into a circle of dancers, Harriet and Daisy leading the charge. Julian claps from the side, gaze locked on me with quiet amusement. My cheeks glow as I spin with the others, remembering that only a day ago I was petrified about Donovan overshadowing everything. Now, all I feel is a buoyant joy that pulses in time with the music. Eventually, Harriet pries Brent from a conversation and shoves him into the dancing throng. We form a conga line, laughter bubbling. Donovan lingers at the perimeter, sipping his drink, eyes flicking to me whenever I pass. My skin crawls at his attention, but I keep close to Harriet and the crowd, refusing to let him corner me. The band shifts into a slower melody, and Harriet hurries around urging couples to pair off. Julian steps forward, catching my eye as the music glides into a gentle rhythm. He extends his hand in a mock formal gesture. "May I have this dance, Ms. Weston?" I giggle, placing my hand in his. "You may, Mr. Royce." He draws me into the circle of his arms, the bonfire's flickering glow lighting his features. The gentle sway of the music draws our bodies closer, my head tipping against his shoulder. My heart thrums with a mixture of tenderness and longing. We turn slowly in the sand, ignoring Donovan's brooding silhouette, ignoring Lydia's simmering envy. For a moment, it's just us. Smoke curling into the starlit sky, ocean waves lapping in the distance. When the band pauses for a break, Harriet decides to embarrass Julian once more. "Okay, guys, we've got a star singer here," she declares, half dancing over to where we stand. "Julian sang last night, but I say we need another performance. Right?" "No, Harriet, that's not," Julian begins, shaking his head. But the crowd cheers in agreement, Daisy and Alana whooping. Harriet grabs his arm, leading him to the band. "Just one more song, please." He glances back at me, looking torn. I shrug, a grin tugging at my lips. "I'd love to hear you again," I say softly, meeting his gaze. Defeated by the combined onslaught, Julian mutters a playful curse under his breath. Harriet all but pushes a microphone into his hand, and the band starts a mellow guitar riff. Julian closes his eyes for a moment, then begins a gentle, soulful tune. Different from last night, but equally sincere. My pulse throbs at how his voice resonates, deep and honest, the lyrics flowing across the hush that falls over the crowd. This time, it's a love song about unexpected connections and unspoken hope, the kind of sappy thing I'd normally roll my eyes at, except now I'm utterly captivated. When he ends, Harriet jumps up, clapping wildly. The entire bonfire crowd roars with applause. My own cheeks hurt from smiling. Julian glances around with a bashful shrug, then sets the microphone down and strides directly to me. Without a word, he holds me around my waist, leaning in to press a swift, warm kiss to my lips. The onlookers erupt in cheers, Harriet squealing as though she's witnessed a grand romantic finale. "Wow," I whisper once we pull apart. "You really can sing." He smirks. "Don't sound so surprised." We share a breathless laugh, ignoring Donovan's narrowed eyes and Lydia's cold glare. Daisy flutters over, purring. "Chloe, how does it feel to have this talented hunk crooning for you?" My cheeks burn, but I can't keep the grin off my face. Unreal, I admit. I had no idea he had such a voice. She and Alana tease me about being the luckiest girl here. Then Harriet drags them both away to gather more drinks. Lydia stands in the background, seething, presumably deciding whether to risk humiliating herself again by approaching Julian. She chooses not to, slinking off toward Donovan instead. We stay at the bonfire long past midnight, dancing, sipping coconut cocktails, and occasionally stepping aside for quiet moments of conversation. Julian never strays far from me, and each casual touch, his hand at the small of my back, his finger hooking mine as we walk along the sand, sends sparks of delight through my entire body. Everything feels deliriously real. The lines of the contract so distant now that I barely recall its exact terms. When we finally leave the beach, the torches are guttering low, and Harriet is half asleep on Brent's shoulder. Daisy and Alana wave us off with flirtatious winks, while Donovan lurks near the edges, silent. Lydia is nowhere to be seen. The path back to the suite is lit by moonlight and dim resort lamps. My head spins with exhaustion and a deep contentment I never expected to find. Up in the suite, the scattered rose petals remain on the bed, a silly but oddly romantic reminder of Harriet's meddling. I peel off my sandals, yawning. Julian drapes an arm around me, pulling me gently against his chest. "You're wiped," he says softly. I confirm, leaning my forehead against his collarbone. Too much dancing, too much singing. I can't believe Harriet made you do it twice. He laughs under his breath. I'll get her back for it eventually. For now, I think we both need to crash. An undercurrent of desire still tugs at me, remembering last night's passion, but it's softened by an even stronger sense of closeness. We don't scramble to tear each other's clothes off. Instead, we move languidly through the suite, washing off the sand, changing into comfortable sleepwear. When we finally slip beneath the sheets, the hush between us is warm and reassuring. Julian props himself, studying me with a tenderness that makes my heart flutter. "So," he begins, brushing a thumb over my cheek, "you were amazing out there tonight, relaxing, dancing, not letting Donovan corner you." I offer a small smile. "I feel stronger with you around," I admit, the vulnerability in my words taking me by surprise. You've made this wedding bearable." He dips his head, letting our foreheads meet. "You don't have to thank me," he murmurs. "I'm where I want to be." The confession flutters in my chest, filling me with a happiness so intense it's almost painful. Slowly, I cup his face, guiding him into a gentle kiss. There's no rush or desperation, just the quiet hum of affection. When we part, I snuggle against his chest, exhaling shakily. "This is all new," I whisper, "and it scares me." He presses his lips to my hair. "Me too, but we can figure it out together, right?" My throat constricts with unshed tears. "Yeah," I manage, letting my eyes drift shut as his arms encircle me. Together sounds nice. We settle into a comfortable tangle, my cheek resting against his shoulder, his hand stroking slow patterns on my back. Outside, the moonlit sky cradles the resort, a few final notes of distant music drifting from the dying bonfire. My heart thrums with a mix of rapture and anxiety, but for now, the balance tips heavily toward rapture. I'm not alone. I'm not faking. I'm here with Julian, and it's shockingly real. As sleep pulls me under, I cling to the softness of his t-shirt, inhaling the faint scent of his cologne. Fear still whispers at the edges of my mind. Fear of heartbreak, of Donovan's meddling, of Redwood's looming specter. But in the cocoon of his arms, that fear is momentarily hushed. For tonight I allow myself to be happy, even if it terrifies me. Because if there's one thing I'm sure of, it's that this closeness with Julian isn't just a contractual arrangement anymore. It's something deeper, something I might even risk my guarded heart for. I drift off like that, lulled by the steady movement of his chest, rose petals still clinging to the sheets around us, and the ocean's gentle roar in the background. Tomorrow, the final day of Harriet's wedding celebration awaits, along with all its potential drama. But as long as Julian's here, truly here, I believe I can face whatever chaos tries to pull us apart. And that thought, as terrifying and exhilarating as it is, brings me a sweet, trembling kind of hope.
Chapter 12. Julian. I wake to the faint rays of morning sun spilling across the honeymoon suite, casting diagonal stripes over the sheets. My arms are wound around Chloe, her breath slow and even against my chest. The quiet comfort of her warmth stirs a memory of our tangled limbs last night, talking until drowsiness took us. Every time I recall her voice in the dark, soft with hope, tinged with fear, my chest tightens. Today is Harriet and Brent's wedding day, the grand finale of this 3-day celebration that's felt like a whirlwind of music, bonfires, and heated glances across dance floors. My heart flips with a strange mix of excitement and dread. I glance down at Chloe's sleeping form, dark curls spilling across the pillow, and realize I don't want to leave this bed or face the world. I just want to hold her, memorize every curve and secret smile. But Harriet would never forgive us for missing the ceremony. Chloe stirs with a gentle sigh. She lifts her head, eyes still heavy with sleep, and our gazes lock. A tiny smile tugs at her lips. "Good morning," she mumbles, voice thick with lingering dreams. "Morning," I reply, allowing my hand to trace idle circles on her back. I hesitate for a moment, recalling how neither of us is ready to name whatever's blossoming between us. Yet the urge to reassure her, to let her know I want more than an arrangement, gnaws at me. How are you feeling?" Her features soften with a delicate blend of shyness and warmth. "Surprisingly good. I slept like a rock." I chuckle, pressing a light kiss to her forehead before sliding out of bed. Well, let's hope Harriet doesn't kill us for oversleeping. Chloe groans playfully, burying her face in the pillow. "She can try." I laugh, crossing to the balcony where bright Bahamian sunlight greets me. I push the curtain aside, letting beams flood the suite. The horizon stretches in a stunning sweep of turquoise ocean, and for a moment I stand there, taking it all in. I feel Chloe's presence at my back before she slips an arm on my waist, chin resting on my shoulder. "It's beautiful," she says quietly. I nod, covering her hand with mine. "It is. Kind of a perfect day for a wedding, isn't it?" She inhales, exhaling slowly. "Harriet's outdone herself, though I guess we shouldn't be surprised." I half turn, brushing my lips across her temple. "Guess we'd better show up, then." She snorts in mock protest, but there's a grin on her lips. "Fine, but first, coffee?" "Deal." After a quick shower and a scramble for formal clothes, we rush downstairs to find the rest of the wedding guests. We join Harriet, Brent, and the entourage by the resort's main entrance, where a line of pastel-pink golf carts awaits to transport everyone to the ceremony site. Harriet, in a casual romper so she can change at the venue, waves frantically for us to hurry up. "You two," she squeals, pointing at a golf cart near the back of the line. "Hop in. Let's go, let's go." I help Chloe climb onto the back seat, settling beside her. The cart zips off along a palm-lined path that winds through the resort's grounds. Harriet and Brent lead the way in the first cart, Harriet's laughter carrying in the salty morning air. Don't ask me how she has so much energy on her wedding day. Chloe sits pressed against my side, her hair lifted by the breeze. We trade small smiles, ignoring Lydia's resentful glare from a cart a few rows ahead. Donovan is nowhere to be seen, which is a relief. My fingers intertwine with Chloe's, and her returning squeeze sends a pleasant ache through my chest. Finally, the carts crest a small hill, revealing a secluded stretch of beach set up for the ceremony. Rows of chairs face an arch draped in flowing white fabric, pastel flowers adorning every surface. The sky overhead is a brilliant blue. I swallow, unexpectedly moved by the sight. There's something timeless about an outdoor wedding on a pristine beach. We disembark near a makeshift dressing area, where Harriet disappears to transform into her gown. Brent roams around greeting guests, checking details with the efficient. Chloe and I exchange amused looks as we find our assigned seats in the front row. Daisy and Alana wave us over, patting the seats beside them. The distant roar of waves provides a soothing soundtrack, and I catch Chloe glancing at me every few moments, a hesitant curiosity in her gaze. She leans closer. "You okay?" she whispers. "Yeah," I murmur back, adjusting my tie. Just taking it all in. In truth, my chest feels tight with an emotion I can't quite name. The swirl of music begins as Harriet emerges at the top of the sandy aisle, radiant in a gown that catches the sunlight. Brent's face transforms with unrestrained joy. The guests fall into a hush, everyone standing as Harriet glides forward. Chloe slips her hand into mine, and I hold it tight, heart pounding. The officiant welcomes us to this celebration of love and commitment, voice echoing over the gentle surf. I glance sideways at Chloe. Her eyes shine with unshed tears as she watches Harriet and Brent clasp hands. An unexpected longing rattles through me. I never thought I'd envy a couple's public vows. Yet seeing Harriet's unabashed grin, the trembling excitement in Brent's voice, I feel a pang of recognition. I want this. Or something like it. My gaze drifts to Chloe, who's biting her lip with emotion. She notices me staring. "What?" she mouths, brows furrowing. I shrug, voice barely audible. "You're beautiful," I say, the words tumbling out. "And so is all of this." I gesture vaguely at the arch, the sea, the vow exchange. My pulse stammers at the admission. I don't regret it, though. Chloe's cheeks flush, her eyes darting away momentarily, but the corner of her mouth lifts in the smallest, most heartfelt smile I've ever seen. "Julian, you're kind of surprising me right now." I squeeze her hand, heat creeping up my collar. "Me too." We fall silent as Harriet and Brent exchange their handwritten vows, voices cracking with raw emotion. My attention keeps flicking between them and Chloe. My heart thrums with an intensity that's new, exhilarating, and a little scary. Is this what I've been missing all along? The ceremony closes in a flurry of applause when Harriet and Brent seal their vows with a tender kiss. The reception that follows is a tapestry of laughter, clinking glasses, and emotional toasts. Tables are arranged under swaying palms, each draped in pastel linens. Harriet and Brent float from table to table, beaming like the newlyweds they are. Chloe and I sit together with Daisy, Alana, and a few of Harriet's extended relatives. Lydia sulks at a distant table, Donovan perched next to her with a sour expression. They look like they're plotting some petty sabotage, but I'm done letting them rattle me, especially today. Halfway through the meal, Harriet announces a bouquet toss. Chloe groans theatrically, muttering, "This is so cliché," but the sparkle in her eye betrays her amusement. She stands among the single women anyway, Daisy and Alana elbowing her in. Harriet turns her back, flings the bouquet in a perfect arc, and to everyone's surprise, or Harriet's cunning aim, Chloe snags it midair. The crowd bursts into applause and teasing whistles. Chloe's cheeks flame, but she lifts the bouquet, laughing. Daisy snatches the microphone from the DJ, cackling. "Now we do the garter toss with the men!" Brent sits Harriet on a chair, slides off the garter with a flair that sends the guests into hysterics. Then Brent calls the single men to the floor, me included, though I try to protest. Harriet waggles a finger. "No escape for you, Royce!" With a resigned laugh, I join the circle of men. Brent flings the garter high, and despite my minimal effort, I somehow catch it. Applause erupts, and Harriet squeals in mischievous delight. "Look at that! Chloe with the bouquet, Julian with the garter. We need a celebratory dance, or something." Daisy and Alana chatter about how it's a wedding custom for the garter catcher to put the garter on the bouquet catcher. I see Chloe hide her face, mortified. "Stop it," she pleads, though a grin tugs at her lips. Harriet, ringleader as always, drags 2 chairs to the center of the dance floor. She pushes Chloe into one, me into the other. The music shifts to a playful tune, the crowd chanting. Chloe leans forward, whispering with wide eyes, "This is insane." I grin, heart racing from the public attention. "Blame Harriet," I tease, brandishing the garter. "Ready?" Her blush intensifies. "Let's just get it over with." I slide to my knees, carefully guiding the garter up her calf in a swirl of catcalls. My chest tightens at the sight of her, even in this silly wedding game. Her breath hitches when my fingers graze her skin. The crowd roars with approval, and Harriet practically howls. To cap it off, Daisy yells, "They have to kiss!" Chloe locks eyes with me, lips parted in a shy, amused smile. With a shrug, I lean in. She meets me halfway, and though it's meant to be a playful peck, the gentle press of her lips resonates with a deeper meaning we're both too flustered to hide. The wedding guests whoop and holler, cameras flashing. When we break apart, I glimpse Donovan scowling in the corner. Lydia's jaws clenched in rage. But for once, I can't bring myself to care. Chloe stands, smiling sheepishly, bouquet clutched tight. Harriet's mission accomplished. By sunset, the formalities wind down, drifting into an after-party of sorts with cocktails and music. Chloe and I sneak away to a quieter section of the gardens, strolling hand in hand among lantern-lit paths. She looks at me, the bouquet still in her grip. I can't believe Harriet forced that entire garter scene on us. I laugh, pulling her against my side. I can. She's unstoppable. She rests her head on my shoulder, exhaling contentedly. I guess we survived. This wedding was so perfect, almost too perfect. A tiny worry line etches her brow. I pause near a flowering bush. What do you mean? She toys with one of the bouquet's petals, eyes distant. Whenever things go too smoothly, I get scared. I keep waiting for something to happen, something that rips this away. Her voice wavers. I've never been lucky in love, Julian. My chest aches. I slide my hand to cup her cheek, forcing her to look at me. I promise, I say softly. Nothing will happen. We'll handle whatever comes, okay? The words spill out more certain than I feel, but I can't stand the fear shadowing her expression. She must see the sincerity in my eyes, because her shoulders relax. All right, she whispers, pressing a shaky kiss to my palm. Thank you. We head back to the suite, ignoring Donovan's sidelong stare as we pass. Harriet and Brent wave from a distance, engrossed in their new marital bliss. Upstairs, we discard formal clothes for comfortable pajamas. There's a quiet hush as we slip into the bed, only a single lamp illuminating the rose-petaled blankets. For a moment, we simply stare at each other, the day's warmth and joy radiating in the small space between us. I slide closer, pulling the duvet up. She settles her head over my heart, her breath fluttering against my shirt. I'm so happy, she admits, voice trembling slightly. It scares me. I wrap my arms around her. You've got me, I murmur. I'm not going anywhere. She presses her face into my chest, exhaling a shaky laugh. Then I guess I can be happy, she whispers, eyelids drooping. Before long, we drift into slumber, lulled by the hum of the air conditioning and the distant hush of waves. In the dark, I hold her, mind spinning with the vow that I'll protect this fragile bond we've built. For once in my life, I'm not planning my next business move or crisis management strategy. I'm just content, Chloe's warmth anchoring me in a way I never expected to crave. Morning dawns with a disquieting hush. I stir, blinking at the suite's muted light. Chloe is still curled in my arms, but she stirs too, shifting to look at me with sleepy eyes. A gentle smile warms her features, and for a split second, everything feels perfect. But outside, the hall is bustling with strange energy. As I move to open the door for room service, someone knocked faintly. I catch sight of Daisy in the corridor. She looks at me with wide, worried eyes, then scurries away. I frown, carrying a tray of coffee and pastries inside. That was odd, I mumble, setting the tray on the small dining table. Daisy acted like she saw a ghost. Chloe, tying her robe, appears beside me. Strange. Did she say anything? I shake my head. Just gave me a weird look. Before we can dissect it, my phone starts buzzing like crazy. I fish it out. 15 missed calls from my secretary, Megan. Adrenaline spikes. I click to call her back. The line connects immediately. Mr. Royce! Megan sounds breathless, borderline frantic. I've been trying to reach you. Redwood is pulling out. My stomach plummets. What do you mean, pulling out? We had a deal in progress. She exhales shakily. They called an emergency board meeting last night. There's a scandal, sir. Your mother released a video. It's everywhere. Tabloids, online channels. She's claiming Chloe manipulated you, that the relationship is fake, and she has a contract. My blood runs cold. Contract. Megan's voice wobbles. Yes, some agreement about a fake dating arrangement. She tearfully claims Chloe's conning you, and Redwood doesn't want to be associated with the uproar. Their conservative investors are spooked. I reel, pressing a hand to my temple. Chloe hovers near, eyes wide with concern, trying to read my face. I place a palm over the phone, whispering, My mother. She leaked our contract. Chloe pales, nearly dropping the coffee cup she was holding. What? How did she get that? Rage burns in my gut, but I force myself to focus. Megan, do we know how Redwood might be pacified? She sighs. They want a statement clarifying the truth, but the tabloids have latched onto your mother's emotional performance. She's crying about you being manipulated. I'm sorry, Mr. Royce. Fear and fury coalesce. Thanks, Megan. I'll handle it. I end the call, heart hammering so hard it feels like it might crack my ribs. My mother's sense of drama has escalated to full betrayal. Redwood's involvement was essential to dethroning my father's share in the company, and now everything's tumbling down. Chloe stands stiffly, her eyes shining with hurt. She told them about the contract. She's pinned it all on me. I set my phone aside, crossing the room in 2 strides to her. Chloe, I'm so sorry. My mother, she must have snooped around my office or something. I rest my hands on her shoulders, feeling the tremble coursing through her. We'll fix this. She stares at me, cheeks draining of color. Julian, the entire wedding crowd. Do they know? As if on cue, a flurry of notifications buzz on my phone. The wedding guests must be seeing it. Harriet might be hearing rumors. My blood boils at the thought of my mother's tearful performance, painting Chloe as a gold-digging mastermind. We'll talk to Harriet, I say. We'll set the record straight. The Redwood deal might be another story, but we can salvage our reputations. We just have to be open and honest, right? Chloe's fingers twist anxiously around the belt of her robe. What if they won't believe us? Your mother's painting me as some manipulator. I even accepted her hush money at first, as a joke. She swallows. This is exactly what I was afraid of. Something happening to destroy us. My heart wrenches at the defeated note in her voice. I slide my arms around her, tugging her into a fierce hug. No. We won't let that happen. My vow sounds grim, and a spike of desperation hits me. We'll handle Redwood, my father, and every scandalous rumor. But I'm worried about you. This is so unfair. She presses her face against my chest, a shaky breath escaping. I knew your mother disliked me, but this is extreme. I'll fix it, I promise, voice taut. Whatever it takes. She exhales, stepping back, eyes glossy. We should get dressed. Everyone's probably whispering already. I nod, anger still roiling. We rummage for clothes in tense silence, the honeymoon suite's romantic aura shattered by the overshadowing scandal. Chloe occasionally glances at me, eyes brimming with unspoken fear. I keep trying to offer small reassurances, a brush of fingers, a fleeting kiss on her temple, but every beep of my phone intensifies the anxiety. Once we're dressed, I check my messages. Harriet's text appears. "You two okay? People are talking about some video your mother posted. Let me know if you need me." I show it to Chloe, who closes her eyes in anguish. "We should find Harriet," she says quietly. "Explain our side before Donovan or Lydia or anyone twists it further." I nod. "Yes." Then I have to call Redwood, see if there's any chance of salvaging our deal. My shoulders slump at the thought that I might lose the crucial funding that was going to help me wrest control from my father. But all that pales next to my fear for Chloe's reputation. We leave the suite, entering a corridor alive with hushed conversations and sidelong stares. Daisy and Alana pass us, looking concerned. Daisy calls Chloe, "Do you need anything? We heard there's a story online." Chloe musters a brittle smile. "We're okay. Thanks, Daisy." They nod, exchanging worried looks before hurrying on. The entire atmosphere has shifted from carefree wedding bliss to a swirling undercurrent of scandal. I clench my jaw, rage simmering at my mother's betrayal. Could she be so desperate to sabotage me? Or was she just manipulated by Redwood or my father? We spot Harriet in the lobby, arms folded, phone in hand. She brightens with relief when she sees us, ushering us to a quieter corner near some potted palms. "Thank God you're here," she says, concern etched across her face. "I just saw your mother's video. She's crying, holding up a contract saying Chloe tricked you. What's going on?" Chloe flushes, swallowing hard. "It's complicated. We did have a contract at first for a fake relationship because of business reasons, but it's not like that anymore, Harriet." Harriet's gaze flicks between us, uncertain. So it was real or it wasn't real? I don't understand. I step in, voice rough with emotion. We started faking it because I needed a respectable image for investors, and Chloe needed a break from the negative press after her fiasco with Donovan. But it turned into something genuine, Harriet, I swear. This isn't a con. Harriet exhales, pressing a hand to her forehead. "Your mother's video is brutal. She claims Chloe took hush money, that she's playing you. Donovan's all over it, gossiping that he suspected as much." She locks eyes with Chloe. I don't believe it for a second, but some guests might. Chloe's shoulders tense. "What do we do?" Before I can answer, Harriet's phone chimes. She glances at it, wincing. Donovan's stirring drama at breakfast, telling everyone how you two scammed each other. I'll try to shut him down. In the meantime, figure out a statement or something." I nod grimly. "Thanks, Harriet." She rushes off, leaving Chloe and me standing in the echoing lobby. My phone rings again. Megan. I brace myself. "Yes?" I answer tersely. She sounds frantic. "Sir, Redwood is finalizing their withdrawal. They sent an email. Given the negative press, we can't proceed with the investment. We prefer to protect our brand image." I'm sorry. My throat tightens. My entire strategy for freeing myself from my father's hold dissolves in a matter of hours. "Thank you for letting me know, Megan. I'll be in touch," I say, voice deadened. When I hang up, Chloe's eyes shine with tears. "Redwood's gone?" I release a slow breath. "Yes. My mother's theatrics cost me the deal. Possibly my entire plan." I catch the flicker of guilt in Chloe's gaze. "Hey," I say firmly, lifting her chin. "This isn't your fault. It's my mother's meddling." She nods, though tears slip down her cheeks. "But it all started with me taking that contract. I told you it was a bad idea from the start, but..." I wrap her in my arms, ignoring the curious stares of a few passing guests. "Chloe, hush. We both agreed to it. We'll find another way." She trembles in my hold, burying her face in my chest. For a moment, I just stand there, stroking her hair, letting the heartbreak of losing Redwood coil with the furious betrayal by my mother. Our illusions are shattered in the public eye, the wedding guests gossiping, Redwood gone, and my father likely dancing with glee. After a heartbeat, Chloe sniffs, pulling back. "We should leave, right? Harriet's wedding is basically over, except for some final goodbyes. We might be a distraction. Anger flares. I grit my teeth. We'll say goodbye to Harriet. I refuse to let Donovan or my mother's mania chase us off without a word. She nods, swallowing hard. Right. Let's go find Harriet. We'll salvage what we can. So we walk, hand in hand, toward the dining hall where guests are likely gathering for a farewell brunch. Each step feels heavier, the radiant joy of Harriet's wedding overshadowed by the poisonous rumor swirling about us. But I keep my grip on Chloe firm, drawing on the surge of protectiveness that boils in my chest. We might have lost Redwood, but I refuse to lose Chloe over this. As we pass the same potted palms where Harriet left us, I vow that once we're back home, I'll confront my mother head on. Whatever it takes, I won't let her smear Chloe's name or destroy the fragile, precious bond we forged, even if I have to wage war against my entire family, because right now, someone else's well-being, Chloe's, outweighs every business ambition I've ever held. I glance at her, eyes puffy from tears, lips pressed in a determined line, and feel a fresh wave of resolve. Let the scandal rage. Let Redwood vanish. Let Donovan gloat. My only priority now is making sure Chloe knows I stand with her, not out of a contract or convenience, but out of a choice that's become as vital as breathing. As we near the brunch hall, I feel the tension thick in the air, but I keep her hand in mine, silently promising that we'll face whatever comes next together.
You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla. Chapter 13. Chloe. I never thought I'd be back in my old hometown, pacing the length of my childhood bedroom, wondering if I had a future at all. Just 3 days ago, I was dancing on a Bahamian beach with Julian, my heart full of hope, despite the swirling rumors. Now, here I am, cradling my phone in sweaty palms, reading headline after vicious headline about our fake relationship. Chloe, my mother's voice calls from the other side of the door. How are you holding up in there? I inhale a shaky breath, forcing my best attempt at composure. I'm okay, Mom, I respond. Just give me a second. She's visiting me in the small rental house I've retreated to after resigning my city apartment. Someplace quiet and out of the media's glare. My professional credibility has taken a nosedive. The fallout from Julian's mother's tearful video, exposing our initial contract, hit my career like a wrecking ball. Clients jumped ship, tabloids wrote scathing articles, and gossip programs lapped it up. Even my volunteer gigs have stalled, the organization's wary of the negative attention. Most humiliating of all, the private school I'd been consulting for withdrew my contract. Chloe? My mother tries again, voice tinged with concern. I cross the cramped bedroom, bracing myself. Coming, I say, opening the door to reveal her standing in the narrow hallway. She's wearing a cardigan over a simple blouse, face etched with worry. It's been ages since we've had a real heart-to-heart. Her job as a teacher keeps her busy in our hometown, so we mostly talk on the phone. Now she's here in person, and I can't hide my shame. We step into the living area, a modest space with a worn couch and a tiny TV. My mother sits, patting the cushion beside her. I got wind of what happened, she says softly. The scandal with your name plastered everywhere. I know you didn't tell me all the details before, but is it true you had a contract with that Royce man? Mom, I begin, sinking onto the cushion. Guilt rolls through me like a wave. Yes, it started as a contract. Julian and he needed help with his public image. I needed a break from the Donovan drama. We thought we could fake it for a while, keep it professional. She frowns. But then you actually fell for him? I swallow. It turned into something real, and that's why this is so unfair. Julian's mother twisted everything, crying on video as if I'd manipulated him. She found our contract somewhere in his office. And Redwood investors, these big-time backers for Julian's company, jumped ship the second the scandal broke. My hands tighten in my lap. He's dealing with a nightmare, and I'm worthless to my clients. Her gaze softens. You're not worthless. You built your coaching practice from scratch. Now I've lost all credibility, I say bitterly. The tabloids are painting me as a cunning gold digger. My phone's gone silent with new leads, and half my current clients canceled sessions. She leans forward, taking my hands in hers. Honey, you're strong. You've faced heartbreak before and came out standing. This time you're not alone, right? Julian's in your corner, isn't he? I glance at the phone on the coffee table, praying for some sign that he's managing to contain the chaos. We've spoken only in hushed calls since the meltdown, each time him promising he'd fix it, that he was dealing with his mother's meddling. He says he'll handle it, I murmur. But it feels too big, even for him. And his mother. That video was so calculated. My mother strokes my knuckles, expression thoughtful. Chloe, you told me you genuinely love this man. Is that true? My stomach flutters, the word love echoing in my mind. I haven't said it out loud to him, but I think so. My voice trembles. He was never just a contract to me, not after we got closer, and he made me feel safe, happy. She offers a tender smile. Then maybe you need to trust that happiness. Let him fight for you if that's what he wants. Don't let fear rob you of something real. I blink away sudden tears. Mom, what if my reputation never recovers? I'm barely holding on to this teaching job, and even that might vanish if the principal decides my presence is a bad look. My mother pulls me into a quick hug, the familiar scent of her vanilla perfume calming me. Reputations can be rebuilt, Chloe. I've seen you rise from Donovan's failures, from lesser fiascos before that. You'll survive this too. Just be honest. Don't run away. Before I can reply, my phone buzzes, displaying Julian's name. My pulse speeds up. I answer, pressing it to my ear. Hey. His voice crackles with tension. Chloe, how are you? I've been on calls all morning trying to contain this mess. I told my mother. Actually, never mind. I have something bigger planned, but it might shake everything up. I exchange a glance with my mom, who mouths, Is that him? I nod. I'm with my mother. She knows most of it now. He exhales. Good. Maybe she can comfort you better than I can from here, but please believe me, I won't let this stand. I'm about to release a statement and I'm talking to the board. My father's trying to salvage Redwood's involvement, but, well, let's just say I'm not letting him take charge anymore. My chest tightens. Are you sure? It might just fan the flames, Julian. His tone hardens. I'm absolutely sure. Someone has to set the record straight. You're not the manipulator my mother painted you to be. I blink away tears. Thank you, I whisper. I don't deserve your sacrifice. He huffs a short laugh. Actually, You deserve a lot more. I'll call when it's done, okay? Okay, I miss you, I add softly. He pauses, voice gentling. Miss you too. Be safe. Talk soon. When I hang up, my mother arches a brow. He's making a statement? I nod, heart pounding. He says he's going to fix it. But at what cost? For the next few hours, I hover in my living room with my mother, refreshing news sites on my laptop while half listening to local coverage on TV. My stomach cramps with nerves. She prepares tea in the tiny kitchen, her face set in empathetic lines. Around midday, we catch wind that Julian is holding a press conference, apparently broadcast live on several channels. We scramble to tune in, adjusting the old TV. The image flickers, revealing Julian standing at a podium in a formal suit, shoulders tense. A cluster of reporters fill the background, cameras flashing. My heart leaps into my throat at the sight of him, serious, resolute. My mother and I sit on the couch, tea forgotten. Good afternoon, Julian begins, his voice echoing. I'm Julian Royce, CEO of Royce Innovations. I called this conference to address the rumors and allegations circulating about my personal life. A hush seems to fall even through the TV screen. Julian glances at notes, then sets them aside, jaw clenching. First, I want to confirm that there was, indeed, an initial contract between Chloe Weston and me for a fake relationship. I approached her, not the other way around. I begged her to help me rehabilitate my public image for an investor deal. She was hesitant but needed her own respite from negative press. It started as a business arrangement, an ill-conceived one, I admit. Tears prick my eyes at his raw honesty. My mother squeezes my hand, mouth set in a thin line as we watch him shoulder the blame. But, Julian continues, swallowing hard, the relationship evolved into something real. He pauses, looking genuinely vulnerable on camera. I was attracted to her from the start. I took every opportunity to be close to her, even under the guise of the contract, hoping she'd see me as more than a job. And eventually, we forged a genuine connection, one that transcended any agreement. Reporters clamor, questions blurred under the feed. Julian lifts a hand. I know many doubt this, especially after my mother's emotional video. But let me state this clearly. Chloe Weston did not coerce or manipulate me. If anything, I coerced her. She's a caring, talented professional who helped me when I was desperate. I regret using a contract for personal gain, but I do not regret meeting her. My chest clenches with an overwhelming mixture of gratitude and sorrow. On TV, Julian's expression darkens with resolve. As for Redwood's withdrawal, I accept responsibility for the scandal that erupted. My father and I have parted ways regarding the company. Effective immediately, he no longer has controlling stakes. I've taken steps to ensure he can't interfere with my decisions any further. A stunned murmur ripples through the press crowd. My mother gasps beside me, while I clamp a hand over my mouth. He actually did it, I think, heart pounding. He dethroned his father's share, the very move Redwood was supposed to facilitate. Julian must have found another path, some backdoor arrangement or leverage capital. My eyes blur with tears. Then Julian's voice drops, subdued. Regarding my mother, it pains me to disclose this, but I can't allow her lies to continue hurting Chloe or me. My mother has struggled with drug addiction for years, hidden from the public to protect our family's image. She's not in a mentally stable place. I've tried to help, but she's refused. And this scandal is the breaking point. She's being admitted for rehabilitation, and I won't let her sabotage the woman I love. My breath catches, and tears spill down my cheeks. He said it. On national television, no less. My mother's hand trembles on my shoulder, And I'm not sure if it's her or me that's shaking more. On screen, Julian lifts his chin, expression resolute. "I love Chloe Weston," he says firmly. "I won't let my family's dysfunction or old business deals ruin what we share. From now on, my parents have no say in my life, and I beg the public to see the truth. Yes, we started in a foolish manner, but it turned real. I'm fighting for her." Reporters burst into questions, flashes blinding him. He glances sideways, signals to some staff member, and the live feed abruptly cuts, returning to an anchor who sputters in shock at the revelations. My mother and I stare at the silent TV for a moment, hearts pounding. Finally, I exhale shakily, tears still rolling down my face. Did he just say he loves me? My voice wobbles, mind spinning with the enormity of his confession, the lengths he went to shield me. My mother pulls me into a fierce hug. "He did, honey. He certainly did." Emotion surges, gratitude, disbelief, a trembling joy. "Mom, this changes everything. I can't believe he outed his mother's addiction, dethroned his father, all for this." She pats my back gently. "He must really care for you, Chloe, more than I think you realized." Tears of relief mingle with lingering anxiety. I stand, wiping my eyes. But what about Redwood? His entire plan was to secure them. And now he's gone nuclear. I need to talk to him, let him know it's not his responsibility to fix everything. My phone buzzes, startling me. I fumble to answer, half expecting another reporter call, but the screen displays Julian's name. My heart lurches. "Julian?" "Chloe," he breathes, voice sounding simultaneously drained and ecstatic. I did it. Are you okay?" My voice cracks. "I saw. You put everything on the line for me." "You deserve nothing less," he says, raw emotion coloring his tone. "Is your mother there with you?" I glance at her, nodding. Yes, she is. She's really proud, I think. I'm proud too. He releases a shaky laugh. "Good. Look, I'm on my way. I need to see you. Both of you, actually. I want to tell you everything face to face." A jolt of adrenaline spikes through me. "You're coming here? Julian, you don't have to." "No." He interrupts gently. "I want to. I told Redwood's board I had urgent personal business. The company's stable enough for now, and well, there's no Redwood anyway. I'll be there tonight. Send me the address." I swallow a sob of relief. "Okay. Drive safe. Or fly safe. Or however you're traveling. I'll be waiting." He hesitates. "Chloe, do you realize what I said on TV?" My cheeks flush. "Yes," I whisper, heart flipping at the memory. "We'll talk when you get here." "All right, I'll see you soon." He hangs up, leaving me breathless. My mother arches a brow. He's coming here? To this little house in this little town? I manage a laugh, tears still threatening. "Yes. I can't believe it. Are you okay to meet him?" She folds her arms, a determined light in her eyes. "Absolutely. He may have turned your world upside down, but if he's fighting for you like this, I need to thank him, or at least grill him." She cracks a wry smile. That evening, the sun sets in a wash of pink and orange across the rural horizon. I spend hours pacing, my mother fussing around the tiny kitchen, stewing a simple dinner just in case. I glance at my phone every 5 seconds, waiting for Julian's text that he's arrived. Eventually, there's a soft knock at the door. My pulse skyrockets. I rush to open it, and there he stands, wind-tousled from a long drive, wearing a simple jacket over a crisp shirt. He looks exhausted, but the relief shining in his eyes makes my heart clench. "Chloe," he breathes, stepping forward. I barely register the squeak of the hinges as I fling myself into his arms, hugging him tight. He smells of car leather and the faint trace of his cologne, a scent that's become home to me. He pulls back slightly, hands cupping my face. "You okay?" I nod, overwhelmed. My mother clears her throat from behind me, and I realize we're blocking the doorway. Julian straightens, his gaze flicking to her. "Mrs. Weston," he greets politely. "It's an honor to meet you, ma'am." She offers a gentle smile. "Come in, Julian. I don't bite. Usually?" He huffs a nervous laugh, stepping inside. The tension in my shoulders melts as I shut the door. My mother ushers us to the cramped living room. Julian perches on the lumpy couch, looking far too refined for this old space, but the warmth in his expression steals my breath. My mother settles in an armchair, eyeing him thoughtfully. "So you're the man who turned my daughter's life upside down." Her tone is light but carries a note of protective steel. Julian inclines his head. "I'm afraid so. I won't pretend to be innocent. The contract was my idea, but I swear to you, Mrs. Weston, I regret how it started, and I'm ready to do whatever it takes to clear her name." She purses her lips. "Chloe tells me you risked your whole family's reputation for her on national TV. That's quite a step." He exhales. "They left me no choice. My mother posted that video." His voice tightens with anger. "She was unstoppable. I had to defend Chloe, and after everything I realized I can't keep letting my parents run my life. Doping or not doping. So yes, I told the truth about her addiction. I told them that I love Chloe." A hush falls. My cheeks burn, my heart flipping at the soft confession he repeats now. My mother's gaze warms. "Well, I suppose it's time for me to say thank you then. Though I hope your mother recovers from her issues." He nods grimly. "I do too. I'm making sure she gets professional help. As for my father, he's out of the company. I found an alternate investor network, smaller, but collectively enough to remove his controlling share." He looks at me, eyes brimming with emotion. "None of that matters as much as making sure you're okay." My throat constricts. "Julian, everything you did." I'm stunned. He stands, crossing to me, taking my hands in his. "Chloe, I know you're worried about your reputation, your career. But I've arranged statements from some of your former clients, those who know you truly. They're publicly vouching that you're no manipulator. And I'm using Royce Innovations PR to share the real story. You stepped in to help me. I coerced you. Redwood's meltdown is on me, not on you." Tears prick my eyes. Thank you," I whisper, voice thick. "I never asked you to." "You didn't have to," he interrupts gently. "I want to. I'm not letting you face this storm alone. That's what it means to love someone, right?" A soft gasp escapes me. My mother observes quietly, hands folded, a gentle smile touching her lips. After a moment, she clears her throat, standing. "I'll, leave you two to talk. If you need me, I'll be in the kitchen." She disappears, leaving us in the lamplight that feels too small for the vast emotions churning inside me. Julian lifts a hand to my cheek, wiping away a stray tear. "I love you," he says again, quieter this time. "I know it's sudden, and we haven't had time to label it, but I can't deny it anymore. I nearly lost everything, and the only thing I truly feared losing was you." My chest aches. "Julian, I swallow, mustering the courage I've stifled for weeks. "I love you too. I was terrified to say it, but seeing you fight for me like that, it broke every wall I had left." Relief blooms across his face, a dazzling warmth lighting his gaze. He exhales a laugh that sounds half disbelieving. "Thank God," he murmurs, leaning in to press his lips to mine in a tender, searching kiss. The tension and heartbreak of the past days melt under the quiet heat that sparks between us. I cling to him, letting tears slip free, a strange mix of joy and lingering sorrow washing through me. We pull apart, breathing uneven. He frames my face with his hands. We'll work on rebuilding your reputation. My PR team is good. And with those testimonials, we can make the tabloids back off. I can't promise it'll be easy, but we'll do it together. I trust you, I say. But more than that, I want to stand on my own 2 feet. I don't want to rely on your wealth or name to fix my life. He nods, eyes gleaming with pride. Of course, I'll help where I can. But your strength is what got you this far. We share a moment of comfortable silence, foreheads touching. Then a polite cough from the hallway startles us. My mother peeks around the corner, cheeks coloring at having interrupted. Sorry to intrude, but dinner's ready. It's just simple stew, but you must be hungry. Julian's face lights up with a gracious smile. I'd love some, Mrs. Weston. Thank you. She ushers us to the tiny kitchen table, where we settle in. The atmosphere is somewhat surreal. Julian Royce, multi-billionaire CEO, in my modest hometown house, stirring stew with a plastic spoon. My mother questions him gently about his family dynamic, and he answers with a mix of relief and lingering bitterness at his parents' repeated betrayals. I hold his hand under the table, wanting to anchor him the way he's anchored me. Toward the end of the meal, my mother gives him a measured look. I can't say I expected my daughter's career meltdown to lead to all this. Her expression softens. But I see how you look at her, and I can't deny you're sincere. Just promise me you won't break her heart. Julian's gaze flicks to me, then back to her. I won't. If anything, she's more likely to break mine, he says with a teasing twinkle. I swat him lightly and my mother laughs, tension easing. After dinner, my mother excuses herself, claiming exhaustion from her long day. She kisses my cheek, whispering, I'm proud of you, before disappearing into the guest bedroom. Julian and I are left in the small living room, the lamplight glowing softly. A sense of relief and contentment swells in me, like the calm after a vicious storm. I tug him onto the couch, snuggling against his side. I can't believe you told the world you love me. On camera. He shrugs, eyes warm. I wasn't sure how else to protect you. I'm done hiding. A wave of happiness crashes through me. I rest my head on his shoulder, letting my eyes drift shut. The hum of nighttime insects outside is the only sound for a moment. Eventually, he brushes a kiss over my hair. We should sleep, he murmurs, standing and offering his hand. Long day? I nod, heart skipping when I realize he intends to share my bedroom. The notion of us sleeping here, in my old bed, with my mother just down the hall, is both mortifying and strangely comforting, but I don't resist. I lead him to the cramped bedroom, where the only lamp flickers uncertainly. We strip to our boxers and tank top, practical given the house's ancient AC unit. Then we crawl onto the creaky twin bed, which seems far too small for two. I can't help but smile at the absurdity. Julian looks around, half laughing, half awkward. It's a bit cozy, he remarks. I giggle, pulling him down. We'll manage. We shift, limbs tangling in the limited space until we find a comfortable arrangement. I'm sorry it's not the honeymoon suite. He kisses my forehead. I'd rather be squished next to you in a twin bed than alone in any penthouse. My heart melts at the tenderness in his voice. Wrapping my arms around his waist, I settle against his chest, the faint beat of his heart grounding me. The events of the day, his bombshell press conference, my mother's arrival, the stew dinner, buzz at the edges of my mind, but I feel safe in his arms. As we lie there, a gentle hush blankets us. I trail my fingertips along his arm, a silent expression of gratitude for how he's fought for me. Thank you, I whisper, though it hardly covers the magnitude of my feelings. He tightens his embrace, voice low. For you? Anything? The overhead lamp flickers off as a gust of wind rattles the window. Darkness swallows the room, leaving us in the quiet hush of a country night. My mother's subdued snores drift from the adjacent room, and the crickets chirp beyond the thin walls. In that moment, pressed into Julian's chest, I realize that no matter how chaotic life becomes outside these walls, this bond we share is worth every scandal, every risk. I love you too, I say, the confession trembling on my lips. You know that, right? He exhales, sounding almost shaky with relief. Yes, he murmurs. But I'll never tire of hearing it. I nuzzle closer, letting the tension seep from my body. Tomorrow might bring fresh battles, more rumors to squash, more phone calls from old clients, or tabloids seeking a statement. But for tonight, we have this small, unremarkable bedroom, each other's arms, and the knowledge that we're finally on the same side, not just by contract, but by choice. My heart squeezes with an overwhelming surge of tenderness. The fiasco with Redwood, the heartbreak at Harriet's wedding, his mother's betrayal, none of it managed to break us. If anything, it forced us to confront our feelings head on. Now, there's no pretense left, only a raw truth that we're both willing to fight for. His lips find mine in a gentle, lingering kiss, the creak of the bed protesting our movement. We part, breathing ragged. He strokes my cheek, eyes reflecting the faint glow from the moonlit window. Sleep, Chloe. We'll face whatever comes next. Together. Together, I echo, eyelids growing heavy. A final wave of gratitude washes over me as I slip into sleep, lulled by his steady heartbeat and the quiet vow we both hold. No more lies, no more illusions, only the honest, unvarnished truth of us.
Chapter 14. Julian. 6 months have passed since the scandal that threatened to tear our lives apart, and sometimes I still wake up bracing for the next crisis. But each day brings more proof that we've weathered the worst and emerged stronger. I see it in Chloe's radiant smile when she leaves for work in the morning, in the confident stride with which she navigates her renewed career. I sense it in my own steadier heartbeat when I walk into my company's boardroom, no longer weighed down by my father's shadow or my mother's unpredictable meddling. Right now, I'm seated at a polished conference table in Royce Innovations' newly refurbished executive suite, where a group of bright-eyed staff members finishes up their presentations. The old tension of Redwood's potential withdrawal is long gone. We replaced them with a network of smaller investors who believed in my vision. Our stock price rebounded, the board is more cohesive than ever, and we've soared to new heights, free from my father's controlling stake. My chest tightens with gratitude and disbelief. 6 months ago, I was on the edge of ruin. Mr. Royce, that concludes our growth forecast for Q3. Mariella, my lead financial analyst, says. She glances at me, awaiting final approval. I tap my pen on the table, scanning the figures on my tablet. Looks good, I say. Let's finalize this plan and prepare a public release by next week. She smiles, sharing relieved glances with the others. As they gather their laptops and leave the room, I stand, rolling my shoulders. My schedule is more manageable these days, more balanced. I cast a quick look at my phone, a single message from Chloe that reads, "Don't forget, dinner at my mom's place tonight," followed by a string of heart emojis. My mouth curves into a smile. I can't recall a time I've felt so at peace. A knock sounds and Megan, my assistant, peeks in. She's been with me through the ups and downs, and her loyalty never wavered, even when Redwood imploded. Sir, that charity call with the local children's hospital is in 5 minutes. After that, you're free to go. I nod. Thank you, Megan. I'll take the call now, then head out early to catch that flight. She smiles. Enjoy the trip, Mr. Royce. She steps out, leaving the door ajar. 2 hours later, I'm on a short flight from the city to Chloe's old hometown, an unassuming place with tree-lined streets and old-fashioned lampposts. I remember the first time I came here, raw from confessing my love on national TV, determined to prove we were real. I was met with a cramped little house and a mother who was fiercely protective of her daughter. Now, that mother, the woman I tentatively call Mom in my head, if not out loud, has become the closest thing I've had to a parental figure in years. The plane touches down at a modest regional airport. I retrieve my bag and slip into a rental car. My heart rate kicks up as I drive toward Chloe's mother's house. Mrs. Weston, I remind myself, although she's told me countless times to just call her by her first name. In the swirl of everything, I keep forgetting. Or maybe I cling to formality out of respect, unsure how to call someone Mom who isn't biologically mine, but shows me more kindness than my own parents ever did. The small houses come into view, each with its own manicured yard. Children ride bikes along the sidewalk. It's a world away from my sleek penthouse, but I've grown to love the serenity. My phone buzzes with a text from Chloe. I'm here with Mom. Can't wait to see you. We're cooking up a feast. A grin spreads across my face as I park at the curb outside her mother's tidy home. Just as I reach the porch, the front door opens, revealing Chloe in a simple floral dress. My breath catches. She looks more confident than ever. Poised, strong, the top relationship coach in her field again. She overcame the scandal, doubled her client list, and even launched a new wave of workshops on authentic love. Sometimes I watch her interview on TV, talking about vulnerability and honesty, and I'm awestruck by her drive. Her eyes light up when she sees me. "Julian!" she exclaims, bounding forward to wrap me in a hug. I hold her tight, inhaling the sweet scent of her hair. "Hey, beautiful," I murmur. "Busy day?" She pulls back slightly, laughter dancing in her eyes. "Always. But now I'm free for you." She tugs me inside, the warmth of her hand in mine, a reminder that everything is right in the world. We step into the living room, where Mrs. Weston, no, her name is Margot, I remind myself, stands by a small console rearranging pictures. She turns, a smile crossing her face. "Julian, you made it," she says, crossing the room to greet me. "How was the flight?" "Uneventful, which is perfect," I reply, returning her warm handshake. She bustles me to the couch, urging me to sit, relax, we'll eat soon. The house smells of roasted chicken and herbs, a far cry from the glitzy restaurants I'm used to, but more welcoming than any five-star menu. Half an hour later, we're gathered around the small dining table, passing bowls of mashed potatoes, gravy, and fresh vegetables. Chloe sits beside me, thigh brushing mine under the table, a constant reminder of her presence. Margot chatters about her teaching job, how the kids are excited to start the new semester soon, and Chloe joins in, detailing her upcoming coaching retreats. Their synergy makes me oddly envious. I never had this easy rapport with my own mother, yet I'm grateful to be included, learning their jokes and stories. Eventually, the conversation slows, a lull settling between us. Margot sets her fork down, looking at me. There's something contemplative in her gaze. "Julian, you've become quite the fixture around here these past months. We've grown to love having you visit." My throat tightens. "Thank you," I say, glancing at Chloe, whose eyes shine with affection. "I'm honored you let me join your family gatherings." Margot's gaze flicks meaningfully to Chloe. "I recall the scandal that brought you here in the first place, but watching you two rebuild your reputations, your careers, and your relationship." She exhales softly. "It's been remarkable." I reach for Chloe's hand, lacing our fingers on my lap. She squeezes back, offering a gentle smile. "Mom's been a huge support." Margot beams, then looks back at me. "You've become like a son to me, Julian. You know that, right?" Emotion surges in my chest. I swallow. Thank you. You've been more of a mother to me in half a year than my own mother managed in a lifetime." My voice cracks despite my best effort to remain composed. That means the world to me. Margot reaches out, covering my free hand with hers. And you mean the world to Chloe, and to me, if I may say so. I release a shaky breath, forcing my next words to emerge calmly. Margot, I actually wanted to talk to you about Chloe. My heart hammers, and I see Chloe frown slightly at the mention of her mother's name. But I keep going, summoning courage. I'd like to ask your permission to marry your daughter. Chloe's eyes widen, surprise etched across her features. Margot's lips part, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. There's a heartbeat of silence where the hum of the refrigerator and the ticking clock on the wall suddenly become overwhelming. Then Margot's face crumples with emotion. Oh, Julian, she whispers, standing to wrap me in a hug. Yes, of course. You already have my blessing. I've seen how much you care for her, how you fought for her. I'd be honored to see you two wed. Tears blur my vision briefly. My hand trembles on Chloe's, who looks stunned, her cheeks aflame. I want to reassure her, but I also need to finish this conversation with her mother first. Thank you, Margot, I manage, clearing my throat. I promise I'll do everything in my power to cherish her. Margot takes a moment to dab at her eyes, then gestures for us to sit down again. I'm so happy. Oh dear, I'm a mess. She laughs through tears, regaining composure. Chloe, how do you feel about this? Chloe stares at me, a flush creeping up her neck. I'm a little stunned, to be honest. She slips her hand from mine, pressing it to her face. Then a soft smile curves her lips. But it's not an unwelcome surprise. Heat rushes through me, a mix of relief and anticipation. I want to propose properly, privately, but I needed her mother's support first. Margot sees the intensity in our glances and laughs, lightly fanning herself. I'll give you two a moment. Let me clear the dishes. Chloe starts to stand. Mom, I can help. Margot waves her off, practically shooing us from the table. No, you kids go. Spend some time outside if you want. We step out onto the small back porch, the evening sky awash in deep purples and oranges. A sturdy old wooden swing sits in the corner, creaking when I gently nudge it. Chloe crosses her arms, gaze lingering on the setting sun. A soft breeze carries the scent of cut grass and wildflowers. I can't believe you just did that, she says, her voice low and almost breathless. My heart thuds. I didn't want to surprise you in front of your mother. I wanted her blessing first, but I had to speak with her. She's been so kind, and I respect her. Chloe swallows, tears threatening. You're serious about marriage? I step closer, gently brushing a strand of hair away from her face. Yes, I answer, my chest squeezing with emotion. I don't want to spend another day doubting what we mean to each other. The scandal Redwood, all of it taught me how fleeting stability can be. If there's one thing I'm certain of, it's you. She exhales, tears brimming, but a tremulous smile blossoming. Julian, I never imagined this for myself. Especially after Donovan, I swore off everything. But then you came along. She lets out a shaky laugh. You definitely turned my world upside down. I smirk, sliding my arms around her waist. Likewise, I wouldn't trade it for anything. Her arms loop around my neck, and we stand there for a moment, absorbing the hush of twilight. My heartbeat pounds, adrenaline spiking because I can't wait any longer. Gently, I ease her away from the porch light, guiding her to a small patch of backyard lawn. The grass is cool underfoot, and the chirp of crickets serenades us. She glances at me curiously. Julian? She asks softly. I reach into my pocket, heart hammering so loudly I swear she must hear it. I know this is sudden, but I actually plan to do this. Properly. My voice wobbles. I got the ring a month ago, waiting for the right moment. Chloe's eyes widen, her breath catching. I drop to one knee, opening the small velvet box. The ring catches the last rays of sunlight, a delicate diamond set in a platinum band. Her hands fly to her mouth, tears slipping free. "Chloe Weston," I say, my voice thick with emotion. "You once saved me from my own stupidity, my contract, my fear, my father's control. Then you helped me build something real, showed me how to fight for what matters. You taught me love doesn't have to be a transaction. Will you marry me?" Her tears turn to laughter, a glorious disbelieving sound. "Yes," she breathes, nodding frantically. "Yes, of course I will. I love you, Julian." Relief and joy crash over me. I stand, sliding the ring onto her trembling finger. She flings her arms on my neck, kissing me desperately. My entire being ignites with happiness. No business deals or charades, just the promise of a shared future. Her soft exhale against my cheek is all the confirmation I need. We part, breathless, tears still smudging her cheeks. Laughter mingles with our exhilaration. "I can't believe this is actually happening," she whispers, staring at the ring in awe. I cradle her face. "It's real. Finally something that's ours. No contract, no family meddling." She sniffles, leaning her forehead against mine. Mom's going to flip. A throat clears from the porch steps, making us jump. Margot stands there, a dish towel in hand, her own eyes shining. "I'm guessing from your faces that it's a yes?" Chloe laughs through her tears. "Yes, Mom," she manages, holding up her hand, the ring glinting. Margot nearly drops the towel. "Oh, my dears, come here." She hurries across the grass, enveloping us both in a huge hug. "I'm so happy. I want you to get married already." My chest tightens with overwhelming relief. We stand like that, all three of us, the sky darkening above. At some point, Margot is sobbing softly, muttering, "My baby girl. And Julian, you better do right by her," while Chloe laughs, "He will, Mom, he will." When Margot steps back, she tries to dab her eyes with the towel, realization hitting that she's still holding it. "Oh, goodness, let's go inside. We need to celebrate properly." She spins toward the door, motioning us along. Chloe grips my hand. "1 second," she calls to her mother. Then she turns to me, eyes shimmering. "Julian, I can't wait to start forever with you." My heart clenches as I draw her into a gentle kiss, savoring the softness of her lips. "Me too," I whisper. The hush of the backyard envelops us, the crickets chirping a song of new beginnings. Inside, Margot bustles about the kitchen, rummaging for champagne glasses. The house is cozy, the aroma of the earlier dinner still lingering. Chloe and I settle on the old couch, the worn cushions sagging beneath us. She nestles against my side, ring flashing whenever she moves. Each time, a burst of pride flutters in my chest. She's mine, and I'm hers. No illusions left. Margot pops a cheap bottle of sparkling wine, apologizing profusely that it's not anything fancy. We all laugh, clinking mismatched glasses in a heartfelt toast. The champagne fizzes too much, spills over the brim, and we scramble for napkins. Somehow, the imperfection makes it more meaningful than any 5-star extravagance could. When the laughter subsides, Margot fixes me with a maternal gaze. "Julian, I remember how lost Chloe was after Donovan. She swore off love, said never again would she mix business with romance. I never thought I'd see the day she'd trust someone so fully." I slide an arm around Chloe's waist, glancing down at her adoringly. "We had a rocky start, but it was worth every twist to get here." Chloe blushes, leaning her head on my shoulder. "Mom, I learned so much from our failures. Everything we taught clients about communication, vulnerability. Julian and I had to face that head on." Margot nods, eyes glimmering. "You both have grown so much." A comfortable silence falls as we sip the bubbly. My phone pings and I glance at it out of habit. Old habits die hard. Once upon a time, it meant Redwood or my father was summoning me. Now it's just a quick status update from Megan about a philanthropic event. I set it aside, resolute that tonight belongs to Chloe and her mother. My father's and mother's dramas are in the past, overshadowed by the changes I forced upon the company and the new synergy we found with smaller investors. Life is simpler, better, and I wouldn't trade it for anything. Chloe runs her fingers lightly over my hand, then meets my gaze. Are you sure you can manage the company from here a few days? We still have planning to do for the big wedding. Harriet's going to freak when she hears. I grin, remembering Harriet's meltdown of excitement at her own wedding. I think so. The board can handle daily matters, and I'll teleconference if needed. After all we've been through, a few days away is nothing. Good, Chloe says with satisfaction, because I intend to show you around the entire town, where I went to school, my favorite ice cream shop, everything. She lifts a brow, teasing. You might even hate it. Margot scoffs. He'll love it, dear. Trust me, any man who stands on national TV confessing love can handle your old high school auditorium. We all share a laugh, the warmth of the champagne and the glow of the overhead light, making the moment feel cocooned, timeless. Eventually, Margot excuses herself, blinking back tears again, promising us privacy. She's a whirlwind of love and practicality, and I'm immensely grateful. Once alone, Chloe turns to me, tucking her feet under her. So, fiancé, she says, testing the word with a sheepish smile. Now what? My pulse flutters at that word. Now, I say softly, we figure out the wedding date. We keep living, building our lives, and you keep astonishing me with your drive. Her eyes flicker with amusement. We'll plan something small, I think. After Harriet's extravaganza, I'm done with huge weddings. Fine by me. I lean in, brushing my lips to hers, the sweetness of the champagne mingling with her breath. As long as we walk out of it married, I don't care if it's in a broom closet. She laughs, the sound like music. A broom closet? My mother would kill us. I grin. All right, maybe not that. But low-key is good. My hand finds hers, palm warm against mine. I just want to spend the rest of my life with you. No more drama. Her expression shifts to something tender and serious. Julian, 6 months ago, I never dreamed we'd be here, but I'm so glad. I can't wait to share everything with you, my triumphs, my doubts, my future. Emotion twists my chest tight. I cup her cheek, letting the gravity of the moment settle. Chloe, every day you amaze me more. How you overcame the scandal, reclaimed your career as the top relationship coach, the way you help people see their own worth. I pause, swallowing the lump in my throat. You reminded me of mine, too. She blinks tears away, whispering, I couldn't have done it without you either. You championed me when the world painted me a manipulator. I smooth my thumb over her bottom lip. Let's never forget how we got here. We'll use it as a reminder that nothing can stand in our way. Not Redwood, not my family, not your ex. We've built something stronger than all that. She nods, tears slipping free, and I catch them with my thumb. We stay like that, foreheads touching, hearts beating in tandem. The lamp's glow flickers, and I realize how late it's gotten. Outside, crickets chirp in a sweet lullaby, the night air mild. My pulse hums with anticipation of the life we'll share. Come on, she says, standing and offering me her hand. We can take a quick walk around the block before bed. I want to show you my old bus stop, where I spent half my life complaining about the early mornings. I follow her, laughter bubbling in my chest. Lead the way. We tiptoe past the guest room where Margot's presumably resting, stepping onto the porch under a canopy of stars. The ring on her finger glints in the moonlight. She notices me staring and blushes, then laces her fingers with mine. Walking the quiet streets of her childhood neighborhood, I marvel at how different this is from any life I imagined. No tall glass towers or paparazzi lurking. Just quaint houses, porch lights, and the echo of our footsteps on the pavement. She points out her elementary school's silhouette in the distance, her old dance studio, the convenience store that sold her contraband candy. Each anecdote weaves me deeper into her past, a place I'm honored to share. Eventually, we circle back to the house. The porch light beckons us inside, warm and inviting. We pause by the front door, turning to each other. A hush falls, the breeze rustling the leaves of a nearby oak. My chest swells with gratitude for this place, for the future we're about to carve. "Ready to head to bed?" she asks softly, brushing back a stray lock of my hair. I dip my head, pressing my forehead to hers. "With you? Always." She smiles, unlocking the door. We slip inside, the hush of the house wrapping us in gentle silence. As we head down the hallway to her old bedroom, I reflect on how a single contract, foolish, misguided, brought us here. We've each fought so many battles: Redwood, my father, her ex, and most of all, our own fears. But in this moment, gazing at her as she flicks off the hallway light, I know every risk was worth it. Because now we have a love so honest and hard-won, it outshines any corporate victory. We close the bedroom door behind us. She sets her phone to silent, turning to me with a soft, knowing grin. I reach for her, capturing her lips in a slow, tender kiss, heart aflame. This is our truth. No cameras, no crowds, just us forging a new path together. In the quiet dark, I hold her close, letting the sweet promise of tomorrow flood my every thought. As we settle into bed, fiancé now, I can't help the overwhelming sense of wonder that fills me. We found each other through chaos, and with the ring on her finger, a mother's tearful blessing, and the star-laced future ahead, I'm ready to face anything that comes next.
Chapter 15. Chloe. The day I've dreamed of, yet never dared believe in, dawns bright and vivid, as if the universe itself decided to paint a celebration across the sky. I wake early in the bridal suite of a charming lakeside inn, heart thrumming at the realization that this is our wedding day. The full-length windows reveal a glittering lake reflecting dawn's orange glow, and gentle pine trees sway in the breeze. I move carefully through the suite, trying not to disturb my mother who sleeps in the adjoining room. She insisted on staying close to me last night, fussing over final details. My fingertips trail along the lace train of my wedding gown, carefully hung near the dresser. Even in the low light, the delicate beadwork seems to shimmer with promise. Anxiety knots my stomach, but it's woven with a fierce, trembling excitement. A soft knock at the suite's door makes me whirl around. "Chloe?" Harriet's muffled voice floats through. "Are you awake?" I rush over, swinging it open to reveal Harriet and Daisy, each clutching coffee cups and wearing huge grins. They sweep in, Harriet practically vibrating with excitement. "Oh my God, you're up! Happy wedding day!" Harriet cries, thrusting a coffee into my hand. "We have so much to do before the ceremony." Daisy bounces on her toes, eyes shining. "You ready to become Mrs. Royce?" My stomach flips at the sound of Mrs. Royce. 8 months ago, I'd never have predicted this journey. From scandal to redemption, from contractual obligations to an engagement that still feels like a dream. My gaze falls to the gown again, a surge of warmth overtaking my nerves. "As ready as I'll ever be," I whisper, voice catching. Daisy squeals, setting her coffee aside. "Then let's get you prepped. Alana should be here soon with the hair and makeup team." The next couple of hours pass in a blur of activity. My mother wakes and throws herself into last-minute tasks, while Harriet and Daisy coordinate with the florist to confirm that the pastel roses and fragrant lilies have arrived. Alana, bright-eyed and chatty, appears with a local stylist, ready to tame my hair into an elegant updo. Mirrors and brushes and curling irons take over the suite. Outside, staff scurry about, arranging chairs and floral arches by the lake. By late morning, I'm seated in a cushioned chair near the window, Harriet carefully helping me into my gown. She laces up the back, her fingers swift and sure. "You look stunning," she breathes, eyes misting. "I'm so proud of you, Chloe. You two overcame so much drama and came out shining." A lump forms in my throat. I recall the chaotic months of Redwood backing out, Julian's mother's meltdown, and the heartbreak of nearly losing my entire career. But Julian's unwavering support and our combined determination turned things around. My relationship coaching soared to new heights, my name cleared of any manipulative scandal. And Julian's company? It thrives without his father's meddling. "Thank you," I say softly, "for everything, Harriet. You never doubted us." She sniffs, dabbing at her eyes. "Never. And look how it all turned out. A real, genuine love story." A knock sounds, making Harriet jump. "Chloe?" Alana's voice calls through the closed door. "We're ready whenever you are." Harriet squeezes my hands. "Showtime," she murmurs. I step out of the bridal suite into the main hall, the train of my gown floating around me. Daisy and Alana bustle behind, adjusting my veil and ensuring every piece of lace is in its rightful place. My mother waits near the double doors leading outside, clutching a small bouquet. She turns and gasps upon seeing me. "My baby girl," she whispers, tears shining. "You look perfect." I fight tears of my own. "Mom," I say, stepping close, "I can't believe this is happening." She hugs me gently, mindful of my gown. "You deserve it, every bit of this happiness." Then, with a trembling smile, she hands me my bouquet of white lilies and soft pink roses. "Go, darling. He's waiting by the lake." Outside, the late spring sunlight spills across a lush lawn, rolling down to a crystalline lake. White chairs form an aisle, a pale pink runner unspooled upon the grass. Friends and family stand, heads turning as Harriet and Alana lead the small bridal party forward. My pulse hammers. I see Donovan in the audience, a faint, remorseful smile ghosting his lips. He apologized months ago for his part in the scandal. On the other side, Lydia sits stiffly, but she must have found some acceptance since Julian confronted his parents. Family from my side, too, including a few of my old students, and from Julian's circle of close friends who once were just business allies, but now wholeheartedly embrace him. At the end of the aisle, Julian stands beneath an arch of roses, wearing a fitted charcoal suit. Tie a soft blush color to match my flowers. My heart flutters at the sight of him, tall and poised, tension flickering in his stormy eyes as he spots me. A new wave of tears prick my eyes. His face holds an unguarded tenderness I've learned to cherish. The music swells, soft strings from a small quartet, and I proceed down the aisle. Each step feels surreal, as if time itself slows. My mother walks beside me, not giving me away in the traditional sense, but accompanying me with pride shining in her gaze. I sense Harriet trailing behind with Daisy, both beaming. At last, I reach Julian. My mother kisses my cheek, then steps aside, letting me face him. His hands tremble slightly as he takes mine, the corners of his mouth curving in a radiant smile. For a moment, we just look at each other, memories flooding back. That first awkward coffee spill, the no feelings contract, Redwood's betrayal, his mother's meltdown, the public confession of love, the ring. Now we stand here, about to vow forever. The officiant clears his throat, welcoming everyone. I catch glimpses of Harriet dabbing tears with a tissue, Donovan wearing a stoic expression that suggests he's made peace, and Lydia fiddling with her purse. Then I focus on Julian. I sense his relief, his emotions swirling. The ceremony drifts into a sweet calm. The officiant speaks of love transcending all obstacles, how honesty and trust form the backbone of any lasting relationship. My pulse thrums with the truth of it. Then it's time for our vows. Julian squeezes my hands, exhaling slowly. Chloe, he begins, voice resonant with feeling. From the moment I asked you to sign that ridiculous contract, you've challenged every assumption I ever held about love. You stood by me when everything fell apart, not because it was your duty, but because your heart led you. And I realized I never wanted to face a day without your kindness, your strength, your unwavering belief in me. His voice tightens. I vow to always protect you, support your dreams, and love you beyond any contract or condition. Tears slip down my cheeks. The sincerity in his eyes takes my breath away. He gently thumbs away one tear, making me laugh softly, the crowd smiling around us. Then it's my turn. Julian, I say, voice quivering. I once promised I'd never risk my heart again, that I'd never mix business and romance, but you proved me wrong in the best possible way. You showed me that even from a place of pretended feelings, something real and beautiful can grow. You fought for me in ways I never dreamed anyone would. I vow to be by your side. No illusions or hidden agendas. Only an honest, fearless love that will build every day. I sense Harriet sniffling behind me and Daisy quietly passing her tissues. The officiant smiles. May we have the rings? He asks. Harriet hands them over, each ring simple yet gleaming. Julian slides mine onto my finger with trembling hands, and I do the same for him, swallowing a sob of joy. By the power vested in me, the officiant proclaims, I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss your bride. Julian wastes no time. He gently cradles my face, kissing me tenderly. The audience erupts into cheers, Harriet letting out a whoop, Daisy clapping wildly, and I hear Harriet's husband, Brent, holler somewhere in the crowd. The wave of applause surges as we part, breathless and laughing. My mother is in tears, her hands pressed over her mouth. We turn to face our guests, hand in hand, hearts pounding with euphoria. The quartet strikes a triumphant tune, and we walk back down the aisle as Mr. and Mrs. Royce. The reception unfolds under a grand tent near the lake's edge, lights twinkling like fireflies in the dusk. Tables draped in pale linen are adorned with floral centerpieces. Harriet's skill at event planning is in full bloom, from the pastel color palette to the dance floor set on a wooden platform. I can hardly believe that once upon a time, she orchestrated a fiasco of her own wedding. Now she's poured all that creative energy into mine, ensuring everything gleams with love. We greet guests one by one. Donovan approaches, offering a measured hug. Congratulations, Chloe, he murmurs, not quite meeting my eyes. You look beautiful, and Julian. He's a better man than I ever was. Before I can respond, he steps back, drifting into the crowd with a solemn nod. I sense closure in that moment. No more sabotage or old resentments. We've all grown. Julian's best friend from the board, Luca and Donovan, not my ex, slaps him on the back. Man, I never thought I'd see the day you'd be this smitten. Congrats, Julian just grins, wrapping a hand around me. The night buzzes with good vibes, the aroma of grilled seafood and fresh pastries wafting through the tent. Harriet drags me to the dance floor as the DJ plays a slow waltz. The newlyweds, us, take the first dance. Julian leads, one hand on my waist, the other clasping mine. The hush of the crowd intensifies my giddy nerves, but once his eyes lock with mine, everything else melts away. You okay, Mrs. Royce? He teases, voice low as we sway. My lips curl. I like the sound of that, I admit softly. He spins me lightly, arms moving in graceful arcs, and I laugh, the swirling lights glinting off my ring. Applause peppers the dance floor as we finish, Harriet charging forward to claim the next dance, pulling me away with a wink. Daisy cuts in, capturing Julian. We swirl among guests, laughter weaving into the music. Lydia, I note, stands at the bar, sipping a drink but wearing a grudging smile. Even she can't deny the happiness saturating the air. Hours pass in a blur of toasts and more dancing. Harriet, eyes alight, gives a tearful speech about how she witnessed our transition from a contract-based fiasco to the most epic real love story of the decade. The crowd roars with approval. Then Daisy recounts humorous anecdotes of my so-called cynicism about love and how Julian tamed the reluctant princess. I bury my face, embarrassed, but Julian just chuckles, pressing kisses to my knuckles. Eventually, we cut the wedding cake, a tower of white icing and pink roses, feeding each other slices with plenty of giggling. Then come the final dances, late into the evening, the moon rising over the lake. My feet ache from hours on the dance floor, but I can't stop smiling. Just before midnight, we slip away from the throng of well-wishers. Harriet winks, mouthing, "Go enjoy your wedding night." I blush, recalling the hush we've yearned for. Julian takes my hand, leading me to a sleek vintage car Harriet arranged as a surprise getaway. We drive off along a lamplit path, engine purring, leaving the cheering guests behind. The inn has prepared a secluded honeymoon cabin across the lake, accessible by a short car ride. We arrive beneath tall pines, the cabin's windows aglow. Julian parks, rounding the hood to open my door. "Ready, Mrs. Royce?" he murmurs, a teasing glint in his eyes. My heart thrums. I'm not sure. My adrenaline's skyrocketing, but yes. Absolutely yes. He whisks me into his arms, carrying me inside. The cabin's interior is all polished wood and flickering candlelight. Rose petals trail from the doorway to a cozy living area where a fireplace crackles. A bottle of champagne chills by a small table. My breath catches at the romantic scene Harriet must have staged again. She's unstoppable. Julian sets me down gently. "Look at that," he marvels, scanning the candlelit space. "She went all out." I laugh, nerves tingly. She must love the rose petals routine. Remember my old suite? He grins. I prefer this scenario much more. His eyes shine with a mischievous warmth. The hush closes in around us, the only sound the soft hiss of the fire. Slowly he reaches for the buttons of his suit jacket. I stand, letting my gaze roam over this man who's become my entire heart. My cheeks flame, remembering how this used to be an act in front of cameras. Now it's no act, just us, newly married, about to share our wedding night. My pulse pounds with tender anticipation. He shrugs off his jacket, tossing it over a nearby chair. Then he steps closer, lifting a hand to trace the edge of my veil. "Shall I help the bride out of her gown?" he asks in a husky whisper. Heat pools in my chest. "Yes, please," I reply, voice trembling slightly. He carefully unpins the veil, setting it aside on a plush armchair. Then his fingers find the row of tiny pearl buttons down my back. Each release sends a tingle through my body. I stand perfectly still, leaning into the quiet intimacy, the candlelight dancing across his face. My gown loosens around my torso, sliding down. "I love you," he murmurs, pressing a kiss between my shoulder blades. His breath fans my skin, sending ripples of desire through me. I tilt my head back, eyes fluttering shut. "I love you too," I whisper. "So much." With slow deliberation, he finishes unfastening the gown. It pools at my feet, leaving me in delicate white lingerie. My cheeks flush, but the tenderness in his gaze dissolves any self-consciousness. Gently, he skims his hands over my arms, guiding me to face him fully. And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at TylaWalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to TylaWalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla. For a moment, there's only the sound of our ragged breathing, the scent of roses and sex thick in the air. Then he brushes a tear from my cheek. When did I start crying? And smiles. Hi, wife. I laugh, hiccuping, and drag him down for a kiss. Hi, husband. You okay? He whispers, brushing a stray tear from my cheek. I manage a nod, eyes shining. Better than okay, I murmur, voice catching with the intensity of it all. I'm the happiest I've ever been. He smiles, shifting so we lie facing each other, legs entwined beneath the rose petals. Me too, he confesses. 6 months ago, I couldn't have imagined this. Sometimes I still think I'll wake up alone. I cup his face, forcing him to look at me. No more nightmares. You're stuck with me, Mr. Royce. He laughs, a soft, breathy sound of pure joy. Mrs. Royce, that's all I want. After a while, we clean up the scattered petals, drawing the duvet around us. The candles flicker low, casting shifting shadows across the wooden walls. The steady crackle of the fireplace in the corner lulls me. Julian props himself on an elbow, gazing at me with a contented expression that melts my heart. I trace a finger over his chest. So, what's next for us? I ask, a small teasing smile forming. Expanding your empire? Launching a new brand of relationship coaching with me as the face? He grins. We could, if that's what you want. I let out a low laugh. We'll figure it out together. For now, I'm content knowing our respective careers are solid. My coaching business is thriving again. My next workshop tour is booked out for months. And you're overseeing a profitable quarter, from what Harriet told me. He cocks an eyebrow. Harriet told you? I grin. She's more connected than you realize. She hears everything on the corporate grapevine. But yes, I'm proud of you, Julian. Removing your father was a bold gamble, but it paid off. He exhales, relief edging his features. It did. Still can't believe how far we've come. Redwood might have left a hole, but the new investors we found ended up fueling innovation in ways Redwood never would have allowed. I lean up for a quick kiss, heat stirring at the memory of our struggles. See? We're unstoppable. My heart races, recalling how he once publicly declared his love. And unstoppable couples deserve a honeymoon. His eyes sparkle. I thought this cabin was part one of that. But yes, let's plan something big once we're done celebrating with everyone back home. I shift closer, lips brushing his ear as I whisper, you, me, anywhere in the world. Count me in. He shivers at my breath, a slow grin spreading. Mrs. Royce, you're making me want to speed up this night even more. A giggle escapes me, and I snuggle into him, inhaling the woodsy scent of the cabin. We can do whatever we want. We have a lifetime now. He tightens his embrace, and we sink into a companionable silence. Outside, the lake's waters lap softly against the shore, the gentle hush of nature, a lullaby to our newlywed hearts. I let my eyes close, the last flickers of candlelight dancing in my mind, holding Julian's presence like an anchor. At some point in the early dawn, I stir. He's still asleep, arms locked around me, breath steady against my neck. I blink, letting the realization sink in. We're married. I twist slightly, watching the faint rise and fall of his chest. My stomach flips with an echo of last night's euphoria. We did it, I think, a rush of gratitude swelling. No more contract, no more overshadowing secrets, only the raw, honest love we carved out for ourselves. A gentle knock at the cabin door startles me. Then a familiar voice calls softly, "Room service for the newlyweds?" Harriet, probably. I grin. She must be up early, determined to continue spoiling us. Julian stirs beside me, eyes fluttering open. He murmurs, brow furrowed. I trace a finger along his jaw. Harriet's delivering breakfast, apparently. Should we let her in? He groans comically, burying his face in the pillow. If we must. But let's make it quick, then enjoy the morning quietly. I laugh, sliding out of bed, tugging on a robe. He slips into a pair of loose pajama pants. I crack the door, finding Harriet standing with a covered tray. She eyes my disheveled hair and Julian's bare chest, smirking. "Don't worry, I'm not barging in," she teases. "Just dropping off coffee, croissants, and fruit. Alana and Daisy insisted you might need nourishment after, well, you know." My cheeks burn and I stifle a laugh. "Harriet, you're impossible." I accept the tray, balancing it carefully. "Thank you so much." She beams. "I love you guys. Best day ever? Enjoy your morning, you honeymooners." She winks and traipses off. I turn to find Julian leaning against the bedpost, a soft grin playing on his lips. She's so invested in our, energy levels. I carefully set the tray on a small table. Let her fuss. She's done so much for us. He steps forward, hooking an arm around my waist. "Good morning again, Mrs. Royce." My heart flutters at the title, joy surging fresh. "Good morning, Mr. Royce." We sink onto the small couch near the fireplace, sipping hot coffee and sharing flaky croissants. The air hums with our newfound closeness, an even deeper bond than before. I watch him chew, gaze drifting to the ring on my finger. My soul brims with awe that the man once locked in a disastrous contract with me is now my husband, the love I never expected. After finishing breakfast, he leans forward, pressing a crumb-kissed kiss to my lips. "You realize this is the start of a whole new story, right?" I caress his cheek, nodding. "Yes, but I'm not afraid of it anymore." He smiles, relief and excitement shining in his eyes. "Let's face it together." I rest my head against his shoulder. Outside, the lake glitters under the early sun, a reflection of the bright future awaiting us. We overcame scandal, heartbreak, meddling parents, even Redwood's betrayal. And here we are, on our wedding day, no illusions left, just an unbreakable love. Later that morning, Harriet and the rest of our friends gather for a final farewell near the inn's lobby. They congratulate us again, pulling us into playful group photos. Harriet tries to get me to twirl in my wedding gown, but I refuse, complaining my feet are sore from dancing. Daisy sidles up, hugging me with fierce warmth. "I'm so proud of you, Chloe. You found your true love in the craziest way." I grin, hugging her back. "Thanks for always believing in me, Daisy. Where are you off to next?" She shrugs. "Back to the city, but I'll keep an ear out if you need help promoting your next workshop. I know a bunch of reporters who owe me favors." My chest swells. "I'd appreciate that. We'll see. I might focus on one-on-one sessions for a while." She waggles her brows knowingly. "You've got your own marriage to nurture now, after all." I flush, glancing at Julian, who chats with Luca near the door. "True," I admit softly. After the goodbyes, Harriet waves from her car, calling, "Don't forget to send postcards from your honeymoon. And your new address, once you move in together for real." Julian and I climb into the vintage car again, engine purring. He shifts into gear, guiding us away from the inn. As we pass under a flowery arch, staff-tossed confetti, laughter bubbles from my throat, hands clutched around the bouquet I still carry. Julian glances over, giving me that heart-stopping grin. "You ready for the next chapter?" he asks, voice brimming with contentment. I let my gaze wander over the ring on my left hand, the road stretching ahead, the possibilities endless. "More than ready," I say, leaning over to kiss his cheek. "Let's go find our version of happily ever after." He presses the accelerator, and we speed onto the open road, the wind ruffling my hair. I close my eyes, savoring the swirl of gratitude, the hum of belonging. The day might be done, but our story has only begun. Grounded in the kind of love we once believed could never stem from a contract. We overcame every telenovela-worthy twist, forging something real and breathtaking. And as we race toward a shared horizon, he my husband, I his wife, I can't imagine a more perfect end to one tale, or a more glorious beginning for the next.
Chapter 16. Julian. I never realized how 3 years could pass in a blink, yet reshape my life so profoundly. Standing on the private veranda of our bungalow in the Bahamas, I watched the tide roll across sugar-white sand under a sky fringed with tangerine clouds. Seabirds wheel overhead, their calls mingling with the hush of waves. A fresh breeze stirs the warm air, carrying the fragrance of tropical blooms from the hibiscus hedge bordering our deck. Inside, I hear Chloe humming softly, rifling through the bags we've dropped off earlier. That gentle melody lifts a vivid memory. The first time we vacationed here was fraught with tension, still overshadowed by Redwood's withdrawal and my family's chaos. Now, 3 years later, 3 astonishing, challenging, redemptive years, we've returned in peace. It's our official extended honeymoon. We promised each other we'd make time for it once our lives settled. And by some minor miracle, we finally carved out 2 weeks to indulge in pure, unhurried bliss. I adjust my hat, an absurd straw thing Chloe insisted I wear, and step back inside, greeted by the sight of her rummaging through a beach tote. She glances up, eyes bright as the turquoise sea beyond the glass doors. "Hey," she says, flashing that smile that still leaves me a little breathless. "I found the sunscreen and snorkels." "Perfect," I reply, crossing to her. My hands settle at her hips, and I drop a quick kiss to her temple. "So, we snorkel this afternoon, or do you want to keep exploring the island first?" She hums, draping herself on me. "We have 2 whole weeks. Let's snorkel now. We can track down that pink sand cove Harriet recommended." I can't stop a grin. "Always eager for an adventure, Mrs. Royce." She arches a brow in playful challenge. "With you? Absolutely." We laugh, and I guide her near the sliding doors. The sultry Bohemian air envelops us as we step onto the veranda again, carrying a small bag with towels and gear. Our sandals click against the wooden steps leading down to the beach. Even after all this time, calling her Mrs. Royce sends a thrill through me. I recall how, once upon a scandal, we only pretended a relationship. Now reality is sweeter than any fantasy. A short walk takes us to a secluded curve of shoreline, ringed by palm trees drooping over gentle dunes. The sun, high overhead, gleams on the water, a serene expanse that shifts from pale aqua near the beach to a deep cerulean in the distance. We lay out towels under a broad palm. Chloe shrugs off her loose cover-up, revealing a sleek turquoise bikini that matches her eyes. My heart stutters, remembering all the times we'd wanted a simpler life. Now we have it, at least for these 2 weeks. She notices me staring, her lips curving into a knowing smile. "Like what you see?" I feign a thoughtful nod. "Very much so." I tug her closer, pressing a kiss to her bare shoulder. "Ready to snorkel, Miss Relationship Coach Extraordinaire?" She laughs, swatting at my chest. "Don't mock my job title, oh business mogul. You know I worked my butt off to rebuild my name after that fiasco." My grin softens. "You did. And I'm proud. The top relationship coach in the entire state, probably the entire country. I still get stunned watching you on talk shows." She flushes with pride. I couldn't have done it without you. Don't sell yourself short, I murmur, brushing my thumb across her jaw. I can't help recalling how she overcame the scandal, forging new partnerships, launching workshops on authentic love, and gradually reclaiming the trust she once lost. She's unstoppable, and I love her for it. She tosses me a snorkel mask. Come on, let's not lose daylight. I heard the reef's an easy swim from here. We wade into the water, cool against our sun-warmed skin. Chloe giggles each time a gentle wave laps at her knees. I fit my snorkel, adjusting the strap behind my head, and watch as she does the same. The memory of our first foray into snorkeling at Harriet's wedding returns. We were frantic, overshadowed by Donovan's jabs. Now there's just peace, and the promise of an underwater kaleidoscope. She plunges in first, splashing me deliberately. I laugh, diving beneath the surface, letting the hush of the ocean fill my ears. Fish dart through coral in vivid flashes of color, electric blues, brilliant yellows. Chloe points excitedly at a school of parrotfish, and I swim closer to her, hearts practically in our eyes behind our masks. Time drifts in the timeless realm beneath the waves. When we finally emerge, the sun dips lower, turning the sky an apricot hue. We slosh our way back to shore, flopping onto our towels, breathless and exhilarated. Chloe props herself on an elbow. That was amazing. The reef's so healthy, full of life. I nod, wiping water from my face. Reminds me how small our worries are in the grand scheme. She rolls onto her side, gaze softening. Are we bringing philosophical Julian to the honeymoon now? I chuckle, trailing my fingertips through the sand near her hip. You bring out my philosophical side, you know that. She leans in, pressing a slow, lingering kiss to my lips, salty from the sea. I love that about you. And I realize how a simple exchange like this, no tension, no overshadowing crisis, still feels new and precious. I envelop her in my arms, pulling her closer. The hush of the surf plays a gentle lullaby, and we lie there whispering in half sentences, trading quiet laughter until the sky cools into late afternoon. As evening settles, we head back to our bungalow, racing to shower the salt off and dress for dinner. She emerges in a breezy white sundress, hair damp around her shoulders. I can't resist sliding my arms around her waist, nuzzling her neck. You look radiant, I murmur against her skin. She shivers pleasantly. You keep saying things like that, we'll never make it to dinner. I offer a wicked grin. I'll hold that thought for dessert. Her laughter resonates, bright and unguarded, my favorite sound in the world. Moments later, we stroll along a torch-lit path to the resort's open-air restaurant perched on a wooden deck overlooking the beach. Warm lanterns sway from posts, and the gentle clink of cutlery mixes with a background of steel drum music. The hostess, all smiles, leads us to a table near the water's edge. Strings of fairy lights twinkle overhead. It's romantic in the way only a tropical evening can be. Soft breezes, star-spangled skies, the hush of an endless ocean. I settle across from Chloe, taking her hand on the table. You pick the wine, she says, scanning the menu. I'm starving. Should we do grilled seafood? Whatever you want, I reply. Seafood, steak, dessert, the works. It's our honeymoon. She arches a brow. Our 3-year delayed honeymoon. I sigh with mock regret. Yes, but we made it, right? A grin stretches across her face. We did. We order coconut shrimp and grilled fish, plus a crisp white wine. As we chat, sipping water, I notice Chloe's fingers drumming a restless rhythm on the table. There's a nervous energy about her. You okay? I ask, leaning forward. You seem fidgety. She flashes a quick smile. I'm fine, just excited. This place is beautiful, and I have a little surprise for you after dinner. My curiosity piques. A surprise, huh? She nods, biting her lip to suppress a smirk. Yes, so be patient. I raise my hands in surrender. All right, I'll be patient. though you know I hate surprises. She just laughs, sipping her water. Then you'll learn to love this one. Dinner arrives in a flourish of tropical scents. Lime-infused shrimp, smoky grilled mahi-mahi, and a side of spiced vegetables that add a tangy kick. We chat between bites, recalling old inside jokes from Harriet's wedding fiasco, reminiscing about the day Redwood abandoned us, and celebrating how the company and my father's overshadowing presence are now relics of the past. The board is stable, my father living quietly in retirement, or perhaps sulking, but it's none of my concern. My mother remains in therapy, making slow strides away from addiction. Halfway through the meal, Chloe's tension returns. Her gaze keeps darting to the small purse at her side. She forces smiles, but I sense her heart pounding as if bracing for something monumental. After dessert, fresh fruit drizzled with honey, she sets her fork aside, exhaling. "I have something for you," she says, eyes shining. A playful grin graces my lips. "Shall I close my eyes?" She shakes her head. "No, I want to see your expression." Then she lifts her purse to retrieve a small, neatly wrapped box. Her fingers tremble faintly. "I've been holding on to this for a few weeks, waiting for the right moment." Anticipation flutters in my stomach. A few weeks? That's serious. Good thing I didn't find it first. She tries for a chuckle but looks teary instead. "Open it," she says, voice unsteady. I tear the wrapping, heart pounding. Under the paper is a simple white box. I lift the lid to reveal a tiny onesie. Embroidered on the front are the words, "Hi, Daddy." Time seems to warp. I stare at the onesie, mind blank for a half second, until something shifts and I notice a small pregnancy test slip from the folds of the tiny garment, clattering onto the table. My gaze flicks to it, 2 bold lines bright as fireworks. My entire body jolts with the realization. A baby? Chloe's eyes fill with tears as she watches me process it. "Julian, I'm pregnant." My throat closes around a rush of emotion. I'm dimly aware of the restaurant's soft music and the hush of waves in the background, but everything else recedes. Pregnant. My eyes dart to her stomach. Still flat. Still my Chloe. Yet, that test. This onesie. My hands shake so hard I nearly drop them. Are you sure?" I whisper, voice choked. She nods, tears slipping free. "I took 3 tests at home and the doctor confirmed it. I wanted to tell you here where everything once felt so uncertain, but now we've found peace. I'm sorry if it's too big a shock." My heart swells, tears burning at the corners of my eyes. I stand abruptly, pushing my chair back. Patrons glance our way curiously, but I ignore them. Sliding around the table, I sink to my knees beside her, one hand finding her belly. She gasps at my gesture, tears streaming. "I'm going to be a father," I breathe, voice shaky. "God, Chloe, I never knew if I could do it. With my parents as role models, I was always afraid. But I love you, and I love our child already." She sets the onesie and test aside, reaching to stroke my hair. "Oh, Julian, I was scared to see your reaction. I know your family history haunted you." I rest my forehead against her midsection, tears slipping free. It still does. I never had a father who showed me love. I never had a mother who was stable. But I'll do my damnedest to be better for our baby. She caresses my head, voice trembling with emotion. "You'll be the best father, like you are the best husband. I have no doubt." Tears clog my throat. I kiss the flat plane of her belly, overwhelmed by awe and terror in equal measure. "I promise," I whisper, voice breaking. "I promise I'll be there for every step. I'll protect you both." She nods, sniffling. "We'll learn together. That's all I need from you." The hush around us intensifies. A few fellow diners watch with tender smiles, though I barely notice them. As I rise slowly, Chloe stands too, her eyes mirroring my teary joy. I pull her into a tight embrace, burying my face in her neck. My heart hammers, realization thundering. We're creating a life together. The final testament to how far we've come. She kisses my cheek. We probably look insane, crying at a fancy restaurant over baby clothes, she jokes, shaky laughter in her tone. I exhale a watery laugh. Let them think what they want. This moment is ours. We hold each other, ignoring any curious glances, hearts pounding with a shared vow that the future is bright, full of unconditional love we once feared was impossible. Eventually, a kind waiter approaches, asking if everything's all right. We laugh, nodding, and the waiter discreetly retreats, leaving us to our raw, beautiful moment. We settle the bill and make a quiet exit, still wrapped in the aftershock of discovery. The night air envelops us, mild breezes brushing salt tang across our faces. Chloe clutches the small box with the onesie and test, her eyes glistening each time she glances at it. I hold her free hand, leading her down a torchline path back to our bungalow. Halfway there, I pause, turning her to face me under a tall palm tree. The moonlight casts silver highlights in her hair. Chloe, I murmur. I know we just found out, but I want you to know. If you ever worry about how I'll handle fatherhood, remember I'll do everything in my power to break the cycle my parents set. I want our child to grow up in a home filled with love and stability. She cups my face with trembling hands, tears resurging. Julian, you've shown me more care in these past years than some people experience in a lifetime. Our baby is lucky. She swallows, voice catching on a sob. And I love you all the more for facing this with me, not running away. I lean down, pressing my forehead to hers. Running away is the old me. I stand with you now, always. She kisses me softly, sweet tears mingling with the salt of her lips. My heart threatens to burst, overwhelmed by gratitude and reverence for this woman who changed my life. We stand there for a while, cherishing the moonlit hush, listening to the ocean's lullaby. Back at our bungalow, we close the door behind us, letting the ocean breeze filter through an open window. The space is softly lit, reminiscent of our wedding night. My stomach twists with a renewed sense of devotion to her, to the child we created. She sets the onesie and test on a small side table, gazing at them with an emotional smile. I worried you'd freak out. I tug her gently into my arms. Well, I did, but in a good way. I press a palm to her belly. I'm still freaking out, actually, but I'm elated. She places her hand over mine, guiding it softly across her abdomen. Me too, beyond words. It's unreal. We slip into a gentle sway, as if dancing to our own heartbeat. She rests her head on my chest, and I close my eyes, breathing in the quiet. Our honeymoon, our secret. For now, it's just ours. We can announce it when we're ready, maybe in a few weeks. Harriet will probably squeal louder than the day she discovered we were truly in love. It's perfect timing, you know, I say, a low chuckle escaping. We tried planning a honeymoon so many times, but life kept interfering. Now we get to celebrate not just our marriage, but the new life we're bringing into the world. She laughs softly. A double celebration. Our baby's first trip to the Bahamas is in the womb. Emotion surges again. I sink onto the edge of the plush bed, guiding her to sit between my legs. My hands smooth over her arms, finding her waist, pulling her close. Thank you, I whisper, for trusting me enough to let this happen. She tilts her head back, tears shining. I love you. That trust is easy now. I kiss the top of her head, letting the ephemeral hush linger. Then she turns, lifting her mouth to meet mine in a slow, deep kiss. Our connection simmers with a tenderness that transcends physicality, like we're weaving a promise for the child who'll soon join our world. Her fingers thread into my hair, breath hitching. I relish her closeness, The warmth of her skin, the fervent reassurance that we're in this together. After a long moment, we part, both of us breathless. She shifts to rest her forehead against mine, eyes closed as though savoring every beat of my heart. I cradle her face, memorizing the contours I've cherished for years. "I can hardly wait to see you as a mother," I murmur, voice tight. "You'll be incredible." She laughs quietly, brushing tears away. "I guess we'll learn as we go." I pull her onto the bed fully, snuggling close under the soft lantern glow. The lull of ocean waves seeps through the open window, the scent of night-blooming flowers drifting in. We talk in hushed tones about baby names, whether we'll stay in the city or find a bigger home with a garden. We tease each other about decorating a nursery, Chloe swearing she wants bright colors, me insisting on some futuristic baby monitor. The conversation is giddy, full of love and nervous excitement. As the clock ticks past midnight, we drift toward slumber, bodies entangled. She dozes on my chest, hair fanned out across my shoulder. My hand remains splayed lightly over her abdomen, a gentle reminder of the tiny life growing within. I can't help a tear escaping, the final testament to how far we've come. From a fake contract fueled by desperation to a real marriage built on trust, now culminating in parenthood. I murmur half to myself, half to the sleeping Chloe. "We did it. We're building a family." She stirs, pressing sleep-warm lips to my neck, a drowsy contentment in her sigh. "We are," she murmurs, voice slurred with fatigue. I close my eyes, heart soaring. The darkness cradles us, the hush of the ocean like a lullaby promising a future bright with possibility. Tomorrow we'll lounge on the beach, dream of baby clothes for real, and let the world spin at its own pace. Our greatest hurdles are behind us. My father's control, Redwood's fiasco, my mother's sabotage. And in their place stands a life of quiet triumph. The last thought I cling to before sleep claims me is the image of our child, cherished in the arms of parents who overcame every obstacle. I vow, in that drowsy in-between state, that this child will never know the coldness I once endured. This baby will know love in every form, hugs at breakfast, bedtime stories, holiday traditions, the unwavering support of two parents who learned how to fight for one another. Morning breaks with a radiant sunrise, painting the bungalow walls in gold. Chloe shifts against me, blinking awake. We exchange soft, lazy smiles, a shared memory of last night's revelation. She rests a hand on her belly, eyes bright with wonder. "Good morning, baby," she whispers, then looks at me with a giggle. "And good morning to you too, husband." My chest floods with warmth. I lean in for a slow kiss, murmuring, "Good morning, wife. Good morning, Tiny Royce." She laughs, burying her face in the crook of my neck. "Did you sleep okay?" "Better than ever," I say. "Though it's surreal, we're actually having a baby." Her eyes mist again. "We are." We cuddle in bed, the hush broken only by the faint call of seagulls and the shushing waves. Eventually, hunger prods us up. We slip into robes, opening the bungalow door to retrieve a breakfast tray left by resort staff, fresh pineapple, mango slices, warm pastries, and orange juice. The sweet tang of fruit mingles with the crisp morning breeze. "Guess we'll need to start a routine that's good for pregnancy," Chloe muses, nibbling on a croissant. "No raw fish, I recall that. Might have to lay off certain physical activities later, but for now, I'm good." I tilt my head, concerned. "We can talk to a doctor once we're back, or you can continue your routine if it's safe. But definitely no more reckless stunts, Miss Daredevil Snorkeler." She laughs, tossing a piece of pastry at me. "I'm not that reckless." I catch it, grinning. "Fine, but I'll be paranoid anyway." Her laughter softens and she sets the pastry aside, leaning forward to press a kiss to my cheek. "I appreciate your concern, but let's enjoy this. Let's let it be fun, yeah?" I nod, letting my tension ease. "Fun, yes. I promise not to wrap you in bubble wrap just yet." She snickers, sipping her juice. My gaze lingers on her content expression, a gentle glow that seems to radiate from within, like she already embodies motherhood's gentle power. Once we finish breakfast, I suggest a walk along the beach, a calm stroll to ease into the day. She agrees, excited to show our little secret passenger the shoreline. We laugh at ourselves, imagining all the pictures we'll someday show our child, telling the story of how they first visited the Bahamas from inside Chloe's belly. Our entire day unfolds like a peaceful epilogue to the telenovela that was our early relationship. We lounge under an umbrella, read random magazines, occasionally doze off. People pass by with polite smiles, sometimes recognizing us but respecting our privacy. Later we enjoy a light lunch of grilled fish and fresh coconut water, mindful of the tiny life inside her. Chloe insists on browsing the resort's gift shop for baby souvenirs, giggling as she holds up miniature sandals, though it's far too early to know sizes or even the baby's sex. In the late afternoon, we find ourselves on a hammock strung between two palms, swaying gently in the sea breeze. Chloe rests her head over my chest, humming some tune I recall from her old playlists. I stroke her hair, mine drifting over the last 3 years. Hard to believe we started with a no-feelings hookup arrangement, only to fall in love, marry, and now anticipate a child. The sense of completion wells up in my chest like a tide I can't hold back. "You're quiet," she observes, glancing up. "Everything good?" "Better than good." I brush a kiss over her forehead. "I was just thinking how unbelievably lucky I am." Her lips curl, eyes warm. "Well, I'm the lucky one. But sure, let's not fight about it." I laugh, tightening my arm around her. "Deal." At sunset, we share one last dinner at the resort's beachside restaurant. Just the two of us, the ocean's horizon turning molten gold. No new announcements tonight, no pregnancy reveals to unsuspecting staff. We keep our secret close. The conversation flows easily. Baby name ideas, how Harriet will react, whether we'll keep living in the city or move to a more family-friendly neighborhood. Each question brims with possibility, and the fear that once loomed has faded to a manageable flicker. After dinner, we stroll back to the bungalow, hand in hand. The moon rises high, casting silver trails on the sand. We pause to watch the waves glitter, arms around each other's waists. I exhale slowly, heart brimming with gratitude. "Chloe, I never want to forget this moment," I confess, voice thick with emotion. "We're in love, married, expecting a baby, and all that turmoil from before is behind us." She turns, slipping her arms around me. "It's our very own happily ever after," she says, her lips curving in that radiant smile. "We fought for this." I nod, leaning in to kiss her softly. The hush envelops us, the night's breeze cool against our overheated cheeks. "Let's go inside," I whisper. "I'd like to continue our celebratory mood." She giggles, eyes shining. "Your wish is my command, Mr. Royce." The door clicks shut behind us, sealing us in our own private paradise. Moonlight spills through the open windows, painting her skin in liquid silver as I back her against the wall, my mouth claiming hers with a hunger that never dulls. Her fingers tangle in my hair, pulling just enough to make me groan against her lips. "I need you!" I growl, hands sliding down to grip her thighs. She hooks a leg around my waist, grinding against the hard length of my manhood, straining through my shorts. The friction is maddening. "Damn, Chloe. Now!" She laughs, breathless, nipping at my lower lip. So impatient. But her hands are already tearing at my shirt buttons, her touch scorching as she palms my chest. Off. All of it.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
We collapse in a tangle of limbs, hearts hammering, skin slick. The night breeze kisses our overheated bodies as I gather her against me, her head resting over my pounding heart. Happily ever after, she murmurs, tracing idle circles on my chest. I press a kiss to her hair, grinning. And we're just getting started. Outside, the waves roar their approval.
When Nyla Thomas agreed to a fake marriage, she wasn't expecting it to land her in jail.
Nyla Thomas, you are under arrest for the murders of Hilda and William Stone.
She wasn't expecting to find out the truth about her family.
You're adopted.
Marcus Swan is my father.
To get involved in crime.
The Sokolov family did this. They poisoned him.
And least of all, was she expecting to fall in love.
It's you, Nyla. It's always been you.
But now, everything is crumbling around her.
Interim CEO of Stone Hospital Group accused of murdering Hilda and William Stone to secure her position.
Alexander, you promised things would change.
They have. I'm in charge now.
No one knows who to believe.
Take the plea bargain.
I'm innocent. I thought you out of everyone would believe me.
Can you forgive her for killing our parents?
No one knows who to trust.
This is your fault. Did you ever think that Nyla would be just fine if she hadn't gotten involved with you?
I love her. I love her more than life itself.
Miss Thomas, the tests came back. There's a perfectly acceptable explanation for your condition.
And things are about to get a lot more complicated.